wanna go. Let it fucking move. It's not too late to walk away from the ledge and face another day without a tragedy. What you are driving to is willing to your demise. You are losing yourself, falling into a voice. I'm watching you die when my hands are fully tied. How could I make you see through my eyes? I can make you see through my eyes. There's something in us I have always despised. If only I could see all your eyes. There's something inside us that's prone to demise. Saying the words you shouldn't heard it all, but turning into what you say you would never become. If I can make you see through my bleeding eyes, you can see all your lies, weighing everything. With the back against the wall, body folded and scuffed, we're forced to forget what we seem to have lost. Now do you feel your days are done? How would you be remembered? But what you set out to be, or defeated by this disease. Perished by this disease. But if you choose the remnants to carry on and pursue a plan to create a new beginning, you can still see what's left of you.
In the club with a baddie or two, she was looking in my eyes 'cause she wanted back and they might have got the loot. Cops throw the beds, now I'm about to buy a chain. If the Cubans talking to me, I might get up on my lane. Just a black while we spinning so we never feel the shame. Gotta light up when we do it so we don't gotta feel the pain. Been around, burn out, blow it to the penthouse. Shotties going crazy, then they quiet like a church mouse. Land up with the customs, then we never get to get it out. Match it when the engine, so we see what it's about. Always wanna talk, but you never want the smoke. If you flashing all the guns on your live, you a joke. Losing up with bodies when you never ever broke. I'll be pressed to find a shooter who be lacking in the soul.
I was trying to tell you about that real shit, boy. You been steady capping on that fake shit, toy. I was trying to tell you about that real shit, boy. Real shit, boy. Real shit, toy.
Real shit, boy.
Hello and welcome to the Regional Championship in Antwerp. I'm Maria, your host, and here with me is amazing Filipa, who will be doing coverage this weekend. Good morning, Filipa.
Good morning, Maria. How are you? Good morning, everyone watching in Twitch, YouTube. Hello, everyone. I'm really excited to be here, really excited to talk about Modern.
Yes. So, could you tell us more about the tournament structure? So there are more than 1,100 players here.
That's true, an incredible number here, and all these players had to qualify to be here through their local game stores, Magic Online, and now they are here to fight for amazing prizes. But before, there's an intense tournament structure starting here today. Day 1 with 8 rounds of Swiss. Players need 18 points or more to advance to day 2. That's usually 6-2 or better, and then in day 2 they have 6 rounds of Swiss and then a cut to top 8. So very intense. This is best of 3 Modern open deck list, which is also important to know that it's an open deck list tournament.
Yes, very different from the Spotlight series, right?
Yes, usually in the Spotlight series, for example, day 1 is closed deck list. Players don't know what they're playing against, but here they have all the information to make the best decisions. They know what the players are playing, their sideboard as well, and they can just plan accordingly. So here we have the tournament format slide with what I was talking about. 18 points is what these players are looking for, 6 wins or better. It is not easy to qualify for this day 2. Tomorrow is also a very intense day, and I'm not sure these players want to make top 8 because the prizes, Maria, are absolutely fantastic this weekend.
Indeed. So those who made day 2 are going to compete not only for monetary prizes with a whopping total of more than $100,000, but also for qualifications to the next regional championship, to the Pro Tour Lorwyn, and to the Worlds. Very exciting.
It's always super exciting to see players here. Some of them are here and they already qualified for the Pro Tour, and they are really wanting to get that first or second place to be able to get the World's invitation. Also, top 4 gets the invitation for the 3 next RCs, which is kind of like getting into the loop of things. Top 36 Pro Tour, as you said, is absolutely insane. A lot of these players have the goal to go and compete. And I have to be honest, the Lorwyn Eclipse Pro Tour is a sweet one to play in.
Of course, and so nostalgic for so many players. Very exciting, very high stakes tournament, and also Modern is such a beloved format for so many people, for probably all of the competitive players, right?
Yes, I mean, Modern is such a good format right now. It's really open format. That's a lot of different deck lists. I love that there's always players that just bring their pet deck, the deck that they've been playing forever. And we see a lot of the same decks that we've seen like 6 months ago, but now with some different versions. We have the Jeskai Blink now really making a good turn here in Modern. We also have Amulet Titan that has been playing forever. I know these Amulet players that have been just dominating and practicing the deck over and over again. And the deck is still here. It's still good. A lot of diversity in the format. So I'm really excited to see what the players brought to play here.
Yes, you're right. Absolutely. Me too. So, and it is all possible thanks to Ultimate Guard European Magic Series, organized by Fanfinity. And now we move on to the casters.
Buongiorno, everybody! Welcome to the Ultimate Guard European Magic Series. This is the regional championship in Antwerp, as the lady said. My name is Juza, and this is Andrea Mengucci. Andrea, how are you?
I'm great. Martin, your accent was perfect. You know, this morning we were walking to the venue. Martin told me buongiorno, and I thought it was an Italian behind me.
I was coming from behind. I'm like, oh, buongiorno. And Andrea started speaking in Italian. I'm like, wait, I don't understand what you're saying.
So yeah, completely fooled me. You know, your Italian buongiorno is perfect.
It's perfect.
I have to learn how do you say that in Czech now.
Dobre ráno.
Dobre ráno. Huh?
Yeah, it's a little bit harder than that, but yeah. So we do have 1,166 players. We're going to be playing 14 rounds of Swiss. Modern is the format, the most popular format. It is always a pleasure to watch. Super diverse field. At the PT, I don't think we had we only had a couple of decks that had more than 10% share of the metagame. That's always fun to watch. Is it your favorite format?
It is my favorite format. I stream that format, you know, every time I stream. At the PT, funnily enough, the metagame was so much different, and it was just a few months ago. You know, we had like Belcher was huge, Neoform was huge, and I don't think these decks are nearly as much represented this weekend. So it is just great to see the changes that an Eternal format like this happens. And yeah, I mean,
if you were playing the tournament, what deck would you be playing?
So I would play some sort of Quantum Riddler deck, whether it is Jeskai or Aspergorio or Asperblink. Probably I would settle on Jeskai, but honestly, I'm rooting for, lots of my friends are playing Aspergorio in the room, so definitely looking for that deck.
Yeah, there's a lot of combo decks. I think we saw at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities, we saw Tameshi Belcher take the whole thing down. Then in some of the RCs that followed, there was a Ruby Storm deck that I think dropped maybe one game throughout the entire tournament. So yes, combo is very popular right now. There's a lot of different decks. I actually wrote down a couple decks that can very easily win the tournament. Tameshi Belcher, you have Jeskai Bling or all the Bling variants, you have Boros Energy, you have Ruby Storm, you have Amulet Titan, there's the Brute Scale combo, Affinity, all the Eldrazi variants, you have Azorius and other control decks, you have Izzet Prowess. There's just so many different decks to choose from that can easily win a Modern tournament on any given day that this is just a great field.
Yeah, if you stay tuned later on, we'll have Frank Karsten show you the metagame breakdown. We'll have Frank Karsten showing you the most popular avatar cards in the tournament, because we just had a pre-release last week, and actually I have some cards right in front of me that I opened yesterday in the sealed, and I'm sure we're going to see them today. Bajmol Cub and the Legend of Roku. These two cards are very, very good, and I got lucky enough to see them yesterday.
We're going to get to that just a little bit, but first let's take a quick look at the caster draft, which is something we always do before day one. We look at the players in the field, and we're taking a guess, who might finish well, but we also took a guess of which deck is going to win the tournament. So, Andrea, what do you choose? You choose the Brute Scale combo.
I chose Brute Scale combo. Yeah, so this is a little bit of a, not as popular deck as the, Quantum Riddler deck, but it is a very, very explosive deck, a deck that always flies under the radar. It can either win very easily on turn 3 with like that 2-card combo, Baskin Brute Scale plus the Blade, or it can win later on casting an Emrakul, the Promise End.
That's a new version, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was got popularized during a Spotlight series in America, I want to say, and then now is just, again, very, very popular. It struggles a bit against Jeskai because, Wrath of the Skies, a lot of cheap removals, and of course, 4 Consent to Memory main deck, but it remains a very, very powerful deck, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think the deck also destroyed one of the latest MOX events, right? I think that was... Someone went really...
Yeah, Guglielmo Lupi from Italy won the whole thing with 4 Vexing Bubble main deck, which is a card that, kind of says a lot about Modern. If you want to be interactive early on, you have to play free cards to be able to keep up the pace of the format. I
chose Amulet Titan because I think it is the most powerful deck in Modern, but it is incredibly hard to play it at 100%. It takes a lot of time to master it. There is 50 different deck guides you can find on the internet. I think Dom Harvey wrote a 90-page primer on how to play the deck well.
Bible.
But even if you read it, it's still going to be hard. You need to have practice with the deck. And there is Canister in the field. And that's somebody that plays Amulet all day, every day on his stream. It's been 750 days consecutive that he's streamed with Amulet Titan or something along those lines. So yeah, I think Canister is in a prime position to do well here because this deck is just super good, and he's the one that has really mastered it. So that would be my prediction for which deck is going to win the event. Yeah, that's definitely a very valid choice. Although, Modern is such a popular format that I expect a lot of players that maybe we are a little bit not as familiar with, just crushing because they played their deck for 3 years straight and they play it perfectly. So it definitely is a format where a lot of less known player can, come up, they play perfectly, like, wow, that guy just outplayed me, and you didn't even know him. But it happens like that sometimes. Ooh. Yeah. So what we want to talk about is there is a lot of new cards from Avatar: The Last Airbender, and we picked 4 different cards here to show you which cards we think might have the most impact on Modern. So let's start with your 2 cards. You have Wanchitong and Badger Mole Cup. Tell me, why are these 2 cards good in Modern? Well, first thing first, because they're mythic rares. Okay. And the set symbol. No, sorry, the symbol, the color of the symbol often tells you how good a card is. No, outside of that, Badger Mole Cub has been fantastic for me. I played this card in Yawgmoth in Modern, and the card just,
I didn't expect it because this is just kind of like a mana dork. You know, for 2 mana, you just help your Delighted Halfling or Dried Arbor add 1 more mana. But it scales up. Like, if you have 2 of this, your Delighted Halfling all of a sudden adds for 3 mana. If you have 2 mana dorks, all of a sudden those mana dorks add for 1 more mana each. And you have Dredge's Insight, Malevolent Rumble. Those cards are a little bit too expensive for Modern.
That's
but,
true.
You know,
2 mana is a lot.
2 mana and you don't impact the board is a lot. So Benjamin Cup just gives you that mana boost for you to churn through your deck and get that 2 or 3 card combo with Agatha's Cauldron, Walking Ballista, Spellmaster's Vault, and all those stuff.
What about Wanchitong? Like, why is this card so good?
So Washington, that's the
Washington.
exactly,
Okay.
the capital of the United States. That's how I call this card. It's a good bird because, you know, most of the mana base in Modern are fetch lands. Like, for example, Jeskai Blink, it's 22 lands, 12 fetch lands. You just play this in response. You draw a card for 2 mana, 2/2 Flyer Vigilance. And it scales up. Like, later on, it's a flash 6 mana card, draw 3.
Yeah.
Draw 2, you know, and so on.
Just like Hydroid Krasis.
Exactly. It's Android, but it has flash.
But better, yeah.
In a format with counterspell, subtlety, and so on. So it plays very well into this blue control deck. Wrist, maybe the control deck are not very good in Modern, but this card is very good.
What I really like about this card is that Vigilance is great at pressuring Planeswalkers. There's a lot of Ajanis, Narcissist, Teferis. It's a card that's good early, but it's also an amazing draw later in the game when it just refills your hand, right? And I think it's going to change the dynamic when players are cracking their fetch lands, because now, let's say you're on the draw, your opponent goes land go, you play a fetch land, and then if you pass the turn, they play their second land, and all of a sudden when you crack the fetch at the end of their turn, they can already play the Wanchitong, draw a card, have a threat on the battlefield. There's nothing you can do. It also pitches to Subtlety, it pitches to Force of Negation, so everything is basically great about this card. The 2 cards I picked are Phoenix Fleet Airship. Those are not maybe as impactful as the 2 cards you picked, but we wanted to highlight something else as well. Phoenix Fleet Airship, I think, is amazing in combination with Phyrexian Tower and all the 1-mana creatures that when they die, you make a treasure. Shambling Ghast and whatever the other card is. With Phyrexian Tower, you can play it as early as turn 2, and you can start making the flagships. And first turn you make 1, then you make 2, then you make 4, then you make 8, and then you attack for 32. So this card looks pretty good to me. Redirect Lightning. You can change a bunch of targets. You know, when somebody activates Belcher to kill you, well, how about we target yourself? So yeah, we'll see how that goes. But I think you are all waiting to see which decks showed up in the field the most. What is the metagame breakdown? And for that, we have no one else than Frank Karsten, who has crunched all the numbers, and he is ready to tell us what we're going to be seeing this weekend.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Andrea. This bright and crisp morning in Antwerp, I'm joined by your metagame mentor and our data analyst, Frank Karsten. Good morning, Frank.
Good morning, Maria. It's great to be here.
Sure. So could you tell us about all of those numbers, what the metagame looks like here in Antwerp?
Yep. Last night, I spent quite a bit of time to go through 1,166 deck lists.
Oh, wow.
You know, fixing all the archetypes on Melee and running the numbers on what people are playing. So let's break it down. Let's show the metagame breakdown for the regional championship this weekend. And the most played deck, it is Jeskai Blink, 13.5%.
Yeah. So this deck, Jeskai Blink, it didn't even exist like 2 months ago. Am I right? Am I wrong? Could you tell us more, Frank?
No, that's basically true. Back at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities in September, there was only 1 player to register this deck. That was Matt Costa, the only player to show up with 4 Ephemerate, 4 Philia, 4 Consign, just maximizing all the different ways of keeping a blinked, warped Quantum Riddler around.
Right.
And Matt went like 7-3, finished 20th at the Pro Tour. Good result. But then Jeskai Blink really broke out at the US Regional Championship in Houston in October.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
yes.
there it grew like to 3% of the field, which had an amazing win rate. Put 2 players in the top 8. Fino won, and then it was just everywhere. Like at the preceding RCs, it was like nearly 20% of the field. Right now, like 13.5. The surprise value of the deck is a bit gone, but it still has hugely efficient creatures, powerful synergies, And it just demonstrates how powerful and versatile Consigned to Memory is.
Exactly, because Consigned to Memory is just your signpost, sideboard card, right? So every blue deck has it, but it is so cool to see it main deck and for the deck to perform it so well with this card.
Exactly, because in this deck it's not just a interactive piece to counter something that the opponent does, but also countering your own Flage triggers to keep it on the battlefield, or countering your Filia's Return to the Battlefield trigger, effectively turning into a removal spell. So just endless tricks with Jeskai Blink.
Exactly. And second place we have Boros Energy. So Boros Energy dominated the format, I would say, at the beginning of the year, but then with the Pro Tour Edge of Eternities, the deck kind of fell out of the radar, and now we can see that it made a comeback.
Indeed it did. Yeah, there was a little bit of a dip in the deck after the Pro Tour, because the metagame there was just full of combo decks like Tameshi Belcher, like Esper Gorios, and it fell off a little bit. But right now, you know, the metagame has shifted. Boros Energy is back, 12.4% in second place. And the individual power and synergy of the deck just remains very high, ranging from like the energy cards, Guide of Souls, Galvanic Discharge, but also like the Goblin Bombardment to turn Ajani into a Planeswalker, Arena of Glory to give haste to an Escape Flage. This deck just remains formidable, and it's it's not gonna leave Modern anytime soon.
Yes, I agree. It is such a solid choice anyways.
Yep.
And next we have, is it Prowess, Amulet Titan, is it Affinity, Domain Zoo, Esper Gorios, Simic Ritual, Esper Blink, and other decks, which actually represent the majority.
Yeah, it's incredible. The other category, 28.5%. So the first 9 decks, they take up like a majority of the field, but yeah, other it's basically more popular than Jeskai Blink and Boros Energy combined.
Yes, incredible.
Just, yeah,
and you love to see it. But were there any surprises for you, Frank, seeing this graphic?
The one thing that I will mention is Simic Ritual. It is a deck that had like strong win rates at previous RCs, and has definitely been climbing up in terms of metagame share. I believe that the deck it's just based around all these cantrip creatures, like Coiling Oracle and the Icefang Coatl, where you can either sacrifice them to Birthing Ritual, turn them into an Abhorrent Oculus, or sacrifice them to Flare of the Nile, get some counter magic for free. And I believe that this deck is strong against, say, Jeskai Blink, against Amulet Titan, so potentially well positioned. Although it also has weaknesses against all the aggro decks. But this is a deck that is growing in popularity, that has shown strong results in preceding RCs. So, you know, maybe it's on the rise. Yeah.
Very interesting, very innovative. And now, back to the casters.
So there we have the metagame breakdown. This is what we're going to be seeing today. And for the first, the third round feature match, we picked the new cards in the format.
Yes.
So who do we have in the feature match area? Where are they going to be playing?
We have the Badger Mole Cub. Very excited to see this card. I personally asked Frank, please show me Golgari Yawgmoth. Okay. This deck is super cool. I just streamed with it before coming here in Antwerp the other day. And there we have it. And conveniently, this is actually a great coincidence, because the player that you see right here, Alexi Polo, won the last event.
Spotlight Liverpool.
Spotlight Liverpool, exactly. We both were casting that event. He won that event with blue, red. Is it Cauldron? Yep. And guess what happened? The first card, right on the left, it's Cauldron again.
Yeah, so what is this deck trying to do? Why is Golgari Yawgmoth so popular?
Also, I want to say another thing about Exipolo. He came 9th at Worlds in 2023, playing Simic Agatha Soul Cauldron when the card just came out and nobody knew what was coming. So this is like probably the person who had the most success in the history of the game with the card Agatha Soul Cauldron. So it's just very fitting that he's playing that deck again. Super cool. Yeah. I'm definitely rooting for him. But yeah, this is exactly the list that I streamed the other day. So I'm super excited about this. So, well, Golgari Yawgmoth is a a deck that's been popular in Modern for a very long time. I mean, since the card Yawgmoth Thran Physician came out in Modern Horizons 1, but ever since, the deck took a lot of different variations. There were like Court of Calling, Energy Evolution, pushing out that Blood Artist double Young Wolf combo. But as you can see, those cards are gone. There's no Court of Calling anymore. There's not even Wall of Roots, which used to be such an important piece of the combo. Now that deck has various other combos. You have Dredger's Insight, which alongside a Young Wolf, an Agatha Soul Cauldron with Walking Ballista under it, can do infinite life, because you shoot over and over, the Young Wolf goes back, and etc. It's just also like a value card. I mean, it's card selection. It fills your graveyard for Agatha Soul Cauldron. It gains you life anytime you tap the Cauldron and so on. But then you have Spymaster's Vault, which is just a very unassuming land for Modern Horizons 3. And what you can do is anytime you target the Young Wolf over and over with Walking Ballista, you have one die trigger, and then you can connive on the Young Wolf for 40, you draw 40 cards, you discard 40, and then you shoot with Walking Ballista to your opponent.
You just need to make sure you don't say, I'm going to do this a million times, and then I'm going to...
Well, no, you deck. No, you can't say that.
Okay. Who is Alexei playing against? The second player in the feature match area is Danny Alfaro Padilla, and he's on Domain Zoo. So let's take a look at that deck list.
Yeah, Domain Zoo is a deck that's been also super popular in Modern for a while. There's various build, and the deck list that Danny chose to play involves playing Doorkeeper Thrall.
Okay, 4 copies, wow.
4 copies, because Quantum Riddler has a powerful enter the battlefield effect, Flage that you play has a powerful enter the battlefield effect, but also has a powerful downside of dying. But if you have the Doorkeeper Thrall in play, the Flage sticks around. So you can go end of turn Thrall, my turn Flage, and the next turn you can attack, or if you have Reign of Glory, you can immediately attack with Flage, and that's a very powerful combination that this deck is capable of, as long as alongside Leyline and Sign of Draco. That's another very powerful combo that most decks can't do anything about.
What else does Doorkeeper Thrall do in the metagame? Like, does it stop certain decks from working? Like, what's the ideal matchup for Doorkeeper Thrall?
Yeah, well, there's many decks called Jeskai Blink.
Blink,
Blink means that you have a lot of powerful inter-battlefield effect, like Solitude.
Nice Solitude, yeah.
Yeah, or Glorious Vengeance tries to reanimate Atraxa, mostly because it shuts off the draw, 5. It just still attacks for 7 lifelink, but that's not the goal of Glorious Vengeance Atraxa. So yeah, it has a lot of powerful enter the battlefield, it stops a lot of powerful enter the battlefield, and in Yawgmoth also stops the powerful enter the battlefield of Badger Maw Cub. You do not, you don't Earthbend one.
Okay. Yeah, I believe the players are ready, so let's move on to the feature match area. We have Alexei Pulo playing with Danny Alfaro Padilla. Golgari Yavmod against Domain Zoo.
Yeah, I think it's a little... I'm going to say that the matchup favors Yawgmoth. Sorry, actually. I want to say the matchup favors Zoo.
Okay.
It's also on the play with...
Wow, turn one Leyline.
The very powerful Leyline. Ooh, Martin, tell the viewers what's that little number that we see under the cameras.
I was super excited when our production team, all the guys from CSL, they have come up with something very special for this event. All the players in the feature match area are going to have this little watch, kind of a bracelet, that secretly transmits the heart rate of the player to the overlay. So now we're going to see, everybody watching at Twitch is always like, yeah, this player maybe made a mistake and this, I would have played better. It is very stressful when you sit down for a feature match. In a tournament this big, there's so many people watching, and it can also be stressful when you're about to combo off, or when you're about to top deck the last piece you need to win the match. And yeah, for that we're going to have the heart rate monitor, and that's going to be monitoring all the players' heart rates throughout the feature matches. So it's going to be fun seeing who's the calm and collected person, and who's the one that's their heart rate is going through the roof.
All right, so we see here a very strong start by Danny, who win the die roll, goes turn 1 Leyline. Actually, didn't win the die roll, but still went turn 1 Bolt on the Dried Arbor into turn 2 Sign of Draco. But on the other side, Alexei Pulo is going for his Badger Maw Cub, animating his land. Can't read, I think it's a Mystery Rainforest, but anyway, the fetch land is now a Earthbended 1/1 that's going to be able to tap for green. or you can, you know, crack it and then it returns to the battlefield.
Basically getting new land that way,
Yeah.
an extra one. So yeah, seven card keep with a ley line. That probably signals a pretty strong hand on Danny's side.
Yeah, so we can see that Danny has a bunch of blue interactions, Stubborn Denial and Consigned to Memory. Those are very good. Oh, wow. We do see Alexei Pulo fetch. And this is a powerful play that the Budget Mode Cup also can enable. You can fetch, your fetch land comes back as a fetch land, and you get a Overgrown Tomb.
And an extra land that way. That's pretty cool. This is why Budget Mode Cup is so good. It's going to see a lot of play. I think it's going to see play in Standard as well.
Yeah, so when I was streaming, my deck list had 2 copies of Underground Mortuary, that's the Survey land. Alexei only has 1, so he was not able to fetch for the second one. And also, his Dread Arbor already died, so there was not that many interesting land to fetch, so he just went for the Overgrown Tomb.
Yeah, Danny is sitting on 2 copies, I think, of Stubborn Denial. I mean, maybe it's 1 Stubborn, 1 Consign.
Yeah, Consigned to Memory, a card that you play main deck for various reasons, mostly because, you know, Draz is so popular, but also you can stifle your own Flage.
Light Triggers,
You can just stifle a lot of various things.
Yeah, but these 2 cards are not great against creatures. They're not great against Yavmod. They're not great against what Alexei is trying to do without the cards like Court of Calling, right?
Yeah, so it still counters Agatha's Cauldron and Walking Ballista because they're colorless, and there's no Delighted Halfling to make uncounterable Agatha's Cauldron. Let's see what it is. All right.
There's the Yavmod.
Ooh, this is the Yawgmoth, but there's not that many things to sacrifice. So Alexei, what could have done was not fetch, keep the Mystery Forest there. Maybe actually fetch first to make sure that that land adds 2.
Okay.
That's both because of the forest and because of the mana. And then you could have had deployed Yawgmoth, only with 3 lands, but one of the land being a creature that returns, so you can sack it to draw a card and get back a land.
Okay.
Although Sign of Drake obviously stops, giving X-Proof to every creature, stops the -1/-1 counter on the opponent creature. So that's very good, and why maybe this matchup is a little bit, you know, hard. There's still a couple of copies of Boseiju to get rid of the ley line, but...
All right, in the meantime, Danny correct his fetch land, pulled out a Thundering Falls. Yeah, the Skrylands, I'm really curious how the Wanchitong and crack your fetch land dynamic is going to change Modern, because everybody plays a couple of copies of the Surveillance, right? And you really want to play that or get that into play at the end of your opponent's turn, but that always plays right into Wanchitong. So it is going to be interesting seeing how that plays out this weekend, if players are going to, you know, change when they fetch. But in the meantime, this Scion has already gotten Alexei down to 8, so looks like he might have just 2 turns left to find his combo.
Yeah, well, his combo is going to be very hard to find with Yawgmoth, also because Yawgmoth doesn't really go off anymore. There's no Blood Artist combo. It's just a tool to just give you more speed, just accelerate towards the other combo, which now involves Agatha's Cauldron, it involves Walking Ballista and Young Wolf. But the Stubborn Denial and Consigned to Memory in hand from Danny will stop those interactions. So I think the advantage bar is definitely in favor of Danny right now.
Yeah. I'm a little sad that this deck no longer plays Tribal Flames. The last time I played Domain Zoo was with Gaia's Might and Gaddock Teague and Tribal Flames. It was 15 years ago, but that was a different type of zoo. That had a lot of burn spells and a lot of, you know, reach. But Flage, very similar to that, extra lightning bolt effect. And I think Danny realizes he's attacking in chunks of 4, so shooting Alexei would not and shorten the clock here.
And do you know how much life total that Flage gains Danny? It gains 6 because Flage has lifelink because of Sign of Draco.
Yeah, that's true.
So it gains 6 because it's also black.
That's true.
It is a funny little interaction. Of course, now life total won't matter at all because we have already so much life gain from the Sign of Draco. Actually, you talked about Zoo from back in the days. I remember one of my first Pro Tour had you top 8, and I believe you were playing Zoo, Pro Tour Austin, or am I wrong?
It was Pro Tour Austin. Yeah.
Oh, were you playing Zoo?
Yes.
Okay.
And I lost the quarterfinals because I was deciding on which anti-graveyard cards to put in my deck, and I decided to play 1 Jailer, 1 Crypt, and one Revenue Strap. And then I drew the Jailer. or no, that I drew Gedektik, played Gedektik, and I had a trap in my hand that I couldn't play. But yeah, that's just a little, you know.
The Nombos back in the
Yeah,
days.
a little bit of a Nombo and bad deck design, but.
All right, what is that token that just gave him to play? Oh, that may be an Eldrazi spawn by Malevolent Rumble.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the graveyard isn't shown on camera. We will try our best to fix that for the later round, because obviously graveyard's very important for you know, to get a full picture of a Magic board state. But I believe Malevolent Rumble was cast, and Alexi ideally, you know, found.
I think he found 4 lands actually in that Rumble.
Oh my God, that is not good. But again, Danny with that 1 mana up, representing both. I mean, not only representing, having in hand both Stubborn Denial and Consent to Memory, just gonna make sure that Alexi cannot resolve an Agatha Soul Cauldron. Okay.
Yeah, Danny seems to be firmly in the driver's seat.
Ooh, there it is, Boseiju.
Boseiju, okay.
Just for 1 mana, because of course, Yawgmoth is legendary. We need another Boseiju for the Sign of Draco.
That cannot be countered. It is also. I'm also curious how many cards Danny has in his graveyard, because we're getting pretty close to escaping that Fledge. I think there's a lot of fetch lands.
Yeah, exactly. He's been fetching the whole game.
So the Boseiju activation gets Danny another Steam Vents.
Untapped, of course. Life total again is not a thing. Pretty sure Danny's missing some life total. He's been attacking with Sign of Draco for a long time, and the Fledge gained him 6 life, so he should be higher than 24. But again, not really something that matter in this game. And there it is, Agatha Soul Cauldron, the card that brought so much success to Alexi Polo, is not going to resolve. Stubborn Denial.
Yeah, Danny's super ready for that. And I think with that fetch land, if there's another Surveillant in Danny's deck, I think it's very likely the Fledge comes back next turn.
Yeah, Danny just needs a white mana. Just a Sacred Foundry will get the job done. Attack for 4. We have to tap the Sign of Draco, but that doesn't matter. And then we're just going to bring back that Fledge for lethal.
Yeah, there we go. Crack that Arid Mesa.
Ooh!
Oh, wow. Okay, I think there's exactly 1 copy of Endurance in Alex's list. That's
my
pretty
God.
Funny. We're going to stifle that trigger.
Stifling the Endurance trigger, of course. And Endurance has multiple trigger. Danny is going to only consent to memory the one that wants to get rid of the graveyard.
Yeah.
Got a basic plains, and then
2 red, 2 white. Yeah, there we
4
go.
plus 3 is indeed 7.
Wow, what an exciting end to the game, though. I thought Alex was for sure dead. I forgot that 1 copy of Endurance was in his list. He did end up having that tapped out, but still had interaction, but Danny was ready for that, so he picks up game number 1. I think we can maybe take a quick look at the deck lists again and start talking about sideboarding. So if you're playing Yavmod, what do you want to bring in against a deck like Zoo? Or let's start with Zoo.
Let's start with Zoo.
Yeah, if you're playing Zoo,
so
what are your worst cards? You should always start with that, see how many cards you have to board out, and then you look at your sideboard and see what you can bring in.
Yeah, so I have the deck list here of the players on MTG Melee, and I can see that Domain Zoo has a couple of Wear Tear, which may be important to kill that Agatha Soul Cauldron in case it sneaks in through your counter spells. You also have Wrath of the Skies. I don't know how I feel about this, because Bajimo Cub turning on the Earthbending a land, that does not die to Wrath of the Skies, so I'm not sure if the Zoo player even wants to cyber very much. You have Surgical Extraction, which of course can get rid of all the Young Wolf, that may be relevant. So overall, I don't think Danny needs to change very much. He just needs to draw as well as he did in game 1.
Okay.
That is never easy, because of course he had both Leyline and Scion alongside with, you know, Lightning Bolt and counter spells. That is really the dream start.
What do you think your weakest cards are in the matchup if you're the Zoo player? You want to board out something expensive?
Yeah, I would say the weakest card is Ragavan. Because a combination of just Young Wolf, Walking Ballista, and Bajimo Cub will make it not very good. So I would get rid of the Ragavans, and I would bring in some more interactions from the sideboard. I wouldn't bring in Ashiok or, you know, just a little bit more interactions. Yeah, that's what I need. Yes, we see here to the left. A very good thing of these tournaments are the open deck list.
Yeah. How does that change? Yeah, how does it change the dynamic? Like, do you think there are certain decks that you wouldn't want to play in an open decklist field that maybe gain a couple extra percentage points in a closed decklist environment?
Yeah, so it definitely changes the way players play, and I think in a good way. I really love open informations. I love the players to be able to, go on coverage freely without needing to worry about leaking informations. So I'm a big fan of open decklist, and I hope that open decklist would be just adopted even in Spotlight Series Day 1, which is not yet a thing, but I like open decklist tournaments a lot more than closed decklist tournament.
All right, and for game number 2, how does Alexei approach his sideboarding? What does Yevmod want to change against Zoo?
Yeah, so one thing that I found out playing this deck is that you really don't want to sideboard spells. So yes, you have Puddle Push in the sideboard, you have Tosses in the sideboard, but those are nombos with Dredger's Insight and Malevolent Rumble, so the more you side, just the worse your deck gets. So I would only side those in if it's just very, very necessary, playing against combo decks or things like that. So I don't think Alex is going to change his deck very much. I think he's going to bring in Outland Liberator to deal with those Artifact and Enchantment that are very strong, maybe Force of Vigor, but honestly, really not that much. Like, the less you sideboard, the better it is, I think. Once again, this is very often the case with like toolbox decks such as Yawgmoth that are just very important to just be solid. Make sure that this like Dredger's Insight and Malevolent Rumble don't fizzle.
What do you think is the Swiss Army knife sideboard card of the format? Like, what's the most
Consigned to Memory.
Versatile, Consigned to Memory. That might even be the most played main deck card.
Yeah, honestly, Consigned to Memory. It's going to be for sure the most played card of the tournament. Lots of copies are now in the main deck because of cards like Quantum Riddler made it like so good to just play it in the main deck. But it is definitely the defining card that you must have 4 copies in your 75.
I like how you can use it both defensively and proactively with your own threats. But it looks like the players are ready for game number 2. Wow. Danny once again starts with a leyline, but I do believe this time he took at least 1 mulligan, if not more.
Yeah, well, it's that combination is so powerful that it's not going to matter how many cards you have in your hand once you do the thing. But again, Alexei Polo has some interactions with Simbo Seiju. Godless Shrine untapped and passing. That means either 1 mana... Oh, wow, it's bluffing.
4 cards left, so Danny took a multi-5.
He was bluffing here. He doesn't have either Consignment or Stubborn Denial.
Yeah, but he probably realizes this is not a matchup where I'm going to be dying too quickly to my opponent's attacks. He also has Scion to play on turn 2. So yeah, the 2 life points do not seem to matter all that much, but the fact that he doesn't do anything here, that's kind of a giveaway that there is no Stubborn Denial.
Well, but if I'm Alexei here, I'm thinking, okay, my opponent has Consent to Memory in hand.
Because, yeah.
And I'm going to play around Consent to Memory the whole game from now on. So those 2 life, I think, are worth the information.
The bluff. Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
The best sort of force spike or the best counter spell is the one that you don't have, right? The one that your opponent plays around, but you don't actually have it. So Alexei plays a Malevolent Rumble here. It looks like he's going to be picking up Agatha Soul's Cauldron here.
Yeah, and now he also puts Yawgmoth in the graveyard, which is very important with the Cauldron.
And the Wolf gets in there, puts Danny at 17 life. And it is now his turn. He's going to be able to deploy that turn to Scion and put Alexei on the clock. And I believe he has another copy. So this could be a quick game if Alexei doesn't put together the combo in time. Arena of Glory, okay.
So those 2 lands are extremely bad together.
Yes.
But thanks to Leon of the Guild Pact, these are very good because Danny can exert the Arena of Glory and play a hasty Sign of Draco. Although if he does that, his Arena of Glory won't untap, and if Danny doesn't have a 3rd land, he's not going to be able to deploy the 2nd Sign of Draco. But it looks like he does.
Yeah, there it is. Attack for 4 with haste. So pretty good opening for Danny despite the move to 5. Puts Alexei at 14, and yeah, he has his work cut out for him. He's going to need to find his combo pieces very quickly.
Yeah, and one of the keyword that's missing to Silent Draco, he's aced. He has a lot of keywords, but
that's true.
He's not have aced. So Arena Glory deploying that one. All right, but Alexei can already win the game. He can already win the game.
Like Cauldron and another Wolf?
He can go Dredger's Insight, Cauldron, Ballista for 0, and just win.
Okay.
Infinite life. And he's moving so quickly.
Yeah, this is usually a sign of, yeah, okay, you're not really thinking, you kind of just have it, okay.
we've seen him being very, very, not slow, but like he thoughtful. And now it's so quick that it makes me think that the game's going to end.
Yeah.
Let's see, though. I mean, obviously.
This is just modern in a nutshell. You're never safe.
No, especially if you tap out on turn 2.
Yeah.
There it is.
There it is, the Cauldron.
Oh, and it's not even the foil copy, so Alex has a second copy in his hand, the one that picked up the last turn. Walking Ballista for 0.
Okay, yeah, explain to me, why is he playing it for 0? It doesn't make sense, it dies, right?
Oh, he doesn't even need the Dredgers inside. He has the Spymaster's Vault. So the game is over.
So walk us through the combo. So the Ballista died, that allows Alexei to do what?
So he's now vocally saying, I'm going to shoot my Young Wolf infinite times. The Young Wolf is going to die and return not infinite, but like 40 times.
Okay.
It's going to create 40 dice trigger, and then I'm going to use the Spymaster's Vault to connive 40 times. I'm going to draw 40 cards, discard 40 cards. I'm going to discard, you know, a lot of non-creature spells. Non-land spells among them. I'm going to put 20 counters on Young Wolf, and I'm going to shoot you for 21. And that's it. He didn't even need Dredgers inside because he had the land in play. So the new combo piece of Yawgmoth doesn't involve Yawgmoth.
That was fast.
Yeah, and
Turn 3 win.
And you saw Pulo taking the second Cauldron because the opponent bluffed a consent to memory, so he needed to take the second Cauldron there to, you know, make sure that we would go off safely. So yeah, this is what happened, and
there's nothing Danny could have done, right? He had probably the best draw his deck could muster. He didn't have that turn 1 interaction, but he kind of bluffed it. Even if he did have Stubborn Denial, wouldn't really have done anything against Rumble. And then he had the turn 2 Scion haste out with the ley line in play. It doesn't really get much better than that if you're playing Zoo, but yeah, Alexei just had a turn 2 win. Thanks for playing.
Yeah, I mean, combo versus aggro. Combo sometimes spikes those like very powerful sequences and wins. Aggro is just consistently doing the thing. So maybe if aggro had an interaction, like in game 1 we've seen Lightning Bolt, we've seen Stubborn Denial, he would have won. But the fact that Danny didn't have interaction made it just cold to the combo.
Yeah, I think Danny really needs to have that Scion in play and untap. Once you untap with the Scion in play and you have access to some interaction like Stubborn, like Consign, Lightning Bolt, whatever it is, then you're in a much better position. But that turn 2 on the draw, when you have to pass to your opponent, you are super vulnerable. Here we take a quick look at Alexei's sideboard again. Do you think anything changes here based on play or draw? Like maybe you want to have, you know, Thoughtseize on the play, not on the draw, or the other way around?
I mean, as I said, I don't think you want to bring in spells. You want to be as combo-oriented as you can. Alexei, I believe, is even playing only 3 Walking Ballista, so that's like even a little bit less. I mean, I was playing 4 when I streamed the deck. There are 1 copies of Orcish Bowmaster, which is a card that I didn't have. I would probably take that out in this matchup. Yes, it kills Ragavan, but your deck is just so good against Ragavan that I really don't expect Ragavan to be in the deck post-sideboard. So yeah, maybe you can bring in Grist, but if your opponent does the leyline thing, Scion again, the Grist is not even able to do anything.
Is Yavmod at the top of your list of decks you expect to do well this weekend?
I wouldn't say it's on my top, but I would love Yawgmoth to do well. I would love to cast more Yawgmoth because this deck is super fun to watch.
If you're playing Yavmod, what are the matchups you're actively looking to play against?
That's a good question.
That's always my question with the deck, right? Because it seems like it has a lot of 50-50 matchups.
Yeah, and you can even say that some of them are, you know, for example, Tron beats you very much, and Alexei doesn't even have any copies of Fulminator Mage, so that is a deck that I try to avoid. I think you're good against creature decks, though. Decks that just...
With no interaction?
Yeah, have little interaction, like... I mean, no interaction doesn't really exist, because this is modern. If your deck is successful, it needs to interact with your opponent, or just kill you on turn 1 or 2, like Neoform. But that's not really popular anymore. All right, the players are seeing their new hand. We're playing game 3. Yeah,
that doesn't mean anything. We're still kind of waiting for Danny to decide. Okay, he did actually keep a hand this time with no ley line. So just from one flooded strand. That means his draw is going to be much weaker, or his start is going to be much weaker than the previous 2 games. And Danny starts with a tapped land as well and passes back.
You're just so happy to see the opponent not have leyline into play. Leyline of the
such a big difference.
Into play.
He did board in Wrath of the Skies.
Okay, yeah, I also saw he heal Spellbomb. Alexei puts a card in the graveyard. Again, we're sorry that the graveyards are not shown yet. We're gonna try our best to make it on camera in the next rounds. But yeah, Innata Triumph comes in. That's the 3-color land. So now with just the steam vents, we're gonna achieve the domain on turn 2.
So we have an Ebsen Triome. So what do we need? We need red and blue. Okay, we need steam vents to play a sign right now. There is the Flooded Strand, and the fact that Danny cracks it right away tells me that we might be seeing a sign without a ley line on turn 2 yet again.
Yeah, either Scion or a card that Danny hasn't played yet that is very good, Territora Kabu, which is, of course, a very important piece of the zoo deck.
Which one would you rather have on turn 2 against that mod?
Without leyline, Kabu. Kabu beats for 1 more, it lets you loot. It's very powerful.
4/4 is nice, but without the leyline boost, not that different. Okay, so here is the new cool card from Avatar that Alexei has on turn 2, puts a counter on
the survey land. Because if that land dies from like either a removal spell or just Yogimoth sacrifice a thing, I'm gonna get an extra surveil one since it's coming to play tapped anyway. That is cool.
Alright, Mesa is the play for Danny. Attacks for 4. And does he have a way to deal with the Cub, or is Alexei going to be able to work with extra mana for next turn?
Yeah, Silent of Draco tapped for the first time in this game.
Looks like a lightning bolt to me. Yeah, that deals with the Cub.
Yeah, and this is why the Cub is powerful. It's a play, you know, it dies to lightning bolt, but it still did something for the next plays.
Wow, and there is a territorial Kavu, so yeah, now Danny's on the play with the interaction on turn 2, makes sure that keeps the board clear on Alexei's side, plays another 5/5, and now Alexei is under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, so an interesting thing is the mana base of Zoo. It kind of changed recently, and I really like the second edition of the second copy of Steam Vents. Very relevant because those decks are now high on blue, and yeah, this is a very common sequencing. Okay, so we see Spellmaster's Bolt that comes to play untapped because of the Underground Mortuary. And there it is, another Cub. And now we can airbend another creature, and that Mortuary now adds 2 mana. Let's see, what's the 2-drop of choice? Alexei hasn't played a Dredge's Insight yet. Oh, Spore Frog, wow.
Okay, that's a different one.
Spore Frog, I haven't seen that.
I haven't seen that one in a while, yeah.
It was legally modern.
So that's gonna buy Alexei a lot of time. It's essentially a time walk here, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a fog. I wouldn't say it's a time walk. I would say it's a fog. That's not, you know.
It's going to buy him an extra turn. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, it's a gain 9 life.
Look at the hard rate now. Alexei is chilling.
Yeah.
No big deal. I got my Spore Frog.
I got my frog.
Yeah.
And then you can, like, Agathos will conjure the frog and do it over and over.
Yeah.
Wow, imagine that. Agathos will conjure with a frog under it, and then you just fog your opponent every turn. It's like another way of, like, what's it called? Izarkron Scepter or Enchant.
Yeah. What does Danny have? I think Danny does have interaction, though. There is... So he chooses to attack with the Kavu, discards a Stubborn Denial. I think he has a Wrath of the Skies in his hand.
Yeah, I love the comment saying, not the frog I was expecting to see at a modern tournament, because of course he's talking about Psychic Frog, which is a much more popular card. All right, we see the left halfling sacrificing. Wow. That left halfling would have added 2 mana, by the way, because of the Cub. So to my understanding, Alexei has a lot of mana. Oh, okay, no, it's just blocking for fun.
For fun, for fun and profit. So yeah, that does soak up a little bit of damage.
9 damage. That's a lot of damage. More than half of the life. 1 mana gain 9. It's not too bad because the Kavu would have had trample because of the Scion, so it's not easy to chump it.
And now Danny gets another chance to play something post-combat. He does have Wrath of the Skies.
Oh wow, Wrath of the Skies is going to be able to kill the Cub. But actually, if it kills the Cub, it also kills the Kavu.
Kavu, that's weird, right?
That's why I said it was not a very good sideboarded.
You want to use it here for Axis 1 just to kill the Halfling? Just because you don't have any other play? Oh, he does have a Flache. Okay, that is a much better play. So that deals with the Cub.
Flache takes out 3 mana because the Cub would have added 3 extra mana.
Yeah. That's a great...
Just imagine that, like a 2-drop that adds 3 mana. It's like a Gilded Lotus type of thing.
Black Lotus.
Well, Black Lotus for once. You know, fetch lands are probably better than that card.
So Danny does a good job of slowing Alexei down every turn while attacking with his board.
Okay, we see Grist, and now without ooh, and now Alexei can sacrifice the underground mortuary and scry again. That's powerful. So Grist, the Hunger Town comes in, -2, sacrifice a creature, destroy a creature. That's the mode we're gonna choose. Danny cannot Cyber Denial the Grist because it's a creature on the stack, and that's an interesting thing. So yes, we're gonna kill the Sign of Draco, and then the, oh yeah, okay, no, it needs to come back. The land needs to come back. Okay, yes. Because when I first played with Bajimo Cub, I thought that the Cub needed to be in play. It's not that way.
The land just gets the ability forever. Yeah.
Exactly, the land gets the ability forever. So even if you kill the Cub, the land, yeah.
That's just how Earthbend works, yeah.
I would have honestly preferred to fetch in response to the Surveil, because if you have a good card on top, now we can't fetch.
Yeah, these are the little things that really, you know, can make the difference in Modern. Like all the sequencing really matters. But back to Danny, he does have Flage in the graveyard. We cannot see exactly how many cards he has there, but he played at least 3 fetch lands. So he does have 3 fetch lands. He has a Scion in the graveyard as well, so that's at least 4. And he looted away that Stubborn Denial. So I think Danny does have access to enough cards that would let him escape Flage. Yeah, I think that's exactly what we're going to be seeing.
Flage comes in, we can now shoot at the forest. The forest will come back tapped, and then we can attack the Grist. I think...
Okay, that looks like a good plan. Or you could just shoot the Grist right away.
Shoot the Grist right away and attack face.
But that leaves the opponent with an extra mana source, right?
No, because the forest is a land anyway, even if it's a creature or a land. It only adds one.
Oh, it will come back as a force anyway. Right. You do leave them with an extra creature.
Yeah. An extra creature only, but again, it may not be as relevant. Oh wow, look at that Spore Frog. Danny's hand is so good that he doesn't want to loot, so is thinking about exiling a card, and with, of course, Agatha's Soul Cauldron being a pillar of Alexei's deck, is choosing to exile a card with a powerful effect, activate ability effect.
Yeah, as the chat is pointing out, Alexei also does have Dryad Arbor as a surprise blocker in his deck. So that could have possibly stopped the Kavu from killing the Grist if he did end up killing the land instead of Grist.
I think Kavu would be pretty happy to kill a land on attack. I would say that a land is more powerful than the Grist, but I think what's relevant here is that not only the Grist died, it got exiled. It's very important.
Yeah.
So Danny play actually was better because it exiled the Grist.
Back to Alexei, who is at 10 life.
Yeah, oh no, I thought it was we really are looking for a Agatha's Soul Cauldron here. Because if we do that, we have the Spore Frog, which is gonna buy so much turns. Alexei is thinking about how to tap. It's very important that we leave that
land on tap.
The land on tap, because if we find Young Wolf and Walking Ballista, we win the game. Oh, wait.
2 Young Wolf, there's a Cauldron and a Green Sun Zenith, so is that going to be enough?
Okay, it's not enough because we don't have Young Wolf.
We don't know what the last card in hand is.
But the Walking Ballista will, sorry, the Agatha's Soul Cauldron will be able to get Spore Frog. We gain 1 life as well, which is super relevant.
Okay.
And then what we can do is play Agatha's Soul Cauldron, target Spore Frog, gain 1 life, and now we can like sacrifice this forest.
Yeah, to buy yourself an extra
and the
turn.
forest even comes back. But the Flage will still kill a thing on attack.
The one thing Alexei doesn't know is that Danny is working with that Wrath of the Sky, so he does have the option to sort of reset the board and keep his Flage.
Yeah. We see Green Sun Zenith in hand. Alexei is now checking the graveyard to see if there's Dryad Arbor already seen, but no. Dryad Arbor was not fetched this turn, so it will be able to fetch Dryad Arbor. Green Sun Zenith has, of course, a lot of cards that can be taken from very important pieces like Young Wolf, but here he's just going for Dryad Arbor. Okay, so now we can use this Dryad Arbor to both just add more mana next turn, chum block, sacrifice to the Spore Frog. A lot of opportunities. Again, we're playing a deck with so many options. Okay, there it is. Spore Frog goes under the Cauldron. We gain 1 life. I don't know if I would have played the Zenith that quickly, though, because just Zenith gives you Young Wolf, which is so important for your deck. So
The Dryad Arbor doesn't seem like it's going to change that much.
yeah, maybe I would have held the Zenith in my hand, but Alexi is the Agathos Cauldron master.
He sure is.
Danny has a copy of Wrath of the Skies, which is going to be able to destroy Agathos Cauldron, Dredge's Insight, Delighted Halfling, but not the other 2 permanents.
Yeah, I think that was exactly what Danny was just doing. He was reading the card to say to see does it destroy creatures or non-lands? What exactly does it say?
Yeah, Perniche's Deed would be able to destroy those forests and Dryad Arbor, but not Wrath of the Skies. But at the same time, though, it also kills the Kavu, so there is that. All right, so we're attacking. There's 2 triggers. One is Kavu that's going to pick up the graveyard once again, but there aren't any, I guess, Scavenging Ooze is the only card with an activate ability. And Flage is, wow.
Face, so that puts Alexei to 9.
Ace, and not going on the Dryad Arbor. That's surprising to me. Oh, I guess it makes sense, because if you shoot a Dryad Arbor, it just sacrifices for the Spore Frog. I guess we could have shot the Halfling. But no, we're just discarding a card. And the forest gets sacrificed to the Spore Frog ability, and then it comes back because of Earthbending.
Okay. So that is going to prevent all the damage. And there's the Wrath of the Sky. So Danny does decide to play it for X equals 2. This is going to kill the Cauldron. It's going to kill the Halfling, but it's also going to kill the Kavu.
No, no, no.
I think the
Oh, yeah, also the Dryad Arbor, because it says maybe it says creatures. Yeah. I guess the Wrath of the Skies does say that. Let me double check, but I'm gonna assume that, yeah, because it would be like, if it would be non-land, then it would have worked. But Wrath of the Skies said destroy each artifact creature. So it does kill the... Oh no, so we have nothing now.
Alexei just has a Young Wolf past the turn, and Danny found a Leyline Binding that would clear the board. Flage attack, take 3.
And that's the handshake.
And take 6. Wow, that's the handshake. Congratulations.
Wow.
Danny Alfaro Padilla with Domain Zoo for moving to 2-0, 3-0? 3-0.
3-0, getting the job done without Leyline of the Guild Pact. Just turn 2 Scion, turn 3 Kavu Bolt. Just very fair Magic, this game.
This game seemed to me like whoever was on the play just had a super big advantage. I mean, that's just Modern in a nutshell, but like...
Magic.
It was just Magic in a nutshell. I am being told that we have a winner's interview ready, so let's check with Maria and Danny what they can tell us about the match.
All right. I'm here with the winner of round 3, Alfaro Padilla. Congrats.
Thank you.
So you're playing Domain Zoo. Could you tell us more about your deck choice?
Well, I think it was really well positioned in this meta right now because of the prominence of combo decks and deck that rely on enter the battlefield triggers. And so I just playing the Thrall. The Doorkeeper Thrall is like the best card in the format, the best anti-meta card for me right now. Okay. And Zoo is a really good deck to play in a big tournament because it just has the decisions it has are really important, but it has not a lot of triggers, and you just can't focus on the game a lot and not be, for example, with Amulet, you have to start the combo and...
Yeah, so
not that
it's a solid and safe choice for a big tournament.
Yeah,
right?
and pretty safe for me.
You probably knew that you were facing Golgari Yawgmoth, so featuring this.
Yeah, I was checking out, like, first time playing versus the new card, the Mole, and it was a pain because if I let in untap on the last game with that card, I think he will beat me like 100%. The pairing with that card and Cauldron just makes a lot of mana, and it's pretty easy to combo. Yeah.
Okay. Well, do you have any expectations?
Well, let's see how it goes. It's just round 3. We're on the right path, but nobody knows. Let's keep the great game.
Okay, now if you have any shout-outs, it's your time.
Un saludo para mis chicos de Albacete. Os quiero.
All right. Well, back to the casters.
That was great. Congrats to Danny again.
Yeah, we got some Spain beating France in the first round. I love whenever we cast the tournament in Europe, players from the whole country, but I don't know if they said it yet, but this is not just Europe, right?
Yeah, I think we have some players from Dubai,
From South Africa.
some players from South Africa. There's always so many players from so many different countries. You have obviously the main European countries in the middle, but you also have Iceland and like so many different countries that people come here from. I'm being told we have the second feature match ready for you guys, which is going to be between Marco Vassallo, who is the Magic Online
Yes,
champion.
he won the MOCS a few years ago.
And we also have Yanis Kyriazis.
Yeah,
and
and Italy versus Greece on the second match.
They're playing two decks that I'm pretty excited for. Marco is playing 4-color control, including the new hot deck, which is
Washington.
Washington. You heard it there.
The old bird that's gonna stop. Well, actually, the matchup here, Washington doesn't shine because
True.
We'll
get to that.
We'll get to that.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
anyway, Marco loves 4-color control. He's just been playing Vrenn 6 back when Vrenn 6 was a good card in Modern.
Okay.
Now that card doesn't see that much play anymore, but he just loves the card so much. So yeah, no copies of Omnath, unfortunately. The color remains the 4-color Omnath, but the card has unfortunately just left. It's a little bit too slow for what we're used to. But 4 copies of Orim's Chant will make sure that the game goes in the right path from Marco.
So this is basically 4-color Super Friends, which is a bunch of Planeswalkers.
A lot of Planeswalkers.
And a lot of reactive
Look how many
spells.
Planeswalker. There's 13 Planeswalkers.
Yeah, that's pretty good. So what is this deck trying to do? You just kind of controlling the pace of the game with all the reactive cards, and eventually you win with a Planeswalker or Wanchitong?
Yeah, you have like very old cards in this deck. Path to Exile, Antiferi, Hero of Dominaria, and Chase the Mind Sculpture. That used to be a deck many years ago. So, again, a very interesting take from Marco, who has been developing this deck on his stream. I raided him the other day and he was playing this deck. So it's cool to see that he chose to play this deck in the tournament. Of course, Washington, Librarian, the newest card from Avatar, 3 copies in his deck. It's maybe a little bit redundant, because it's a legend, but you have Force and Negation, so you can pitch the extra copies to the powerful counterspell.
4 copies of Orim's Chant. There is no Isochron Scepter. Is this normal?
Yeah, basically what you want to do with this many Planeswalker is you just want to stick a Planeswalker, gain some value, pass, in your opponent upkeep, kick the Orim's Chant. Your opponent can't cast spells and can't attack with creatures, and then you go to your turns and you draw extra value with all your Planeswalkers. So this is a way for you to just gain value over and over throughout the game. So yes, Orim's Chant is a card disadvantage play, but you get the advantage back by activating the Jace, activating a Teferi, your Dominaria.
Let's take a look what Marco is playing against. That's a deck in the hands of Yanis Kyriazis, and he is playing Izzet Affinity. That was the deck that was very popular. Shuhei Nakamura went 8-0 with it at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities, which I think is when most players kind of took notice that, oh, what is this? What is weapon manufacturing, Claws of Gix? What is going on here?
Yeah, this deck is very similar to the one Shuhei piloted to a top 16 at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities, as you said. Yeah, I mean, this deck got so popular with Edge of Eternities because of Pinnacle Emissary. Having those busted draws where you cast it on turn 1 and then you play a lot of your zeros, floating the board, and you can play Kappa Cannoneer as early as turn 1.
0, wow.
Yeah, well, turn 1 on the play with Mox Opal. So yeah, Mox Opal definitely powerful, was probably the strongest card in Modern. You talked earlier about what's the strongest card in Modern, you said Flage.
Yeah.
I think Mox Opal is
Mox Opal,
the best card in Modern.
Okay. That's the most powerful one for sure.
Yeah, and also, yeah. Urza Saga is amazing.
Or Saga.
Deck. Yeah, with Lava Spore Boots, you can kill your opponent the turn after, like 2 turns after. Yeah, no copies of Emery. Emery is usually, no, I'll say too slow. I don't want to say too slow because Emery is obviously not too slow, but it tries to do a different game. It tries to do a game of value, whereas the main deck wants to be all about just busting opening plays and weapons manufacturing, engineered explosives, killing your opponent.
Right. You just want to be explosive. You don't want to kind of just mess around too long. So I believe we're going to start with game number 2. If I'm correct, then Yanis won game number 1. So we're going to pick up with game number 2 with Marco and his 4-color control on the play. So let's move to the feature match area and see if the players are ready. I think I see 7 cards on the side of Giannis, and Marco also seems to be keeping his hand. So
yeah, Marco.
Nope.
Famous for his very good result at Pro Tour Barcelona. That was the Lord of the Rings Pro Tour. He got 9th with Espregorio back when Espregorio wasn't very popular. So he kind of like started popularizing that archetype at the time. Now, you know, again, like he just loves these control decks, these Omnat piles. I remember him going Eternal Witness, Ephemerate, Time Warp. That was, you know, he had some success with that deck as well. So definitely a player that loves these control decks. And right now, I mean, I don't want to say control deck is bad, because we've seen Pachi Sanchez coming 2nd place at the Pro Tour with just get control. But definitely the versions of controls are a little bit different than they used to be. No, again, no more Omnath is a thing. No more. You know, Ren and 6 used to be such a force in the format, and now it's just not that game winning anymore. A turn 2 Ren and 6 on the play used to be like, oh, the game is over.
Yeah.
And now, you know, the format is a lot faster than it used to be.
Who would you give the upper hand in a matchup like this? Is it the control deck that has access to Wrath of the Skies, although only 2 copies, and I don't really see any more sweepers? Or do you think it's the affinity deck that does have the explosive starts?
I mean, Giannis is 1-0, so I'm going to say Giannis has the upper end.
Whoever wins the die roll.
But yeah, so we see, does Giannis have Pinnacle Emissary on turn 1? He does.
All right, that's the warp mechanic.
But we're post-sideboard. So Marco has access to one of the most defining card in Modern, which is Mystical Dispute.
Okay. Wow, but he pulls up a Temple Garden. So what is going on here?
I'm gonna assume there's some sort of response, like Orim's Chant.
Oh wow, okay, yeah, nice warp. We're gonna let that card exiled, and you can't play anything else. So
I've actually never seen this interaction before.
That's cool. Marco just ensuring that Giannis doesn't get to have that explosive start of, you know, playing his engineered explosives and format script and whatnot to create tokens to basically make extra mana sources in an affinity deck.
Yeah, this is actually a straight up answer.
That's good.
I swear I've never seen this interaction before. All right, Sacred Foundry untapped. Does that mean Ren and 6 is on the way? It is indeed. Wow.
Gets the fetch line back. I'll get some more value. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the mana base is very painful. Marco already at 15 on turn 2, but look at that. Giannis just drew another copy of Pinnacle Emissary. Boom. And it's turn 2. And Marco thought, okay, so I got rid of that explosive start.
Now
I'm chilling, but you know.
Yeah, so let's see what Giannis is going to be able to do with that emissary.
Yeah, so I mean, Marco can still answer to the first artifact after Pinnacle Emissary with a Solitude. And that way, we will be once again stopping the emissary. Pinnacle Emissary is back. And Mem Knight.
There we go.
Do we have a response?
Trigger number 1.
Drone on its way.
Oh, no response. Wow. Token number 2, Mox Opal. Do we have a follow-up?
Oh, is this a Kappa Cannon? Oh my god. Turn 2 Kappa Cannoneer.
Wow.
That's such a good start.
through an Orim's Chant on turn 1.
Such a good start. There's even an extra drone. Of course, triggers can't be missed. This is Paper Magic. The players need to... Oh, okay. Well, it looks like drone is on its way. Nope.
Yeah. Nope. All right, never mind.
Never mind. Yeah, of course, in Magic you have to represent tokens with actual tokens and not with dice. Dice is meant to be +1/+1 counter or loyalty counter.
But, I mean, Marco has a lot of ways to get out of this, right? He can just play it to Fairy, bounce the Cannoneer.
Well, no, you can't do that because Kappa Cannoneer is Ward 4.
Oh,
that means that, Marco,
yeah, it's going to be hard to deal with that.
Well,
yeah.
Marco has one of the best answers to Kappa Cannoneer, which is Solitude. It only... Because you can
it's going to take an extra turn, yeah.
And then take 4.
It's really hard for these decks to deal with the Cannoneer, yeah.
But we'll see. Also, Marco has lots of Orim's Chant to buy lots of times, and then he can, like, maybe... I don't know. I'm trying to be positive right here.
Yeah, he does have the Solitude, but it's just going to... What I'm saying is it's going to take him a couple of extra turns maybe to really be able to start dealing with it. That running 6 is in trouble.
Yeah, Urza Saga, another super good card against control decks. And then we see the Pinnacle Emissary that was warped pumping. The Cannoneer can't be blocked, which is also super relevant because Marco can play one of his Washington. Well, not with this mana base.
He doesn't actually even have double blue, so...
Yeah, the mana base is a killer.
Let's see how Giannis decides to attack. I think that Cannoneer is most likely going to attack Renin 6 in the tokens.
I would just ignore Renin 6, honestly. Just go all face.
Just get your extra lands.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go face.
Yeah, I mean, that's why Renin 6 is not doesn't see play that much anymore, because sure, you get the extra lands, but the modern games just last so little that the card advantage you gain from lands is not gonna snowball into an actual value. But we're gonna surveil here, hoping to draw that Solitude. That is such an important card right now for Marco to deal with, the Kappa Cannoneer. But even there's so many things on the board. There's Urza Saga that's gonna go on turn 2. Yeah.
I'm looking through Marco's sideboard if he has access to something like a Wrath of God type of card.
Yeah.
I don't see anything like that. He has a third Wrath of the Skies, but that's pretty much it.
Yeah, March of the Warlight is very good against Urza Saga, but again, unfortunately, doesn't seem like...
I have time to do that, yeah.
I mean, we're in end step. If Marco has a March in hand, is going to be able to cast it now with those 2 Anaya lands. But it is crazy to think that, you know, this was just Marco being on the play, curving out, Ormstrand into... Okay, now we see something end of turn. What is it? Boseiju on Pinnacle Emissary, and I do see Solitude in Marco hand. So we do have a way to deal with Kappa. Boseiju is going to be able to kill the Pinnacle Emissary, although Giannis has a second one warped. So
that's true.
There is a Saga and a second Pinnacle Emissary warped. So
Marco is in a lot of trouble.
He's in a lot of trouble, but he does have a Solitude at least.
He does have a Solitude. He also has 6 life.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's going to take his entire turn to even deploy the Solitude to deal with the Cannoneer, and meanwhile, he's still being attacked by those Drawns.
Okay. Ooh. Let's see, draw for turn.
Plus, as you mentioned, his mana base is super painful, right? It's not going to be that easy for him to even play 2 untapped lands in the next 2 turns.
Yeah, well, the mana base so far dealt Marco 6 damage.
Yeah.
It's going to deal a 7th one if he cracks a fetch land to play that. Okay, Renin 6 is pinging a drone down. And then we play Mystery Forest from hand, go down to 5, which is the range of...
attack for 5.
Attack for 5. No, I was thinking about Lava Spore Boots. Yes, Lava Spore Boots is going to be lethal next turn. Because you can make a construct with Saga, play Boots, and keep it.
Yeah, Marco's going to use the fact that Giannis cannot play
Metallic Rebuke right now.
Metallic Rebuke. He's going to play the Subtlety, the Solitude right away, pay for Ward.
Yeah, you have to announce Ward if you play Giannis. If you Giannis, you have to, like, again, this is paper magic, you have to announce your triggers. So Marco waits for Giannis to declare the word, the trigger, not the warp trigger. Okay, and now the turn is over to Giannis. Let's see if he's going to be able to just kill Marco right away. Or do we just pass the turn with Urza Saga? Which, again, very good, but Marco does have a powerful play if he untaps, which is Wrath of the Skies. He's going to be able to kill Urza Saga and the construct.
I was excited to see Wanchitong, but as you said, this is not exactly the right matchup for it, so it is very likely Marco just boarded them out.
Yeah, because I was saying there's no fetch lands in Giannis deck. Yeah. You can't force your opponent to shuffle the deck with Boseiju.
Of Ruins or something, yeah, Boseiju.
Okay, drone goes in and deals damage to face, untaps. Do we have Wrath of the Skies?
But Giannis decided not to play the Pinnacle Emissary because I think he's just going to make another token with the Saga and try to win that way. And that way you also save some resources for a possible Wrath of the Skies. So looks like both players' heart rates are going up a little bit. Do you have the sweeper or do you not?
Yeah. A couple of cards in Marco's hand, so yes, there could be a sweeper. No, but that's not the mana to cast Wrath of the Skies. Maybe a Teferi. You can go Teferi Bouncer as a Saga.
Wow, but there is a sink into Stupor. That's going to go back to your hand. Thank you very much.
Okay. So, yes, Sink into Stupor is bad, but at least... No lands were played. But at least it means that there is not going to be a construct end of turn.
That's true. That's actually a pretty big deal.
Lava Spore Boots is still lethal.
I wonder if Giannis now regrets maybe not attacking the Renin 6. Because it is providing Marco with a land drop every turn. It also means that he can shoot the drones if he so chooses.
Yeah, but at the same time, by doing that, it was just one turn shorter kill. With
That's true.
Like if the Soichik wasn't there, Yanis would have won the game last turn. Anyway, Saga goes up to 3. We can make a construct, and then we can go Lava Spore Boots, equip the construct, attack phase. That's lethal.
Okay.
Of course, we're playing Magic. Instant
After
Speed is a card.
Exile, Solitude.
Worm's Chant.
Yeah.
Let's see now. We have Urza Saga on 3, making a construct, and then Saga dies. Let's see what card we get.
I wonder what the chat thinks. We have been talking about this before the match, but what do you guys think the best card in Modern is right now? There's a lot of cards that you can make the case for. Mox Opal, Urza Saga, Flage, Consigned to Memory. What would you say is the most powerful card in Modern right now?
Yeah, there is, of course, Boseiju, which were cast last turn. So Renan 6 picked up Boseiju. That's a very powerful recursion that you can do. Marco had the option to Boseiju the Urza Saga when Yanis didn't have mana to make a construct. I wonder if that was the best play, because that way we wouldn't have had both the construct and Lava Spore Boots. Let's see what's happening here. So maybe the Marco just has Orm's Chant, but then he would have probably done that in Upkeep Kicked. So
I wonder if he also has a basic Plains. Like if he doesn't have a basic Plains, he's going down to 1.
No, I'm sure he has a basic Plains. Yeah. He has banned basics. No, only blue and white basics.
Wow, it takes it down to 2.
Okay, so Yanis decides not to equip the Lava Spore Boots, which is in play on the side of the screen, to hold up 2 mana.
There's a Mishra's Bauble.
Mishra's Bauble gets cracked, goes away.
We do once again apologize for the zoomed in camera. We're gonna fix that for round number 4,
which is the next round.
Yeah, make sure that we show the entire graveyard and everything around the table.
Yeah, this is just we've been live for just half an hour. We will be definitely fix things as it goes, but yeah. So Yanis didn't threaten lethal, and Marco said, "Okay, you don't threaten lethal. I don't play my
exactly." Yeah, I think I would have liked Yanis maybe to try to be a little more aggressive. Like do have the answers, play the answers, use them.
Okay, let's see if there's a Wrath of Disguise, although Yanis has this 2 mana up, which makes me think, okay, but
Ren kills a token.
Yeah, Ren goes from 3 to 2, and then Teferi is going to be back.
That'd be the perfect answer for the construct.
We can bounce the construct, draw card. Marco's thinking about his lands. A very, very important thing when you play those 4 color is to know what's going to happen to your land. So that's an old border Teferi. Bouncing construct. Teferi is not resolved. So Yanis didn't threaten lethal.
Did Yanis draw the cards from the bubble?
Well, again, that's up to the players. Maybe that was a missed interaction. But also we don't see too well. So let's say we don't even know how many cards Yanis has in his hand. Untaps. Marco passes the turn without making a land drop, which is also a big tell, because it means that he has 4 spells in hand. Ooh, Subtlety is gonna come in on the Warped Pinnacle Emissary. But Yanis does have lethal once again. The Memnite with Marco at 1. Man, it's crazy if Marco wins this. There was a drone miss-trigger of the Kappa Cannoneer like 4 turns ago. That would have just gave Yanis
That is
the
true,
win.
yeah.
And
would have made the game so much different, wow.
Okay, wow. Yes, Marco manages to untap alive. Unbelievable stuff over here.
Boseiju in response to Boots equipping the Memnite.
Again, maybe that Boseiju should have gone on the Urza Saga, but at the same time, the way Marco played, he played around natural Boots.
Yeah.
Like from hand. Again, we're talking about, we're casting like, one of the best modern player that we have in the room. So it is really, really nice to see how he interacts. Okay, that Urza Saga is not gonna untap. We're gonna take Boseiju, and play Boseiju on that Urza Saga before it's going to be able to make a construct.
His Renin 6 has gotten Marco so much value this game. It is crazy. It's picking off the 1/1s. This is going to be the third time Marco's going to be able to use that Boseiju.
Tune the Narrative. That's another card that you know, takes a while to get some value, but it is there. Gaining those 2 energies so that Wrath of the Skies can be played only for 2. Removing those 2 energies.
Yeah, now thanks to Teferi, Marco can also play that sweeper at instant speed.
Yeah, Teferi was already ticked up, yes. But that's what you do with your Planeswalker. You untap, draw, tick up your Planeswalkers so that you don't forget. But then as you play the turn, you think, oh wait, did I tick up my Planeswalker? Yes, you did. First thing you did. So Marco doesn't play Boseiju. Once again, we definitely play it a little bit different there. I would have just slammed my Boseiju there. But again, I don't know Marco's hand, and if he had Wrath of the Skies, then it makes sense.
So what kind of plan does Giannis have now? Like, does his deck have any kind of reach? Like, he doesn't play Lightning Bolt, so what is his best shot at winning right now if he's playing against basically an infinite Boseiju? It's going to be really hard to do it with artifacts.
Infinite Boseiju. You know, when the card Boseiju got printed, the world just was like, oh my god, Infinite Boseiju with Renin 6, that's so broken. It turns out it wasn't that broken, but you know, now we see it's doing very well. Teferi goes up to 3.
Marco just basically has a free Vindicate every turn now.
And also, he doesn't have lands. He just has spells in it. Is that another Teferi? Yes. Teferi goes, comes back, goes on 1 loyalty, bounces a construct token, draws a card.
Yeah, perfect answer.
Aridmeza, it's not very good.
That's not going to do much, yeah.
Please put that Aridmeza away from the table. We don't want you to die like this because you forget you're at 1 life. Because, of course, there's no comeback. If you crack that fetch land, you are dead.
You have some ways to gain life, right? You have Solitude.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Technically, if you spend a lot of cards, you can maybe gain some life back.
Back in the days, we used to play Omnath. That was the easiest way to gain life.
Stabilize and gain some life,
Giannis ran out of fetchable lands.
Yeah, so this is a 2-mana, destroy any card you have in play, basically.
Only 2 island and 1 steam vents in the mana base. Fiery Islet. And we're now going for the steam vents. Okay. Wow.
Marco's going for the ultimate victory of leaving Giannis with nothing in play.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, you can't kill the basic islands, but you can go Emblem of Renin 6, and then you have Orim's Chant every turn of the game.
Yeah.
Because there's an Orim's Chant in the graveyard that Marco played on turn 1, and that, with the Retrace of Ren, can just lock up the game. Okay. 2 islands, Mox Opal. That's not a good board state. Sparkle of Canal. Does Giannis play a card?
And I wonder if
Wow, it's honestly amazing that Marco won this game. You know, he's my countryman. He's a person that I know very well, actually.
Yeah. Wow, look at this, Blood Moon.
Oh,
It does nothing against Boseiju.
Yeah, I honestly wouldn't have played it just because your opponent that you cited that in.
There's 2 ways you can approach this, right? You can show it and then board it out for game 3, if that's your plan. Maybe if I'm on the play, I don't want that card. Or you can not show it and make your opponent think that you might not have it, but then have it for game 3. Yeah, Giannis is basically done at this point, right? He has no lightning bolts, nothing kind of like haste, untargetable, something.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, we're definitely not siding out Blood Moon. Blood Moon is super important in this matchup, especially on the play. So, you know, that's not going to be something that we side out. And Marco is always going to play around it. Not too many ways to play around it. Okay, so Ren is at 7. It is time.
It is time.
Let's see if he goes for the emblem or if it ticks up again to make sure that you have a... I see a second Ren, so we're going to -7, get an emblem, play a second Ren, pick up back a land, and now we can retrace the Orim's Chant. We have 2 taps slightly different, but it's not going to matter. Ren 6 takes back a land, and now we can Orim's Chant every turn of the game, making sure that we have a land.
What a game. The ultimate victory for Marco at exactly 1 life manages to stabilize, and now he's going to be able to lock out Giannis out of the game with...
Then eventually he's going to win the game by casting a Solitude and attacking a bunch.
Yeah.
So,
wow.
That was amazing, honestly. It's just so nice when a player crafts a win out of
come back from a hole.
Pieces. Maybe the opponent misses a key trigger, which is of course again, we're playing paper magic. In paper magic, you're supposed to, and you have to remember all your triggers. We're not playing at Marina, we're not playing on Magic Online. If you miss a drone, that's gone, and it's not gonna come back.
That was a great game. Let's take a look at the sideboards now. This is what Marco is working with. We're pretty sure that Wrath of the Skies came in for game number 2 and 3. Is there anything else he wants to bring in?
And also Solitude came in. We were casting game 2, so we've seen a Solitude which is not in the main deck. It was just a cyber card.
It's Solitude?
Yeah, that's the 3rd card. It's an old border Solitude. It was a reprint.
Subtlety.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
March of the Otherworldly Light also super important because it exiles the Urza Saga. The way March works on Urza Saga is like Urza Saga comes in, the first chapter goes on the stack, you can march it before you're even able to add mana.
Oh wow, okay.
That's a very powerful interaction.
That's a good answer, yeah. And the cards that you think Marco might be boarding out against the aggressive matchup, something slow, like the Wanchitong, obviously we talked about that already. There's not much searching in Yanni's deck, except for the Infinite Boseiju. Then he does get to search every turn. So, but it's pretty slow, right? The Wanchitong on the draw just seems like one of the worst cards you can have.
Yeah, being on the draw, it's brutal in this match.
It's just already bad. What about the Teferi Hero Dominaria?
I mean, it's funny to say, but Teferi Dominaria it can pitch to both Subtlety, Solitude, Force of Negation, all cards that you have in your deck. Maybe Chase Them as Sculptor is the worst card, but honestly, I don't love Renin 6. But we've seen it doing so well in the game.
You do need to have some value cards for the mid to late game. Like when when you're using a lot of sort of 2-4-1s on yourself, you're using these subtleties and solitudes to slow down the opponent. It does take a lot of resources, so you do need that Jace or Teferi to get back some cards. What about Giannis' sideboard? You already mentioned Blood Moon. Is there anything else he wants to bring in?
Emery, I think it's a very good card in this matchup. You definitely love a very powerful card advantage engine in a matchup where the game is going to go for a long time. Not that much else. Maybe Mystical Dispute, because it's good at countering that Teferi that we've seen do a very good job in that game, bouncing those constructs. Teferi can also bounce Urza Saga, which is another powerful play that Teferi can do. But we see Yannis mulligan in. Yannis mulliganed game 1 as well and opened a broken hand with double Pinnacle Emissary Kappa Cannoneer on turn 2. So mulliganing definitely a skill that you master in the modern format.
For sure, yeah, and like the aggressive decks really do want to mulligan because you are relying on that explosive opening draw. Like if you don't have that fast opener, then your opponent's just gonna play Planeswalkers and they're gonna bury you in card advantage while you're trying to, make a board of 1/1s later in the game when that's not really that helpful. So Giannis really wants to find that quick opener.
Yeah, so we see Marco staring at his 7-card hand, really hoping he has some free interaction. Solitude is, in my opinion, the best card I have in your opening hand in this matchup. Wow, a card goes on the bottom, and we are starting off. Does Giannis have Pinnacle Emissary? He doesn't.
He has a Memnite and another Memnite.
Representing, of course, Metallic Rebuke. But there's no 1-drop to play.
Exactly, there isn't much that, wow, and he plays out the Crypt as well.
Yeah, not too big of a fan of Tormod's Crypt, because you may just top deck a Pinnacle Emissary next turn, and you want to go Pinnacle Emissary Crypt, make a token. Tormod's Crypt in this matchup doesn't stop Flage, because Marco doesn't play Flage. It doesn't stop Ura, because Ura is banned.
It is basically like a combo piece that you're using with Pinnacle Emissary to make more tokens, but it doesn't have a lot of use outside of that.
Okay, let's see if Marco has the Renin 6 on turn 2. Of course, Giannis now represents Metallic Rebuke with the Tormod's Crypt untapped and that Fiery Islet. Marco fetches. We can get Breeding Pool and go all the way to 4 colors on turn 2, but also to 15 life, which is, again, game 1, Marco. Okay, now we're going for the Temple Garden. This tells me 100% that Washington was sided out.
Yeah.
Because you can't sequence this way if you have Washington in your deck.
Renin 6 is so brutal here. Does it? It does. Wow! It resolves and just pings off the Memnite. So it is going from bad to worst for Giannis' side, who already took a mulligan.
Maybe Giannis wanted to play Kappa Cannoneer next turn, and now he can't anymore.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have 6 permanents.
Wow, this is brutal.
Yeah, man, I'm definitely rooting for my countryman. So, you know, I'm smiling right now. You can't see me, but Francis goes to 1, but next turn can go. Okay, that's a land untapped, passing the turn. And now Marco has a question. He has, do I want to kill this Vren to keep you off of Kappa Cannoneer for one more turn, or do I need this land and I want to keep my Planeswalker around? Maybe he has another way to deal with the Memnite. Maybe it's a Fairy Bounce. Let's see. His hand is full. I love to see that.
Yeah, there's a Solitude, there's a Wrath of the Sky thing, there's a Subtlety. He
Jace the Mind Sculptor in his hand.
Jace as well. Yeah, I think Marco is sitting super pretty here.
Oh, wow. The line gets cracked. We can't even play Kappa Cannoneer anymore. Okay, so Kappa Cannoneer isn't even that good because we have Solitude. So we can kill it next turn, of course.
It's too late now for Kappa Cannoneer, yeah.
To be that good, but yeah. Memnite keeps on countering the +1 ability of Vren. And then what? A Mox Opal comes in.
Well, foil Mox Opal too. There's a second Tormod script. Oh no!
Yeah, this is.
It's great with the Pinnacle Emissary. It's great when you're busting out Cannoneers. But if you draw it without the other cards, it doesn't really do a whole lot.
Yeah, that's what happens when you play mismatching cards. You draw them at wrong times. So they don't only don't do much in the game, they also look bad on camera.
Wow, there you have it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm definitely going to be siding with the people with the most aesthetically pleasing deck. And Marco definitely likes to make his deck aesthetically pleasing. Here we've seen the old Borders Teferi, we see the old Borders Solitude, and you know, I'm definitely. It
does look nice to look at it, yeah.
Yeah. Vren 6/6 up. Oh no!
So Giannis is able to use that Tormod script to deny at least a little bit of value.
Yeah,
that's not really the type of game you want to play.
You don't.
Wrath of the Skies, X = 0. I would like to destroy your board except for the 2 lands.
Mystical Dispute coming in. X, I don't know X. Just counter unless you pay 3.
And I don't think Marco really wants to fight over that, even if he has the ability to. Yeah, I can destroy your Memnite, your Mox Opal, but I mean, what are they really doing, right?
It would have been nice if the Wrath resolved, but it's not the end of the world if it
not a
doesn't.
big deal. You're still at 14. You're just being attacked for 1.
Yeah. I mean, Marco's at 14.
Okay, well, this one,
ooh,
that is a card that does something.
This is scary. This may be.
Fetch in response.
Does Marco have? Oh my God.
You can have a Boseiju.
Yeah, he has to Boseiju now though, because he doesn't have basic forest.
Except a basic island.
Are the only 2 basic lands Marco plays. Okay, there's a couple of March of the Otherworldly Light.
That's a good answer.
There's Prismatic Ending, 3 copies. Okay, let's see what's happening. I see Path to Exile. Okay, so Marco floated some mana.
I think Blood Moon just might be the only card that could possibly get.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, never mind.
We love to see that. March of the Light pitching Path to Exile, floating white, so X is = 3, exiling that Blood Moon. Out of the way, get it out. I need my 4 colors.
Memnite number 2, and I think Giannis is out of cards.
Ooh, was that drawn a Wrath of the Skies? I think that was a Wrath of the Skies. But Marco can also just go land go. Giannis attack with both. We flash in Solitude, block a Memnite, kill the other one, gain 3 life, and then start actually. Or doing it now to prevent a top deck of Kappa Cannoneer, that too.
Yeah, I think this is a great example of, like, even if you are ahead, it is good to think about, you know, what can my opponent draw? What are the cards I should be playing around? And Marco realizes if he gets that Solitude into play right away, he doesn't risk Giannis drawing a counterspell and the Solitude being in play. There's not a big difference whether it's in hand and comes in flashed out or if it is there right away.
Brennan 6 on its way to 7 once again. If you just tuned in, this is how game 2 went. Marco Del Sallo managed to win the game with an ultimate of Brennan 6 with Orium's Chant and also Possession. Like, yeah, Brennan 6 has just looked so phenomenal in this match. Like, I doubted it at the beginning. But
come for the Wanchitong, stay for the Planeswalkers.
Yeah. Boom.
Ooh, okay. Oh. There's a Rebuke. Yeah, exactly what you highlighted. Yeah, I'm going to play around the Rebuke with the first Solitude, which was good enough to save the Renin 6, actually.
Yeah, I feel like Marco has, like, if this Renin 6 die, I die. You know, I'm just going to play that way with my Renin 6 forever. Hedge Maze comes in. Actually, funny, but I think that very same Hedge Maze is one that that Marco lent me a while ago. You know, full art Hedge Maze. So I love to see that. Renin 6 goes up.
Man, Renin 6 has done so much work in this match. It's incredible. There is one of the best Planeswalkers ever printed.
Jace, the Mind Sculptor, once upon a time banned in Modern. Martin, have you ever played Jace the Mind Sculptor in Standard before?
Oh yeah, during the Callblade era, that deck was so busted. It got, like, half of the deck got banned in Modern like a couple weeks later.
Did you play Callblade at Proto Paris?
I actually declined the deck. I was talking to the rest of Team CFB, and they're like, "Hey, we have this really cool deck." I'm like, "Okay, can you show me the deck?" I look at it, I'm like, "Okay, this looks cool, but I have this Tezzeret Brew. I'm just gonna play that."
Oh yeah.
And I just basically turned down like the best standard, you know, deck in recent history.
Was that like the Shape a New Blasted Colossus?
It was the Blasted Colossus with like Kuldotha Forge Master.
Oh, okay,
like,
not even Shape a New.
Yeah, I did go 5-0 in the constructed version. So that was cool.
Right.
But back to the game. Giannis does have a Pinnacle Emissary, but he does not have any follow-up since he is empty-handed. So, yeah, it does look like he does have a board, but in reality, Marco's board is 10 times stronger, and we're kind of just going through the motions here. Marco just wants to figure out a way to play around, you know, some of the cards that can still possibly set him so far back, like a Blood Moon. But if he finds the right answers, then, yeah, we're just going through the motions.
Yeah, let's read Jace the Mind Sculptor, everyone. It's short.
Well,
it'll take a while.
Giannis might be trying to figure out how long does it take before you get to the
Marco trying to win the game with an emblem of a different Planeswalker every game. Game 2 was with Brennan 6 emblem. Game 3 maybe with Jace the Mind Sculptor Ultimate. You can see there the first Planeswalker ever with 4 abilities, and the second one being Brainstorm. Marco still hasn't done that. It just is plussing to avoid. I don't know what. Maybe a second Blood Moon. That would be the most devastating card. Holding up the Hedge Mates, probably for a mistake. Ooh, that's the handshake.
There's a handshake. Wow.
Love to see
what
that.
What a great game.
There it is.
We missed the first game when Giannis was able to come out of the gates really quickly with his Affinity deck. But game 2 and 3 was a masterclass in piloting control decks. You know, the last one life point is basically the only important one. Doesn't matter if you're at 20, 12, whatever, the only important life point is the one last one. So Marco was able to stabilize at 1 and take this game to victory. So congratulations to him for moving to 3-0.
Yeah, that was definitely a masterclass on how to play control. Do you want to be an aspiring control player? Definitely tune in on twitch.tv/IsThatTrueHero. He streams daily. He speaks Italian, but you know, you can go over that. But yeah, amazing game. I'm super happy to have shown it to you, and I hope you also enjoyed it at home.
Yeah, we wanted to show Wanchitong. Obviously, this was not the right matchup for it, but Marco does play a couple of them. We're going to hopefully see it in the upcoming rounds. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of it. It is one of the most impactful cards from Avatar. With that, that's going to be the closure of round number 3. We're going to take a quick break, and then Filipa and Simon are going to be back with round number 4.
The world's first sustainable deck box made a bold impact. For us, it's more than only a simple box that holds your cards. We are proud to see how the series has established itself in the community worldwide. We know you've been waiting for this a long time, but all good things need time to grow. Finally, it's time to give your commander decks the space they deserve. In the biggest ever of our sustainable Boulder deck boxes.
Water, earth, fire, air. Not long ago, we made it our mission to protect cards, shielding them from the elements. Only our Avatar The Last Airbender Squirrels could protect them. And when you needed them the most, we released them.
As you can see, the new Avatar The Last Airbender collection by Squirrels will protect your cards on your next adventure from all of the elements. If you want to know some more, check out the link down below.
Tabi no hajimari wa tsune ni michi e no ippo de aru. Sore wa yami e to tsuzuku. Hajime no ippo o fumidasu ni wa yuki ga iru. Soshite tabi no owari ni wa tabi o hajimeta toki no jibun to wa betsu ni natte iru kamoshirenai. Tabi ni deyo. Monogatari no tsugi no shou ga onushi o motte iru. 将軍の道を歩め侍の箱とともにアルティメットガードが送る冒険の第一章刀将軍の道近日発売
Hello everyone, welcome to Regional Championship Antwerp. I'm Filipa, joined by the one, the only Simon Nielsen. Simon, so good to be here back after 3 weeks, because 3 weeks ago we were in Liverpool, now we are here in Antwerp. How are you feeling?
I mean, you know, like last time I, had to like wait for so many months for us to cast together again. And this time, it was, back home, change my shirt, come back. That's all it was.
And for an exciting event, because Modern, I just feel like it's in the sweet spot right now. There's so many different decks. We are going to showcase a lot of them here throughout the weekend. A lot of things at stake. Pro Tour qualifications. There's always the 2 World Championship invites. But first, I want to take a look here as well at our caster fantasy draft. So to see what players we chose that we think are going to do well. Simon, start by explaining us the choices here.
Yeah, so I had a bit of a theory question to ask myself for this tournament. So these players, a lot of them who are showing up here, are playing this tournament to qualify for Pro Tour Northern Eclipsed in Richmond come February. But there are some people here who are already qualified for that Pro Tour and are just playing the tournament for, like the World's Invite or just to play Magic, a big stakes Magic tournament. The question is, will the people who don't have the pressure of trying to qualify for the Pro Tour, who can take it calmly, will they do better than the people who are trying to fight for that spot? So here I have chosen Sean Goddard, Oscar Christensen, Sergio Garcia, who just up 16 the last Modern Pro Tour, Lupi Guglielmo, who is the winner of the Magic Online Championship, also in Modern, and then Alexis Polot, of course, the winner of the Spotlight Series in Liverpool that we just had 3 weeks ago. So those are my choices. They're all already qualified for the Pro Tour.
It's always nice to see what players we are going to choose that we see here over and over again throughout the different tournaments that we get to cast, and familiar faces and names of the public. So let us know, Twitch, chat, YouTube. I know that we are live on both. What player do you think is going to do better here this weekend? You can see which players are playing here this weekend. I see a lot of well-known players. I see that Team Karsten, so Frank Karsten there chose some players that already won Spotlight Series or won regional championships, like we have Jelko there, Raul as well. I see a lot of these known names of the public. Mengucci is choosing here his friend Marco Del Pivo, always supporting his friend, very nice. We see Sean Goddard, another player that has been doing so well that you chose actually. Team Juza also with a lot of important names like Piotr Golgari as well, a player that is not qualified yet for Pro Tour, Tour, but it can qualify this weekend, and that we are actually going to see him play here now on round 4. So our round 4 is actually going to test Simon's theory. Who is going to do better? The players that are already qualified for the Pro Tour and the players that are not qualified for the Pro Tour, because we are going to have one player already qualified and one player that is not qualified. Simon, talk us about this matchup. What players are we going to see here?
All right, so back in 2015, some weird Polish kid got second at a Grand Prix with the most odd deck you've ever seen. He played a card from Worldwake, like some throwaway rare. It was called Amulet of Vigor, and it was like this crazy thing, played like bounce lands. It was a complete nonsense deck, and he got very lucky and got second place. Well, that player is Piotr Golgari, who is now known as Canister, you know, the Polish streamer, absolute Magic superstar. That was his first big result back in 2015 in GP Milan. And the Amulet deck is still around, and it's been evolving. It's, you know, it's gone through this whole cycle, and now, you know, there's no one in this room who does not respect the Amulet deck. So that's what we're going to see. We're going to see Canister at 3-0 pilot this Amulet deck.
That's going to be a good name, and playing against Canister, we have another deck that I feel like we've seen a lot, which is Boros Energy here, piloted by Team Kernical. So we do have a player that actually, you were saying, qualified already for the Pro Tour, right, Simon?
It's possible. I might be wrong about this, depending on who we're playing against, if it's Dean or Tim. So yeah, we'll see once we get the graphic up. Yes, because I might have like looked at the wrong round. It's very possible. But yes, so the Boros Energy deck is one that like it had kind of a like weird like turbulence in Modern recently, because it was like the most popular deck for so long, like ever since the NATO ban, basically. It's remained like the most popular deck in Modern up until right around last Pro Tour, and we do see Dean Comrie.
Okay, it's Dean.
Yes.
It's Dean.
So
okay.
Everything is good. Yeah, so Dean Comrie is actually got 11-3 at the regional championship in Bologna playing Standard. Went to the Pro Tour Edge of Eternities in Modern, which is a Pro Tour that Canister didn't get to play. And Dean went 10-6 with Boros Energy there. So that 10-6 qualifies for the next Pro Tour in Richmond. And Dean is still deciding to show up here just to play more Magic, just to play more with this Boros Energy deck, but is at this comfortable position, playing against Canister, who really would like to get back on the Pro Tour. Already played one last year. So that's kind of setup we have here. Something interesting to note, here's 2 copies of Path to Exile in this deck list to deal with Quantum Riddler is the main target. The issue is, when you play Path to Exile, you can't play Blood Moon in the same deck, because that's kind of a non-bow. You give your opponent a basic land, and then your Blood Moon doesn't work anymore. So Dean has chosen to go and respect the Riddlers more than respect the Amulets, and we'll see how that impacts this specific matchup.
Yeah, let's see. Our players are getting ready here for round 4. I believe they are both 3-0, doing pretty well here at the tournament. There's over 1,100 players, Simon, and there's over $100,000 in prize pool. So another reason we see Velko playing this tournament, even though he's already qualified for the Pro Tour. Now we have here Canister's list, and why don't you walk us through here, Simon? What are the cards that we are expecting from Amulet? Is anything here that is not seen in other Amulet deck lists, or is it pretty standard? This is pretty standard. It's running the
Canister trademark one-off Cultivator Colossus in this deck. So this deck is basically built around the Amulet of Vigor with bounce lands or with lands that come into play tap but make a lot of mana. Well, if you make them come into play untapped, or maybe untapped multiple times in the same turn, you can generate a ton of mana. Primeval Titan gets untapped lands, completely bust the card. Scapeshift finding untapped lands. It can lead into this convoluted infinite combo. That's like kind of what Piotr is trying to do here. And this is a really good matchup for him against Boros, especially not seeing the Blood Moon, because this Amulet deck is geared to win on turn 3.
Yeah, I mean, very strong deck here, very strong choice, and here we will see how not having the Blood Moon will impact our Boros Energy player. And I think the players are ready to start here, round 4, starting very well here this weekend. And, you know, we have 8 rounds today, Simon. Players need to do 6-2 or better to advance in day 2, so 18 points. How difficult is it to do that 6-2 day 1?
6-2 is definitely not easy. Like, even these people who started off 3-0, like, they still have to, like, do that again, basically. Like, they gotta win 3 more matches. And it's so easy to go, like, 2-3. It's so easy to get 3 losses throughout a day. So, a 6-2 cut, this is what I heard players talk about. That is the tough one. And then, like, if you do make that, well, you can compete in day 2. Day 2 is still gonna be tough, but at least you're over that first hump, and you kind of just gotta repeat that result to have a good tournament on day 2.
Simon, did you notice that we have some art rates on the screen? And I would expect Canister to always be calm, collected, and we see that's true here with a very calm art rate here compared to what we've been seeing.
Yeah, Canister is no stranger to the competitive circuit. He was in the MPL back when that was a thing, and he actually ended up winning one of the Pro Tours, one of the Arena Pro Tours at the time, Mythic Championship 7. With John Sacrifice. He's also got second place at the regional players tour, the one time we had that instead of the RCs back in 2020. That was in Brussels where he got second place. On top of that, he also has 3 Grand Prix debates, including the one with Amulet Titan that I mentioned just all the way back in 2015. So yes, he is calm and collected as he now has the great start here playing a Boreal Bracer, ramping up into a turn 2 Spelunking, which further ramps him. And if Canister now has a land that generates a mana like Crumbling Vestige or another bounce land to play untap, he'll be able to play a Titan next turn already. Or he could just play land Scapeshift, and 4 lands with the Spelunking in play, you play Scapeshift.
Wow. That's
lethal. So we'll see if this Ajani here can make things happen for Dean. He has, very importantly, this Path to Exile sitting in hand, which could be a key piece for interacting with the Titan, but
just as late.
Dean says no. Feels like he's in too bad of a position to try and hold up that Path to Exile, because he would basically be doing nothing else with his turn and not dealing damage to Canister. So instead he is trying to go for this line here. It's not looking great either way, but this at least says that if Canister doesn't have a land drop, for instance, it's very possible that this deck could actually brick and not get there. But then you have something to do. Or he could more likely not have an action spell, because this deck does play like 32 lands. So.
Yeah, I see a lot of lands in hand there. We have another Urza Saga. We see like 2 Boussager, I believe. 1, oh no.
Yeah, it's a Crumbling Vestige actually, and I think it's only lands from here after the Spelunking, so let's see what it draws into. Can it find Escape Shift? No, it cannot, so that's just a second Saga being deployed here, and now Canister might be on a Construct beatdown plan.
I mean, that's always a good plan with multiple decks that play Urza Saga, just to go construct, and suddenly you're dealing so much damage. But let's see here what Dean can do. There's a Johnny in play, a little cat as well. Flage is in the graveyard. 4 mana available. And Dean knows that Canister is 1 top deck away from finishing the game, so dashing here Ragavan and attacking with everything.
And now, you know, Canister takes the chance to make a construct here, but Dean already knows that that's going to be responded with by this Galvanic Discharge. Only needs to deal 1 damage to the construct. And yeah, that's actually, it's kind of a nice scenario here that the game developed in this way. And I really like what Dean, didn't make the scared choice of just passing with the path up, realizing that, well, I mean, I'm probably not winning this game, but if I am winning this game, it's because Canister doesn't have any action. And if he has no action and just tries to rely on constructs, it's actually much better for me to just play the Flage, clear out the Grazer, and now I get to leverage these 1 mana removal spells against the construct tokens, and you can actually beat the board.
Oh, okay.
It's an amulet. So could just steal that just to taunt Beatra, but there's not much room for this amulet to do much in this deck list. There's like, I guess, 1 elegant parlor you could draw and put into play on
just
tap.
As a mental, you know, mental thing, like, you wanted it, I got it. Let's see here.
Right.
Canister needs to draw something important, but also we do have that Urza Saga going on chapter 3 and being able.
Yeah, this is interesting. Yeah, going to chapter 3 and can just draw an amulet for turn and could get that second amulet, which does kind of make the combo like more potent, but that's not really what he needs right now. He is probably going to get the Vexing Bauble out of his deck, which is a way you can just redraw and get that extra draw towards a Scapeshift, or a Primeval Titan, or a Cultivator Colossus, or a Green Sun Zenith, or a Summoner's Pact. All of these different things that you really are hoping to draw into. It's going to like go for the bauble here. So the interesting thing is that if he draws now into a Primeval Titan, he won't be able to cast it because he made a construct token. So Canister had to make the decision of if it was worth it to make the construct.
Yeah, tough decision there, and going for that construct. And I mean, let's see if he's able to find the Titan that he needs. we do have... I mean, Canister played a lot, as you said, this deck before, so knows exactly what to do in these cases. We have the Amulet there and passing the turn, so not much to follow up with. Really looking for a good top deck. Now on the Boros Energy side, we know there's the Ragavan that Dean dashed before. Is there a way to deal with the construct? There's also a Guide of Souls in hand. Art rate is up on Dean's side. I mean, it's not easy to play against Canister, especially Canister piloting Amulet. Not an easy spot to be in. Doing some math there, Dean. Wondering what he's thinking. 1 mana, we have that Guide of Souls being played. Then we have Dashing Ragavan gaining 1 life, creating energy as well. And now we are going to have just a pass because there's no way to deal with those... Oh, attacking here. Okay, so attacking with the cat and with Ragavan. And putting counters on Ragavan from the Guide of Souls ability.
Yeah, so this way, like, even if the construct blocks the cat token, Ajani will flip, and the Ragavan is in the air right now. So, yeah, this is a beautiful attack here from Dean, utilizing the God of Souls, and the extra energy that was gained through that Galvanic Discharge to kind of make things happen here.
Yeah, very well played. Now we have a flying monkey in the air. Now it would be fun if Dean gets from a Ragavan a Titan, just like, first I saw your Amulet, now I'll see your Titan. And let's see if Canister can do something here on the face of this attack. Like, does he block the cat? If so, that Ajani will flip. There's an untapped Urza Saga on Chapter 2 as well. There's Arctic monkeys and there's flying monkeys. These Ragavan.
It's also flying pigs, but this is yeah, there's a whole different variety of zoo things going on here, and this is a pretty big decision for Canister. Do you let your opponent flip their Ajani here in order to preserve your life total a little bit? And the big question is, essentially, what Canister needs to think about is, how can I preserve my life total and draw out the game? Oh, that's a shifting woodland being hit. So that actually, that's a land that is a key part of the combo. It means that Canister can no longer go truly infinite without that shifting woodland. So that was a huge hit by that Ragavan, making it even tougher. And now with an Ajani in play, Canister forced to win in a more fair way. Well, it's going to be a lot more challenging to do so, as now Cat can come down and also potentially clear up that construct token.
Yeah, I mean, Canister down to 8 life. Dean at a comfortable 21 damage. Going down here.
Just sending 3 damage upstairs. Dean knowing that this is representing lethal in a lot of ways next turn. And even for a Titan, with that Path to Exile in hand, Dean might be totally comfortable. There's even that Flage that can come back. And the Ajani that can activate again next turn. So this is going to be pretty tough for Canister to do anything about. He's going to make a second construct token, draw a card with Vexing Bubble. Is it what he needs?
We will see. Canister not showing us. Let's see what is there. I don't see.
I think it's just 5 lands in hand.
Titan, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
this is just the deck doing what it does best, which is flat out. That is what happens sometimes when you play a deck with 32 lands, and yeah, Canister knows this. You can also see the heart rate of him go up and up, like compared to how cool and collected he was in the beginning, but also Dean, you know, he knows, well, your opponent is just 1 top deck away from winning, and this is the most scary opponent, because Canister will not give away whether or not he drew a good card. So Dean is just concentrated here. What we're seeing, by the way, is Canister thinking about, oh, there's an Urza's Cave, and then there's also the Boseiju. Boseiju not being able to hit anything of relevance here. And the question is also, do you make another construct here before you go and search up this other copy of Amulet? So this is a bunch of 5/5s, actually, which can rumble in and potentially threaten that Ajani.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of 5/5s, but Canister down to 5 life. himself, so 1 energy. These energies are also quite important so Dean eventually can start making more creatures fly away.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough for Canister to because even if he attacks with 2 constructs here, it's not going to be enough to deal with the Ajani, because Dean can just chump block with both creatures. And then get the Flage from the graveyard, play the Ragavan, and then use the Ajani to deal the last 2 points. So Canister has to try and find a way to trick Dean into not making this play, or in some way, shape, or form make it seem like that play is not available. I guess from Canister's perspective, it's not a guarantee that there is the 5th card in graveyard for to be able to escape the Flage. So might just have to go for this line here. And Dean now has to think about, well, what are the punishes? Is there a way that this can be stopped? Something important, for instance.
There's also path to exile, right, in Dean's hand.
Yes, there's still the path in Dean's hand, and also the Combining Discharge. So there are ways that, Dean knows that he can get that extra card in graveyard, but Canister does not know that. And I don't think there's a Bojuka Bog in the main deck for this Urza's Cave to get, because that would be a way you could get around the Flage. Then by now playing the Urza's Cave. So I wonder if he has any tricks that he can do at this point. There's no life gain as well.
No life gain, and Canister just passing here the turn. Now we do see that a path to exile on the construct.
Getting an untapped forest now for Canister. I wonder if that makes any difference.
Canister really needed some lands here, you know?
Absolutely. It's exactly what he needed. It's really funny. I rarely see the deck draw the double Urza Saga all lands hand, where it's just a bunch of huge constructs battling down. But this is the type of game where Boros Energy is much more well suited to play. As we now see here, the Flage coming out of the graveyard, 3 damage to face, and Dean being beautifully rewarded for dealing the 3 damage to the face last turn. We see why this is a player who is already qualified for Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse. Someone who has seemingly come out of nowhere from Ireland. I'm not saying Ireland is nowhere. I just realized what I said.
Will clip this.
That's not what I mean. No, but seemingly, in his competitive career, hadn't played that many tournaments before Bologna, but went 11-3 in there, and then crushed a Pro Tour as well, and is now crushing this this champion. Obviously, getting a little bit getting somewhat lucky in the sense that Canister didn't have the payoff, but also played in a way where he narrowed the window as much as he could. Right, he tapped out for the Flage early, which ended up being a key moment for winning the game on this turn, and understanding that the only way he was going to win the game was if it went exactly like this has gone. So that could have been a Titan or Escape Shift on top of Canister's deck, and it wouldn't have mattered because of the way Dean played.
Yes, and speaking of Dean, we have here the sideboard. There's no Blood Moon, but there's Magus of the Moon. What else do you see here, Simon, that might be a good fit against Canister's deck?
So the 2 copies of Wear and Tear are certainly going to come in. They can deal with Urza Saga and Amulet. It's very possible that Canister will board out his Urza Sagas because of this reason, because it's such a blowout to get it hit by a 1-mana instant in the form of Tear. There's also the 2 copies of Dampening Sphere, which help a lot. They make the bounce lands and the Lotus Fields only tap for 1 colorless mana, so it can slow down the Amulet deck a lot. It doesn't always do a whole lot, but then even against something like Summoner's Pact, for instance, if you want to pack for a Titan, well, that's a 7-mana play because you have to play 2 spells. So the Dampening Sphere can be kind of annoying for the Titan deck and maybe buy you that 1 extra turn you need to win the game, at least if you play Boros in this way, where you make sure to always minimize the window of turns you need to win.
And I really like there, as you said, what Dean was able to do, really narrowing down. And now we have Piotr Golgari, a.k.a. Canister's Amulet Titan deck. What might come up against Dean's Borrow Energy?
Yeah, representing Team Handshake here. Lovely to see. And is definitely going to bring in the 2 copies of Firespout. And potentially, you could also bring in the Dismember. Now you know that there's Magus of the Moon. Normally, it's not a good idea to bring in Dismember against Boros Energy, because you often use it on their 1-drop, which, so you take 4 damage to stop their 1-drop from dealing you damage, which ends up being a bit counterproductive to your game plan. In other decks, where you need to kill the creatures, otherwise they kill you, that might make sense. But from the Amulet perspective, where your answer to the creatures is you just win turn 3. Actually, the dismember can be a disadvantage instead of like whichever card you bought it out for it. So typically it's just putting in the Fire Spouts, could bring in the Bazooka Bog to deal with Flash, but I don't think that actually comes up much. And yeah, I think that's about it. Maybe wants to bring in the Osavera to deal with the damping sphere. Like that's something you can do as well, but I also don't think it's super necessary. So Karsten might just trust in that his deck is well lined up for the matchup and just not going to sideboard very much other than those Fire Spouts, which also can be used as answers to Magus.
And being open deck list, players know each other's sideboard. They can also sideboard with that in mind, which ends up always being a fun mind game. Like, oh, if you sideboard damping sphere, then I will sideboard these. But there's always this nice fact that it's open deck list, and you know exactly what your opponent might have, and they know that you know, and you know that they know that you know, and so on. Now we are going to have game 2 with Canister on the play, and trying here to get this win. Both players 3-0, which is a great start to the day. There's 8 rounds today. Players are competing for over $100,000 in prizes, 36 qualifications for the Pro Tour, 2 World Championship invites. Simon, are you qualified for the Pro Tour and Worlds as well?
Yes, I am. Yeah, I'm currently in the depths of my Worlds preparation, which is coming up in just 2 weekends. It's going to be the World Championship. Yeah, we're going to play Standard and Avatar Draft. I can tell you, I've been drafting Avatar in the single LMQs on Magic Online ever since it came out.
And do you like it?
I think the set is like so fun. It's full of like resonance with the series. I've done 6 single elimination drafts against other Worlds competitors, and I've won a single match in those 6 drafts.
Oh wow! So you're waiting to win everything at Worlds directly, right?
Yeah, that's the plan, right? That's the plan. As we now see a turn 1 amulet coming down here from Piotr Golgari. Fun fact, actually, if you want to pronounce the Polish names, that L with the little thing through it is pronounced almost like a W. Głogowski, not Glogowski.
Głogowski.
Yeah, so that's the Polish alphabet is kind of interesting. It's got a bunch of funky letters and letter combinations, but
I just know that every time there's a Polish player, there's always the chat is flooded with Polska Góra.
Yeah.
We see the Ocelot Pride on Dean's side of the board. So what players with the turn 1 play? Let's see which one can make the biggest impact. As we see, Canister does have Grazer. There's a Spelunking in hand as well.
He has a Fire Spout as well, and it looks like maybe 2 Titans, and they're 2 different artworks. I'm not sure. So it might be the opposite of last game, where he just doesn't have that many lands outside of the one that he just put face down for no reason, just to annoy us, I assume. Okay, so that is a Simic Growth Chamber. So the decision is here. Do you pick up... So you can play Simic Growth Chamber and it untaps with the Amulet, and then you have 3 mana and you got to pick up a land. The question is, do you pick up the Boseiju, which would be like the normal play, or do you pick up the Simic Growth Chamber itself so that you have it for later? And Canister here deciding to pick up the Boseiju, playing the Spelunking, and then playing out the Boseiju here. So the hope with this line here is that you get a little bit lucky. You hit a land off the Spelunking. Now you can play a Grazer and then put into play that Boseiju.
And that happened there.
And if you get lucky again and you hit another land off the top, you're going to be able to play your Titan. So it has to be like a specific land, like another bounce land or Crumbling Vestige. By the way, we see the pulse of Dean being sky high as he witnesses Canister now with Amulet and play and tanking on how to play his turn, but
I mean,
got through it.
I honestly, I think Dean saw that turn 1 Amulet and it was like, okay, damn, this is going to be a difficult one. Now, we see that Dean has Voice of Victory. There's some choices there, but not much to stop what Canister might be able to do next turn.
It also, another good draw for Canister would be anything that produces red, but I guess anything that produces red actually also makes 2 mana and would enable him to play the Titan anyways. So this Fire Spout, I don't think it's going to be too relevant in this particular game. Let's see what the card... Oh, he can actually draw Vesuva to copy the Sacred Foundry. No, but I would even still be able to copy the bounce land. Let's see what he drew. It's a Lotus Field. That's another way to make extra mana. And that actually enables Canister to play out this Titan on this turn.
Oh, wow.
So the question is now, what do you do with the Titan? You also have a Green Sun Zenith, which makes it much more trivial to go for a potential combo line. And especially since you already drew the Lotus Field, it doesn't really take much to be able to set up where you Green Sun Zenith for a for the Aftermath Analyst and go off. So I think what Canister is thinking about here is whether it's worth it to go for that line, risking the 2 copies of Surgical Extraction that are in Dean's deck list, because remember it's open deck list. Or if you could just go for a line where you, let's say you get 2 Titans out and you just do something that is good enough, but not winning the game this turn necessarily.
What do you think might be the best choice, Simon? Or what choice would you take here?
See, that's I would have to sit and think the way Canister is. It's really hard to answer these questions off the top with the Amulet deck. I will say that even if there is a Surgical, it's like possible that it's not that bad for a Canister, but I have to go through the whole sequence of where I want to be going for that line and see if it leaves me and see like which board position it leaves me with. Like maybe I end up having to sacrifice all my lands to Lotus Field, and then it's certainly not worth it here. As we see the Titan come down with some mana floating. It might be a red floating, so he could get Handwear Battlements here, as well as another land. Could just get the Shifting Woodland, for instance, or something like an Ursa's Cave. Alternatively, could just set up to haste up this Titan, and then get some more untapped lands and be able to play another Titan post-board through that Green Sun Zenith.
Looking first all the lands, seeing all the options there, putting some of them aside.
Yeah, so the Ursa's Cave is a land that's really nice to get when you're trying to combo, because the combo essentially involves you have 2 Lotus Fields and the Aftermath Analyst, which you pay 4 mana to sacrifice it, bring back all lands from your graveyard. Then you have Shifting Woodland, which can copy a card in your graveyard, and so you copy the Analyst, and then you can sacrifice that woodland, bringing back the woodland itself, as well as the Lotus Fields and the lands that was sacrificed to the Lotus Field. And having an Ursa's Cave in this loop means that you can then go for any piece you need, such as going for that Shifting Woodland after you've already done the first iteration of Aftermath Analyst. And there's even thumbing the Teleria West here as a potential thing to get.
Yeah.
The main issue with getting the Teleria West and Simic Growth Chamber now is that you don't have double blue at the moment, because this is in combat that you're bouncing the West, and you can only transmute at sorcery speed. So this is just 6 damage coming in. And I believe that this is Canister not going for any loop, not trying to set something up like that. It would be a huge risk, I actually believe. Now I see he would have to get multiple Lotus Fields. It would be very sacrifice the Lotus Fields in play. He would not leave himself with that much mana.
Both players are trade to the roof, as this game has become quite intense now.
Yes, that's true. Wow.
There's the Voice of Victory in play. That means that Canister cannot play any spells during Dean's turn. Now let's see what amount of damage is Dean able to do, or what kind of setup is Dean able to do, knowing that Canister as an amulet, amulet and a Titan in play, and I mean, can not survive to tell another turn, let's say.
So the decision that Canister went for here is just saying, it's a decision that just let him develop his mana. Didn't cost him that much. Didn't have to sacrifice any bounce lines. He still has a lot of mana when he untaps. And he has a Green Sun Zenith and a Teleria West to go get another Titan. So he has 2 more Titans basically in the bank. And he's not facing lethal at all. He's pretty far away from lethal.
Oh, Magus of the Moon.
Except for this, Magus is the big punish for this play.
Wow.
So this Fire Spout actually is going to be very, very relevant in this game, because now the Magus fixes Canister into red mana.
Oh, wow.
Because it makes all the lands into mountains, and now you can actually cast a Fire Spout and be able to clear out that Magus, as we now see a City's Blessing being hit, and just so many tokens being created by the Ocelot Pride before the... it's a beautiful combo of Voice of Victory and Ocelot Pride, where even though the tokens that the Voice makes are going away end of turn, well, that Pride wants to see them and copy them, so just make a bunch of warriors and cats sitting there at the top of our screen as now Canister draws the turn, and might want to start out with that Fire Spout and then go from there, potentially playing another Titan already this turn.
Okay, let's see here the sequencing from Canister's side.
Yeah, Canister's just in total control here. He's not playing the Amulet deck as a combo deck right now. He's kind of just playing chess and trying to checkmate Dean, making sure that any avenue he has of winning. Oh.
I just want to say that every time that someone plays a deck that just does something on their turn and the opponent cannot do anything, this is the art rate that you're leaving your opponent with. This is what you're leaving Deans with. This art is going through the race here while Canister sets up this turn.
Oh, yes, indeed. Yeah, that's what happens. He can't do anything here. And that's actually just Dean scooping up here. Knows that this Green Santinus is, yeah, it's just going to be too much here. Either just going straight through the loop with Aftermath Analyst or just going for a second Titan.
The good news is that we will have game number 3 now with the Boros energy player on the play. And here, Simon, we just saw why Amulet Titan is one of those decks that has been in Modern for such a long time. And we saw different iterations of it throughout the years. And some players always prefer to play this deck when it's viable. Why do you think Amulet Titan has this capacity to survive so many different metas?
I think honestly, I think a lot of it gets by is just the fact that it works on a completely different axis than the rest of the meta, and it's a proactive deck, and it's hard to interact with, because it requires some very specific interaction that isn't just like creature removal, and isn't just ways to deal with counter spells, for instance. Like it's not that weak to like any of those things, and so no matter which deck has been on top. Well, if you can kill them on turn 3 in a way that's hard to interact with, well, that's just still going to be good enough to play. So that's why we have people like Canister who's been playing Amulet for a decade at this point. I said 2014 was the tournament where he got second place. That is 11 years ago. I believe it was like December 2014. So
that's crazy.
Yes, it is quite a while ago.
Boros Energy on the other side, a very recent deck.
Very recent.
A baby compared with Amulet's Titan.
It came out like, less than a year and a half ago.
Yeah, it was with Modern Horizons 3, right?
Absolutely. I guess maybe about a year and a half ago is when MH3 came out. So yeah, the Boros Energy deck kind of like shot up the ranking from that first get-go, getting so many cards from that set, Ocelot Pride, Guide of Souls, and a Johnny. And even Goblin Bombardment, I believe. Yeah. Like that whole package.
Galvanic Discharge as well.
Galvanic Discharge, yeah.
Rat as well, Right of the Skies. Yeah, so a lot of things coming from Modern Horizons 3. Now, Simon, do you think DN will also bring these Megas of the Moon Game 3 after what happened?
Yeah. So, of course he already knows, because since it's open deck list, that his Magus is weak to Fire Spout. Especially in the way where, like, Fire Spout, it's not that easy to cast in the Titan deck. But when your opponent has a Magus out, it's, you can always cast it. And get to deal 3 damage to each non-flying creature. And there are no flying creatures in this deck, unless you've used your Guide of Souls in something. So.
That's true. Now we have here the complete deck list from Dean's side. And now on the play, this game 3, so able to start maybe stronger and faster for sure. How important is Flage in this matchup, Simon?
This is one of the matchups where Flage is at its least important. We did get to see it win a game where both players were kind of low on resources. That's the type of game where Flage shines, if you can make the game about, it's not about anyone going completely over the top with all the cards in their hand. It's more about the end of the game where like resources are exhausted, you have a little bit of scraps left on both sides, and then the Flage can come out and dominate. But most of the time, it's just going to be too slow. I could even see Dean bought out some number of copies of the Flage. Though on the other hand, if you do sit with something like Damping Sphere and like these other hate pieces, and you've locked Canister out of winning quickly, then the Flage can act. The Flage plus Arena of Glory combination can be a way where you can finish the game quickly enough to not make Canister make a comeback.
Which 6/6 is stronger? Titan or Flage? Let us know in the chat, Twitch chat, YouTube. I know that we are live in multiple platforms. Let us know which one you like the most. Now we have Dean here on the play, starting with that Ocelot Pride. Once again, this 1/1 is always there to help out.
And this is the strongest art for this Boros Energy deck, enabling you to make such a big board presence out of essentially nothing.
Yep, so shuffling up here, let's see if, again, we have Canister with that Amulet turn 1. So both players, I think there's a deja vu, because they're having the exactly same turn 1 play as we saw game 2. The difference is that on game 1, Canister was on the play, and now Dean is the one on the play. So let's see here. what is the follow-up. I see an Ajani in hand as well as a Voice of Victory. Attacking here with Ocelot Pride, 1 damage, 1 life gain.
Yeah, so with that potentially Voice of Victory curving into an Ajani, you can actually get to City's Blessing already on turn 3 and make such a big board state that it should be lethal the coming turn, especially if you have a way to kill one of your cats and make the Ajani flip. But the question is, let's say turn 4 kill, is that going to be fast enough? Well, with this wear and tear, actually slowing down your kill turn, but making sure you interact with canister is the exact thing that Dean wants to do, because I didn't think that a turn 4 kill would necessarily be good enough.
But look at that, the Ocelot Pride is already making some little cat, and those are going to reproduce faster and faster. So Piotr now having to rethink the strategy, because without Amulet of Vigor, things are going to be completely different than what he first anticipated.
I feel like with how quickly these tokens reproduce, as you say, I feel like it should have been a rabbit, not a cat.
That's true.
As you see here, the Echoing Deeps is going to copy, is that a fetch land from the graveyard? Interesting. So
I think there's an Arid Mesa, yeah.
But you can also choose to just copy nothing with the Echoing Deeps, and it'll just come into play as an untapped land. The only reason that it is even being played here is just to make sure you can copy anything. I wonder if he has any fetchable that he could get that would allow him to cast this Fire Spout next turn. If he has like a red land to go get with that Arid Mesa, that would be a really funny way to access the red mana, but I don't think the deck list has that.
Okay, we have that Elegant Parlor here. We are going to Surveil 1. Let's see what card. Whatever it is, it's on top. I love when there's like a Flage surveilled in the graveyard, you know? It's always fun. Now we have Voice of Victory there, and we are going to make 1 more cat. As you said, Simon, they're reproducing like bunnies.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And 1 becomes 2, and 2 becomes 3, and 3 becomes 4 million. How it goes.
Mathematics.
Yes. It's a logarithmic curve if I ever seen one.
Yes. Now we see there.
Oh, actually sacrificing the Arid Mesa.
Yes, going to fetch there. Let's see what for what basic. Looking through the deck. Okay, there it is.
Oh, he has a commercial. What do you call commercial plot? District, yes, exactly. So he does have the red-green Surveil land, which he can get with the Arid Mesa. That is so funny. Punishing Dean for playing Arid Mesa in his Boros deck. If he only played Marshflats and Flutterstrands, this would never have happened to him.
That's true.
And now, actually, the Fire Spout is being, it can be played next turn to clear up all these cats.
Tough one. Let's see if Dean has a plan. What could be good if you know that your opponent is going to Fire Sprout? Maybe something like a Goblin Bombardment, or?
Yes, the Goblin Bombardment to just deal a ton of damage here would certainly be a big thing to get here. You could potentially burn out the opponent with Flage afterwards. Something that's very interesting here is this is the upkeep that managed to fetch this commercial district. And I wonder what he is specifically scrying for to draw on this turn rather than just passing and surveilling at end of turn.
Good catch there, Simon.
He might have something very specific that that he could draw that would change things a lot, or maybe.
Oh, Aftermath Analyst here. Okay, let's mill some cards. How many lands? 1, 2. Okay, 2 lands. There's another one in the. Actually, there's 2 more in the graveyard already, so 4 lands in the graveyard now.
Wow, so this Aftermath Analyst might actually serve as a bit of a like distraction for Dean here. Or at least it could potentially even turn off the Ocelot Pride scenarios. Because, well, I mean, you need to gain life to trigger the Pride, but the only way to gain life right now is to attack with it and gain the lifelink. But the 1/3 will block it, and then it'll die and not trigger. So Dean might have to play this Ajani here, and then attack with the squad, giving up his Ocelot Pride in return for flipping his Ajani, and then he can use the Ajani to clear out that Aftermath Analyst, which is a very scary thing when your opponent has that Analyst in play, because they can just ramp so much. And the interesting thing here is I don't think Canister's going to block. I don't think he's going to let that Ajani flip, because he would rather, or he's just going to block something that isn't a cat, of course, because he would rather make sure that he can clear up that Ajani with a Fire Spout. So I think this is actually purposeful. play out the Aftermath Analyst, it's a distraction. It forces you to play out your Ajani right now, thinking that you, like, you're gonna force me to block the Pride and flip the Ajani. But Canister has other plans, and now Dean must know, okay, if you don't block here and you just let me have the Pride, that can't possibly mean anything other than you might have a Fire Spout.
We're going to see a Seasoned Pyromancer here maybe, or a second Ajani.
Oh, but a second Ajani helps so much. So that's a way you can legend rule the Ajani, and then the one that stays around will actually have seen a cat die. He'll see his own
so it
reflection
will flip,
die.
exactly.
Yeah, so it'll still flip. And flipping Ajani here is huge because of how much damage it's going to represent to Klogowski's face. It's what, 3, 6, 8 damage? Yeah, 8 damage to face, possibly leaving around that Aftermath Analyst, putting Piotr down into Flayed range.
Okay, let's see here if Dean is going to... Yeah, counting.
So yeah, there's a big count here. Figuring out how much damage it is, and figuring out if you're supposed to go after the Analyst or go to the face. The reason to go for Analyst here would be that it's kind of scary if Canister plays an Amulet and then sacrifices that Analyst, gets back a lot of lands, but it doesn't actually give him that much traction, especially if he's a 3 life. Might not make him able to survive. So this is a huge decision here from Dean to go face or not, but decides to clear out the Analyst here and limit Canister's access to combo material. But now also, he has this huge board that Fire Spout is just gonna completely devastate.
Oh, wow.
And then the Warrior token, of course, as Canister points out, will go away here as we see like just so many cats being generated. It's like, because there were 3 2-1 cats made this turn, right?
How many cats are there? 1, 2,
4 million.
5, 6.
I mean, we already...
You were right, though. You were right. It's like 1 cat, 2 cats, 4 cats, 4 billion cats.
Yes,
you were pretty spot
that's how
on.
it works.
Yeah. But we do have, we might see here a cat cleanse.
Oh yeah, indeed. This is a, this is the exterminator coming out to clear up any bugs or pets that may be left in the house.
Why don't cats fly? It would have been so useful here for Din.
Actually, the Fire Spout, because Canister can also spend green mana on it, it's 3 damage to each non-flying and flying creature.
Okay, so it doesn't matter. The cats would be dead anyway, flying or not. But we do have the Ajani that got flipped, so even though we might see here a board wipe, that Ajani is going to still be there. And Canister at 11 life. Deciding here what to do in this turn that is very crucial. Why do you think, Simon, Canister here is thinking so much this turn?
So he knows that this turn he's just going to play Fire Spout. The question is, what's he going to do next, and how does his land sequencing impact that? Or can he actually go for Spelunking first and then Fire Spout afterwards?
Looks like going for Spelunking here.
Because the issue is that he's also like not at that much life, so if you just clear the board and you don't win quickly enough after that, the Ajani could just kill you anyways.
Yeah, so interesting play here, going for that Spelunking.
Right, and the play that he can make here, because he had a bounce land, he can Spelunking here, put the Simic Growth Chamber into play untapped, bounce the Commercial District, and replay that one untapped, and still have access to red mana this way. So it was actually guaranteed that he would be able to do it this way. And I think what's going through his mind is not actually as related to what's going down this turn, but just later, as we see Dean here just sitting there, waiting for Canister to make the decision that could decide the fate here. Is there a sweeper? Is there a way to win the game? Because even like bounce land into Crumbling Vestige into Scapeshift would actually win the game here. And Dean is just hoping that none of that happens. And then he gets to untap with all of these cats, which will certainly attack for lethal.
This is the last game here, game number 3 of round 4. Players are currently 3-0. They really need that win.
I think maybe Canister has the Scapeshift in hand. So that's what the decision is. You could just play the Fire Spout and do whatever. But actually, if you have deterministic lethal through the Scapeshift here, you would rather want to go for that. But instead he makes 4 mana, bounces the Shifting Woodland. Interesting. Doesn't want that in the graveyard. He can't sacrifice the Shifting Woodland to Scapeshift because the Aftermath Analyst is already in the graveyard.
Oh.
He must have another way to put a land from his hand into play. So right now, if he can generate enough mana and have Delirium, he might be able to like Summoner's Pact for and a Boreal Grazer to put in that Shifting Woodland. If he gets like Lotus Field, and yeah, I think that would actually work if he does have a Summoner's Pact in hand. Wow, so that's funny, yeah. So instead of, we've been talking about his Fire Spout this whole time. Kanister's not going to Fire Spout this turn. He's just going to win the game instead. And whether or not Dean sent the damage upstairs or not seems to have not actually mattered at all, as we now see the Lotus Field with 2 bounce lands.
Oh, wow. And here we see, like, Kanister was really thinking through the turn, like, can I combo, really thinking things through, and just showcases, like, Kanister has been playing this deck, as you said, for 11 years.
Wait, he's going for a completely different line. Oh, he's going for the Cultivator Colossus.
Oh, okay, so we're going to see here Cultivate of Colossus entering the battlefield. There it is.
Yes, that of course works too, and it's a lot more reliable against a potential surgical extraction, where you can still get something done. Yeah, this is the play that Kanister loves to make. You Scapeshift for some bounce lands, and then and a way to get Colossus. In this case, you already had the Colossus in hand. The Colossus, it's as big as the number of lands you have in play, which is 0, so it just dies immediately before it gets the trigger. But now this trigger is really fun to resolve. You put a land from your hand onto the battlefield and draw a card. Repeat this process until you run out of lands in your hand. And every time you draw, of course, well, you draw into more lands. We see here Kanister putting in 4 lands to begin with, drawing 4 cards. Well, these will also give more lands. Putting in 2 here, drawing 2 more cards. Is there another land in there? Oh, yeah, there is.
Lands, actually.
I think there was just one. It was a Titan.
Oh, yeah,
and because it's Spelunking, all of these come into play untapped.
Oh, wow.
So now this is your position. And now you can Fire Spout and play Titan. Okay, so this is... I thought for sure that he was going for a combo line. He might actually still be able to because of this Lotus Field coming in. This is just, you know, it is mind-boggling to see this deck play. And the like, creativity you have to play it with is interesting as well, because like, I've been describing some lines. And Kanister has often been going for other lines. Sometimes, you know, I might be off on my vision of like whether or not he was able to combo in the first place. But other times, it's just because he can see a line that just wins more safely, but is a little bit more convoluted. And that's like kind of the beauty of playing this deck, is that like, it's not that hard once you understand the first loops to pick up the Amulet deck. I really don't think so. I think that's overstated. But the hard part is that when you like, you can just, the better you know the deck, the more you can tune out these small percentage points game after game. A Amulet player who hasn't played that much as Kanister would have gone for just Fire Spout this turn, or would have gone for the just like going for Analyst combo right now, exposing themselves to Surgical, and maybe similarly in another game. But here Kanister is just milking the percentages by finding these lines where he can go through Cultivator Colossus and generate all this mana, as we now see represented here with these basic lands. So this is the mana in Kanister's pool.
A lot of mana, 4 green, 3 blue, 2 red.
Exactly, and that's the triggers from Lotus Field and the bounce lands resolved. As now we see the Lotus Field finally sacrifice itself, going to the graveyard, which means it's ready to be comboed with. So yeah, that's again, Kanister just having a good think, like, you know, do you need to expose yourself to Surgical once again, or can you still just make a line that is totally fine around that? But this is just saying, this is totally fine. I have enough mana right now. I can copy this
Aftermath Analyst.
This Aftermath Analyst with the Shifting Woodland, and then sacrifice it, because there is Delirium now with the Summoner's Pact as an instant, Scapeshift as sorcery, creature and land. Can bring back all of these. Doesn't need the second Lotus Field, because the Echoing Deeps, remember, that copied the Arid Mesa on turn 2, which is another brilliant play. To access the red Fire Spout. Ended up not being relevant in this game because of how the draws panned out. But is going to, the Echoing Deeps is going to be able to copy that Lotus Field when it comes back. And that gives you the second Lotus Field, which is enough mana to do the loop, where you can just keep doing this turn after turn. And generate, you know, infinite mana, and then like you can go find a Titan eventually, and make infinite copies of Titan with Mirror Pool, and you could you do whatever you want, basically.
Yeah,
with this combo.
Dean is just suffering there. I mean, not able to do anything, just waiting for this combo to play out or whatever Canister here tries to do. And honestly, Simon, I've talked with some players that are playing here this weekend, and a lot of them told me the same. Titan is a very good deck to play this weekend, but I don't have enough practice with it. So players acknowledge it's a deck that you really need to practice a lot to be able to play here. It's not just something that you can pick up and play a couple games and, oh, it's okay, I think I'll manage.
Yeah, I mean, I think you definitely have to know the first few loops, and it does look very hard to play the way Canister plays it right here. But I also would still recommend people to just try and play some tournaments with it. I actually have a theory. Amulet is doing really well right now, and it's quite popular. I wonder if everyone in the tournament at some point had played Amulet in a previous event. I wonder how good the win rate would be then, because I think a lot of the wins it gets is also from people just not understanding how to play against it, because they haven't practiced it themselves. And that's another thing that could matter a lot here, as you now see the full loop go off here. By the way, remember this turn started?
Yes.
It started with 3 lands in play on Canister's side. The Amulet had gotten hit by, by the Shatter effect from Wear Tear. That was something that happened on turn 2, and there was Canister kind of showed some signs of weakness. Just play a tap line and copy your fetch line. Next turn, the fetch line fetches another tap line. Play an untap line. Kind of doing nothing, and Dean completely going off here with all these cats. And then that turn, spelunking into bounce land, bounce itself, play it again, scape shift. And yeah, I guess maybe the cats, they can they can repopulate fast, but they can't outgrow a garden like this.
Yeah, the cats tried, but I mean this is absolutely insane, and I mean it's also tough to play against, right? Because if you're playing against an Amulet Titan player, they're just doing this, and you're like, okay, sure.
This is Canister, by the way, demonstrated that he can fetch out all the lands in his deck with Ursa's Cave. And essentially, he just needs to find a win con right now. So he needs to somehow get a Titan into the graveyard. And the way he does that is he can mirror pool. I think he might even have a Titan in hand, making it very trivial. But he can mirror pool to he copies the Analyst in the graveyard with Shifting Woodland, then uses mirror pool to copy the Analyst. And if you do that every time in the loop, you mill yourself as much as possible until you find a Titan and can start copying that. And here we see it, the Titan come in.
Good game here.
And that is, the win for this deck. It went off, completely infinite mana, and then finally plays the Titan. Is going to make infinite hasty Titans, or I guess an unreal large amount of Titans is what Frank Karsten would say. Arbitrarily large number.
Absolutely, and I have to say, Simon, I just want to point out that I like this art rate feature that we see. I don't know if you noticed, but game 1, Canister started with 60 art rate. We were like, oh, he's so calm, collected right now. He ended at 112.
Yes.
So things were spiking up as we went through.
When you go off with that Amulet deck in a tournament, it's oh, okay, don't mess this up. Okay, you gotta do your thing. Okay, even though he's done it 100 times before, it's just exhilarating to play this deck, and especially when you put Cultivator Colossus on this deck. I mean, it's just a beauty.
I love these, love to see more of Amulet Titan throughout the weekend. But first, we have an interview with Canister and Maria, so let's see what they have to say.
I'm here with the winner of this round, Piotr Glogowski, with Amulet Titan. Hello, Piotr. Congrats.
Hello, thank you.
How are you feeling now? You're going 4-0. So, what do you feel? What are your expectations for the rest of the day?
Well, you literally couldn't dream of a better start because I literally won every round so far. So, it's been going good. I feel good about my abilities in Modern. I feel really good at playing Amulet Titan. Currently, it happens to be seemingly a pretty good choice. So. I'm just feeling good and just seeing what the next rounds bring to me.
Yeah, you look very calm, very composed, very confident. That's good. That's a good start. Could you tell us about your deck choice? I feel like Amulet Titan has been here forever.
Yeah, it's been there forever, and basically I've been also playing it forever. That's been kind of all I've been doing ever since I qualified for this tournament, and I just knew it's coming. For a very brief moment, maybe I had a little little bit of doubt. But quickly it resolved itself, and I just jumped Amulet Titan, streaming it on Twitch many times a week, and just playing endless challenges and just preparing that way. So I'm feeling really good about playing Amulet Titan. It's a deck I love. It's one of the coolest decks in Modern, I think, and just like the fact that it's so persistent and exists for over a decade at this point.
Exactly.
Even though it's, you know, it's kind of like a Theseus ship thing where like the original Summer Bloom Amulet decks probably share like a dozen cards with the builds of today. It's just really nice for me. So
Sure. Well, this is just a dream come true. You're playing the deck that you love, that that you are known for playing this deck and getting such great results. Well, the best of luck to you, and hopefully we'll see you in the day 2.
Thank you very much.
Back to the casters.
Thank you so much. I do hope we see more of Canister here this weekend, and he's one step closer for making a day 2 already 4-0. Great start, but we have more magic to show because I know that's what players want to see at home. And actually a very interesting matchup. 2 combo decks, but 2 different kind of combo decks, right?
Yeah, so one of them is not really a combo deck. This is actually my countryman, Asger Torsbo Lundblad, who was on the national team. As we see here on the side with the red sleeves here, that is Asger. On the national team in 2016, and playing Living In back then, he's kind of known as Lance Armstrong back in Denmark, just because of how much he's played Living In. Now he's playing a different version of it. This is a Domain Stu deck that also plays Living In.
Oh, wow, that's right. And playing against it is one I know, one deck that you like a lot, and we see it here on the screen now. Amand playing a Samwise Gamgee combo. And tell us about this deck, Simon.
Yeah, so this is a combo deck that is also very popular in Denmark, which is Samwise Gamgee. Whenever a creature comes into play, you make a food token. And the Cauldron Familiar can come back from the graveyard by eating a food. So you have a sacrifice outlet, like Carrion Feeder. You can sack the cat, bring it back, sacrifice food, make another food, and you can kind of loop infinitely, draining out the opponent. So with all creatures that cost 1 and 2 mana, this is the perfect deck to play Birthing Ritual to find your combo pieces, as well as Court of Calling.
And Simon, I just have to say, replicating cats or like just multiplicating cats didn't really work out. Let's see if sacrificing cats will work better.
Exactly.
And let's take a look at the Living End player and deck list here so we can see exactly what he's playing around. As you said, this Living End deck have been shifting a bit. This is now more of a zoo deck, Domain Living End. That's an interesting one. So we do see a lot of the zoo cards, you know, Draco, Kavu, we do see the Troll as well, Flage, Leyline Binding, Leyline of the Guild Pack. What elements make this Living End, and why is it playing as a Living End deck?
Yeah, so instead of playing the 3-cost Cascade card, it's playing a card from MH2, I believe, Bloodblade Marauder, which is a 2-cost Cascader, which is kind of an inherently broken effect, because with a normal Living In, you can't play any 2-cost cards. You wouldn't be able to play the Territorial Kavu. You wouldn't be able to play Malevolent Rumble to set up your deck. But this deck actually gets to play that because it plays the 2-cost. The downside is Bloodblade Marauder needs Delirium to be in line before it can Cascade. And so this is why you see some of the card choices here, and also why it works so perfectly in the shell of Domain, because you're already playing Sign of Draco, which is Artifact, and the enchantments from the 2 different Leyline Binding and Leyline of the Guild Pact. So when you mill yourself with stuff like Malevolent Rumble, it's much more likely to get you to Delirium, and you could potentially turn 3. Instead of playing the normal Zoo game, you just bring back a bunch of stuff. But also, the Malevolent Rumbles can fuel your Flages as well.
Oh, that's right.
And if you have a Flage stuck in hand, well, you have the Doorkeeper Thrall combo with the Flage. So it's a very interesting deck, and I know Asger has been playing that for a little while. I think he likes it quite a bit here, as you see. A man from Belgium, by the way.
Very nice. Leyline of the Guild Pack, always a nice card to start there.
And what is that? Is that Carrion Feeder?
Yeah, it looks like.
Nice. All right, that's probably a Duskmourn version of that card. Looks completely unreasonable, but that is what it is. I actually see very nice versions in Amand's deck here. So, Amand, I just want to shout out. In Grand Prix Paris in 2015, it was the standard Grand Prix, Aman got to second place. And he was, so he has second place from that GP. And also, like 10 years ago, like all these stories, they're just so old. And at that tournament, I remember him wearing this huge cowboy hat, plastic cowboy hat, with the Belgian flag on it, like in the colors of the Belgian flag. So like, the Belgian community, that we are in Belgium right now, in Antwerp, I feel like it's historically have had a tradition of just like being a like well-knit, tight national community that really supports its players. They, coming in gear that are like all the same shirts, and they like play test together, and the Belgian Magic community is something to watch out for, as we now see, Young Wolf and another carrion feeder.
And let me tell you, this time no cowboy hat, but the deck is really pimped out. We see there a lot of cool arts there with that young wolf as well from the secret layers, and these beautiful carrion feeders, very shiny as well.
Wow, yeah, so this is I assume an overgrown tomb and a temple garden, but I don't even know if it is that we see in play here. I guess with Aman being at 17, it must be some sort of untapped land, like a blooming marsh. Who knows? There's at least a black-green land and a green-white land in play.
And
right
they
now
shine.
For Aman. And they are shine. Well, just as this land as well for Asker. There's a lot of shining going on. This is kind of like wild to see. As we see now the Young Wolf being blasted up on screen here. What a cool card.
It is a very cool card, very cool art. And it's nice to see players expressing themselves now with these different art styles. Some playing just going with the more basic cards and styles, and others just like going full foil, full alternative art. And this is not Carrion Feeder, it's Cauldron Familiar.
Oh, it's Cauldron Familiar. Okay, so that's why his life total is 17. So it is actually 2 shock lands. And yeah, everything makes sense now.
It's just a very strange cat. Kinda zombified cat.
Yes, I mean,
Kinda looks like a rat.
It is like, what would you look like if you were being killed and reanimated like 1,000 times?
Probably something like this.
Probably something
that
like
makes
that.
sense.
Yeah,
Makes
exactly.
sense. Props to the artist. And we have the Doorkeeper Troll now played by Asger.
Yeah, so something that's worth noting here is that Doorkeeper Thrall kind of shuts off the combo. It shuts off the combo in the sense that the cat can come back over and over again, but it doesn't do anything because it no longer drains the opponent. So actually, like, Aman can go infinite, getting infinite counters on his Carrion Feeder, but can't do much more than that, as we now see the Kavu come in play here. By the way, Aman passing his turn is kind of a dead giveaway for this Court of Calling, which is another, interesting artwork that I haven't seen before. And getting to search up one of his combo pieces here, or potentially, if he has a way to deal with the Doorkeeper Thrall.
Let's see what that is going to be.
He might actually want to get a Carrion Feeder here and not the Samwise, even though he did Court of Calling for 2. Because if he gets Carrion Feeder here and then plays another Court of Calling on his turn to get the Sam, but the issue is that that wouldn't be able to start the combo, because you also need a food token in play to start combo. I guess you could sacrifice the Young Wolf, which will come back and... but you don't generate food when creatures come into play because of the Doorkeeper Thrall. So actually the Thrall completely shuts off the combo. And what I said before was plain wrong.
So Doorkeeper Troll, great against this. We have Samwise Gamgee here now being played. And let's see if Aman has a way to deal with that Doorkeeper.
Yeah, it's very interesting here. I talked to some of these Danish Samwise players, and they certainly don't like their Zoo matchup, especially the card Doorkeeper Thrall is a big pain for them to deal with, because a lot of the things you would want to be able to 2-drop to answer it are also ETB effects.
And Aman here keeps playing all the beautiful pimped out arts.
So that's Voice of Victory right there.
Yeah, so this means that Asger will not be able to play any spells during Aman's turn. So both trying to do something, to stop the other one. 2 mana, we have that cash grab.
If this wasn't open deck list, right, you see the things that are in front of you right now, you're like, oh, it's just normal Sue. And then they play cash grab and mill over Generous Ent and otherwise normal Sue cards, and is like, what is going on? But sus indeed. Press X to doubt. And Yeah, we'll see here if Asker might be trying to look for his combo pieces here, but also gets to put a Flage in the graveyard that can be escaped, of course. So might actually just pick up that Arena of Glory and be able to haste a Flage next turn to kind of get this game over with. Because he's just sitting pretty here behind that Doorkeeper Thrall.
And whoever is on the card viewer was having some fun there. Shout out. And yeah, we have that Draco now in hand, Sign of Draco, another important card in this deck, especially with that Leyline of the Guild pack. That means that it will have Vigilance, X-Proof, Lifelink, First Strike, Trample, everything.
Yeah, so can attack with both creatures, and the Trample here is also like huge on these creatures, because one way that a man can like kind of buy time to like make the game go long and potentially get to a point where he can do something is by just chump blocking a ton. But now that avenue is kind of like, you know, off the table and just has to take the 6 damage here, and it's really in a lot of trouble, especially with the Hexproof now, meaning that he has to deal with the Leyline first before he can deal with the Doorkeeper Thrall.
And Amand has 2 mana available, 1 Young Wolf, 1 Samwise Gamgee, 1 Voice of Victory, and 2 Cauldron Familiars. Let's see what he's able to pull out of his sleeve here this turn. There's a Doorkeeper Troll in play, which is important to know.
Yeah, it's completely shutting off the Samwise combo at this moment. I will note something about Amand's deck list. He plays 4 copies of Voice of Victory. And that's not something you normally do in these deck lists, but it's a way to enable him, alongside some of the other sacrifice outlets, like for instance Carrion Feeder. You can actually kind of play this more beatdowny plan as a plan B. Of course, it doesn't work against an army of like giant, you know, life-linking monsters. But in other matchups, I do think it's noteworthy that he plays that, as well as, of course, being able to protect the combo.
So Amand here deciding what to do. Down to 9 life, Asger at 20 life, and with that Leyline of Guild pack and Sign of Draco really working well together and putting things on a very fast clock. Archer rate's a bit more stable here for our players this game. And I'm just considering to pass and just deciding to pass the turn here. Asger will draw 4 mana available. And we know about the Flage in the graveyard. There are enough cards in the graveyard to escape. Exactly enough cards. There is no Arena of Glory, though, on the battlefield. And we have to remember that these creatures all have Vigilance, Lifelink, X-Proof, First Strike, and Trample.
Yeah, so this is a ton of damage coming in, and I'm trying to figure out what Amand can even search for with that Court of Calling to potentially help save him in this situation. He does have a Grist, actually, which is a thing you can search for that would have been able to answer the Doorkeeper Thrall. And actually, that means that last turn, if he had drawn a land, and instead of playing that Voice of Victory, could just caught up the Grist. He might not even needed the land to do so. He could have just caught up the Grist and killed the Doorkeeper Thrall before that Sign of Draco came down. But now, that line is too late. He has Spectacular Spider-Man as the thing you can get. So that's a new card here from the Spider-Man set, which you can sacrifice to make all of your creatures indestructible. So that's a way where you could actually get rid of this Kavu by just blocking it for enough damage that it will die in combat, making your creatures indestructible, and then the First Strike wouldn't matter at all. You would still be able to clear it.
And it was actually the promo card in our last Spotlight series in Liverpool.
And so I wonder if that is the game plan here for Amand. Of course, the other 2 creatures have flying, and you won't be able to block those, so it's going to be a lot more challenging. But just with 3 damage in front. There. Okay, so this is not the Spectacular Spider-Man that we're going for here. This is just blocking with the creatures that you don't mind dying because they're, you know, one of them is going to come back in the Young Wolf, and the Cauldron Familiar is, it's totally fine in the graveyard when you combo anyways.
Okay, we have the Court of Calling, tapping the creatures, and let's get something.
He could get a Grist here, and then if he draws a Boseiju, can Boseiju the Leyline? Yeah, so he gets a Grist right now, and this is post-combat, so it's not, they can't actually be attacked anymore. The issue is there's still the Flates in the graveyard, but because of the Doorkeeper Thrall, the Flate won't have the ETB trigger to deal 3 damage. So the Grist will get to survive this way, and I believe that this is blocking just enough. You take 2, 6, 7, goes down to 2 life, does Aman here. Unless there's another effect. But Incubate. So this one destroys a creature and makes a 3/3. And actually, I guess it's and then a Leyline killing another thing, and that is lethal. Wow. So
Zoo here just taking out this game. Zoo / Living End. How do we call this? Domain Living End. I guess it's the name.
That's the name.
Yeah, I mean, love.
Have an apple. Here. Have a pen. I have an apple pen.
Good, Simon. We are seeing now the sideboards here. We have Asger's sideboard first. Anything that you see that might be good in this matchup.
Ooh, another Spider-Man card showing up in this deck. Spider-Punk, which will disable all your opponent's counterspells and even consign to memory, because it stops. You also means your triggers can't be countered. So that's a nice cyber card here. Of course, not for this matchup. Just wanted to highlight that. I do believe that the Sweepers could potentially be good. Clarion Conqueror is a big hate piece as well that does shut off the combo by shutting off the sacrifice ability, as well as any Gilded Goose and other mana-producing things like Dryad Arbor, for instance, that are in Aman's deck. So yeah, Clarion Conqueror, gonna be amazing. Fairy Macabre can technically interact with the combo, but I don't think it's good to bring that one in. So I think actually, because the issue is that if there's 2 food tokens, Aman can just play around that. And since Asker plays in Denmark, and this Samwise deck is so popular in Denmark, Asker's already familiar with this combo.
Cauldron familiar.
Yes, he's Cauldron familiar with the combo and already knows which sideboard cards are going to work and which one won't. So I think he's just going to board in the Clarion Conquerors and just lean on his deck, probably just being super well situated in this matchup.
Yeah, and let's see on the other side what we can see in the sideboard and how we can deal against this Domain Living End deck.
From Aman Dosimon.
Do you know Aman before, or?
Well, as I mentioned, runner-up at the Grand Prix Paris 2015, losing the finals to Zan Zayed, who some people might know from Lotus Box Gaming, I think it was. But yeah, that was. I remember watching the finals of that tournament because that was when I was just a wee young boy who was so excited about all the. Okay, I was still so excited about all the tournaments, but back then I would just stay even after exiting the tournaments and just watch the top 8 play out live.
And now you never can do that because you're always on the top 8.
No, well, yeah, exactly, yeah. It's unfortunate. Well, I get to do it from the best seat, which is right here next to you, watching it on big screen.
That's true. But we know that what these players are fighting for, Simon, you already are going to be there, and they can actually play with you. So we're actually testing the competition to see the next Pro Tour and World Championship players. Now we have here Aman sideboard. Anything that catches your attention, Simon, for this matchup?
So he has the one Yawgmoth, which is very interesting. I guess, first of all, he has 4 copies of Path to Exile and a Fatal Push. And Pick Your Poison. These are answers to Doorkeeper Thrall and Clarion Conqueror, and I believe that they will come in. So he's going to situate his deck to be a little bit more mid-rangey. I wonder if he's bringing in that 1 copy of Yawgmoth, because that'll be another answer to these creatures, not to Clarion Conqueror, but to Doorkeeper Thrall. But also enables the other combo, because he does still have Young Wolf in the deck. In Aman's deck, Young Wolf is not a combo piece with his normal combo. It is just a card that's good value with Birthing Ritual, and is a green 1-drop. So that's why he plays it, to enable the Court of Calling. And
Simon, you know what people at home can do while our players are shuffling up?
What can they do?
They can go over to Twitter, or X, I guess, and they can go to the Fanfinity account. There's a giveaway going on, so this is on X at Fanfinity_MTG, and what the players have to do is retweet or share the post, share the post to have the chance to win a Flage deck box and a Flage playmat. Really well suited here, I guess. In
The Flage playmat is fire. I have one of those at home as well. And when I say it's fire, I mean it's literally on fire on the artwork. So you imagine the artwork of Flage, which just blasted up in front of you, and you'll never forget about that card in your graveyard if you play with that playmat.
So yeah, go ahead, go share, and maybe you'll get the lucky winner of the Flage deck box and playmat. As we see here, one of our players taking Mulligan, I believe, but ready to start a month there. So a Leyline of the Guild Pact. That's a great way for Asger to start this game number 2.
Yes, this deck is just much more online whenever it starts with that Leyline. You can play, you know, like now all lands count as all basic land types, so your Side of Draco is, of course, you know, that's a full combo, but even stuff like Leyline Binding can be played for 1 mana, and Yukavo's charge drop, and even just like your mana base functions. It's a pretty big part of it, because obviously the mana base of this 5-color deck is a little bit sketchy sometimes. I guess it's not really a 5-color deck, because it, you know, doesn't aim to cast things of all 5 colors. It's mostly actually a just Naya deck, the way it's built right here, but does have access to swamps and islands because of, well, I mean, you need them for the main anyways.
We did see that Aman playing that Verdant Catacombs, going for the Underground Mortuary and surveilling something away. Now there's a 1 mana. We have Cauldron Familiar, going to drain 1 life. 1 mana available, but passing the turn, and here where things can get interesting because Asger has a lot of potential 2 good drops. Oh, but before the turn ending, just going for that Leyline Binding on the Cauldron Familiar. Another advantage of having Leyline of Guild Pack.
Absolutely, off just a forest, but that is enough to get rid of that Cauldron Familiar. I wonder if a man was aware of this, that that could happen, and maybe like played the less important combo piece, maybe has a second Cauldron Familiar in hand, and actually is leaving up a Path to Exile. So would be able to do that right here on the Cabo, sacrificing whichever fetch land this one is to go search up a land to play out that Path to Exile. So I'm being able to kind of like keep steps here with Asger, you know, didn't take too many tempo hits here and gets to untap with Asger not having too much in play. I actually think there's a second basic land in Asger's hand. And I wonder if he has any left in deck. There's a forest and mountain in deck. Does he have the mountain still in his deck, or is that stuck in his hand right now? It would be kind of funny if the Path to Exile just gets completely upgraded. But it is. Okay, but now the second path in Amon's hand, at least, you know, will not get a Lancer Asger.
Yeah, and I mean, Asger there with already 3 lands in play, that Leyline of the Guild Pact. Taking a look at the graveyard. Very cool art there on the Path to Exile. I like it. Another Cauldron Familiar. The cat is back.
Oh yes, so as I mentioned, Aman was playing out his weakest combo piece first, baiting the removal spell, and Asger fell for the bait. But there's not much in terms of pressure here, as he just has to pass it back. I think there is...
Oh, another Leyline
Pot of Calling, and is that a Samwise? Impossible to tell. Maybe it's a birthing ritual. Who knows? Yes. Another Leyline was picked up by Asger. Okay, so that's, you know, I think with all the answers that both players have here, this game is gonna slow significantly down unless Asger can find that Bloodbraid Marauder that we just see right there.
Oh.
So the question is, does he have Delirium? Well, with the land and the enchantment sorcery creature, yes, this is Delirium. But so he could actually play the Bloodbraid Marauder right now. But
where is the creature?
The Oliphant is the creature.
Oh yes, yes.
But that would be the only thing that's being brought back, is the Oliphant. So maybe that's fine. You make a 3/1 and a 6/4, and that's 9 power. Maybe that's enough. Or you could play it a little bit more slow and wait to more creatures in the graveyard.
So taking a decision there. Getting it. The rest goes on the graveyard. We know there's the Delirium there. Sacrificing that... Oh, just switching the spawn for a more legible token. And now, with 1 mana and 1 spawn available, first fetching here. And going to fetch... Deciding exactly what to get. So looks like we have a Steam Vents. And now, following up, Temple Garden. 1 mana, 2 mana, and we have the Bloodbraid Marauder and.
Okay, so just going for the Marauder right now, and still gets to leave up the Leyline Binding. As you now see it here, Cascade. Oh, what will it be? You know, what could it possibly
Surprise.
hit? Yeah.
So many possibilities.
Ah, it hits Living End. Wow, that's so lucky. That's
Wow,
exactly what he needed. And actually, the thing that was surveilled into the graveyard gets to come right back, and this is a creature. Yep. So. That's a creature. I think it's a black creature. It's probably a Carrion Feeder, actually, is what I think is coming back there.
And I think that's why Asger also earlier on took a look at the creature from the graveyard to make sure what he was returning back.
So if there is a Samwise right here, okay, it's not, it's just another Cauldron Familiar. But if there was like Samwise and a fetch land, a man could actually threaten the combo right here. The fetch land is important because you'll be able to fetch a Dryad Arbor, which will get the food, and then you could start the combo. You do need a food to get it going. But with Carrion Feeder in play and the cat in the graveyard, it's actually a really scary position for Asker here. He doesn't have that much pressure as he's just paying 3. It's a cycle.
Yeah, cycling away, but always keeping the mana up for the Leyline Binding. So attacking here with both creatures.
Oh, right. Oliphant has text. I don't remember what it is. Let's go read Oliphant together.
It's
everyone.
A big creature. I think it can only be blocked by 3 or more creatures.
No, that's the black one that has that text. Whenever this creature attacks, another target creature you control gets +2/+0 and trample.
Ooh,
wow, so it actually
that's very
attacks for
good.
11 here. A man falling all the way down to 8.
That's a lot of damage. And Asger with 1 mana up, which we know can represent that Leyline Binding.
Yeah, so that's how Asker knew that actually it was totally fine to just get this Marauder here. And this is very different from the Living End we see before, right? He's not trying to get a, huge board. But this was a 2 mana for a 3/1 and a 6/4. Like 11 power trample for 2 mana, which is extremely good. And that's kind of like the payoff for doing this. Of course, I guess he had to pay the Malevolent Rumble, so it's kind of like 3 mana for...
Oh, Flage in end.
Wow, Flage coming in here, potentially... able to finish this game. Well, there is this Path to Exile, which might have to hit the Oliphant here, as embarrassing as that is. Yeah, so that does go by the wayside here. And the Cauldron Familiar can block the Bloodbraid Marauder. Smartly, Amon didn't block it last turn when it had Trample, but can now block it here and essentially...
Trade.
Yeah, and trade. I guess actually it's you still save 1 more damage by blocking last turn. But Amon didn't know if he would potentially need that Cauldron Familiar for a Chord of Calling. And that's why it wasn't blocked last turn.
Attacking here, or?
Yeah, already went into beginning of combat, so doesn't get to play the Flage pre-combat here, and now the trade happens. So that's no more damage to a man because there's no trample on this thing, and the 2 mana, 11 power trample on 2 creatures has been dealt with, but now this Flage will come down, not gaining any life for Asker because the Carrion Feeder can sacrifice itself. It was back in the day when zombies could eat themselves.
That's true.
Yeah, it was a beautiful time to be alive. You'd walk past any cemetery around the strike of midnight, and you would just see, a whole beautiful view of corpses gouging on each other.
Oh, the good old days.
The good old days.
And
but no more. Now they put up fences, and they restrict my access to the cemeteries at night. Losers.
Simon is salty about it.
Yeah, I'm salty about it. But now we do see the Malevolent Rumble here. Come on in and potentially find another Bloodbraid Marauder. And
yeah,
there it is! There it is!
Exactly as you said it, by the way. Timing.
But actually, the Carrion Conqueror is just much better. Also, the Bloodbraid Marauder into Living End would bring back the creatures in Aman's graveyard as
That's
well.
True.
So you just provide him with more combo pieces. And it makes a lot more sense to just take the hate piece right now. And because of that spawn, just make sure you sacrifice the spawn to pay for the Clarion Conqueror, because actually not going to develop it right here. Instead, developing a little bit more pressure with that Kavu. As now we see Spectacular Spider-Man.
Yeah, well, there it is, taking a read there, 3-2. and pay one to sacrifice it to help out the team.
There's a lot of different versions of this card. I was looking that up recently, and wow, it has something with like the what's it called? The like a black-clad Spider-Man with you know, there's one where it's like kind of like in a blue suit as well. Completely different versions of this one. I think there's like 8 different ones.
Is this the special one from Liverpool?
No, the special one from Liverpool actually has like more of a normal artwork.
Okay.
And this looks like very comic-y, right? But this is the actual one you open in the set of Amazing Spider-Man or Spectacular Spider-Man.
Very nice. And 3 mana now available, and we see Grist being played. Nice Planeswalker. But there's a Leyline Binding ready to take care here of the Spectacular Spider-Man.
Right, so the Grist will not be able to sacrifice a creature, but we'll just make a jump blocker here. And Cabo does not have Trample by itself, and that's a Samwise being brought into the graveyard, so that's pretty funny. If Asker were to play a Living End right now, Amand would just win immediately. Because he has all the combo.
There's a Draco top deck. Draco top deck will give the Kavu trample.
Oh, wow, that is huge.
And then there's 3 mana.
It can actually play the Clarion Conqueror as well after that. And
or if there's more mana, even Flage.
Oh, could even play the Flage, yeah. So this is that lethal actually? Yeah, attack for 5. With Trample here into the 1/1 insect. Discard the Living End. That's useless in hand. Aman has to take 5, going down to 2, and knows there's a Flage in the graveyard. And that is the game for Asker with the Domain Living End deck. You know, this guy.
Wow.
If there's a person in this room who loves Living End, it is Asker. Been playing it for a decade and finds new ways to make the card playable in Modern. As we now see the players here return from their kind of in the zone with the headsets on, with the white noise, getting back into the real world and seeing, oh, wow, wait, oh, I'm still playing a tournament. I was just having fun playing with my Leyline Zoo deck that also has a little surprise.
I have to say, Simon, I love that we are seeing so many different decks. I feel like Modern is in a very sweet spot right now. It's a very good format to be playing in. I know that people are excited. We have over 1,100 players here this weekend, which is insane because these players had to qualify to be here. It's not an open tournament.
Yes.
And it just shows people are excited to play Modern. And we saw just in these round 4, we saw Canister with Amulet Titan. We now saw these decks as well. So a lot of cool stuff happening. Any highlights of this round for you, Simon?
Ooh, I mean, obviously, I think honestly the biggest highlight is just getting to see Canister pilot that Amulet deck and just knowing exactly what he's supposed to do with it and finding all the crazy lines. That was really cool. And then obviously getting to actually see the Bloodbane Marauder do its thing, and even seeing the incongruity, destroy target creature and make a 3/3 for the opponent. Backside of a card that you don't normally cast, but actually end up taking out a game here. The game 1, so that was cool.
I love to hear it, and I know that we are ready for, I believe, an artist interview.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at that.
So, Rebecca, the first question that I would like to ask you, what Magic the Gathering means to you?
So, Magic is important on a lot of levels for me. One of the levels that is what I just spoke of, about the connectivity between me and my work, and the honor that I feel that people have grown up with it. The other part is one of the things that Magic did really early on was develop this very wonderful game, and they put the names of the artists right on the cards. And so it made this community globally, when it caught on, of a cultural phenomenon that allowed artists' names to be attached to the work. Exactly. And it was a really graceful thing for that company to do. Mm-hmm. Not a lot of companies were willing to highlight the creative part of their games. Oh. And, you know, an artist would have a signature on an illustration in a book or something, but it wasn't the same. Having the name of the artist right at the bottom of the card, and all these artists out in the world, and all these people growing up with the work, it just says that these connective things are important. Art is important in culture. Culture and art and games and society exist together. And it's just a wonderful thing that I think is it's this great thing that's kind of hidden in plain sight that exists within the game. So I had been fairly well known when I started Magic, even as a young artist, because I started very young in Magic. I was 23 when I got my first assignment, and then I finished the cards when I was 24, so I had a few months to do them, and I turned 24 that year, and they came out when I was 25. That was Alliances. But I've been doing work in comics. I've been doing work for DC Comics and Marvel Comics, and I've been known for my comics work.
Yes.
And I got hired to do a Magic graphic novel called Magic: The Homelands. And that was how I got into Magic. And the company said, well, you're doing the graphic novel, you should be doing Magic. And my first ever piece ever at all for Magic was the Blue Sarah Angel that was for a calendar that year. Wasn't even used on a card until about 10 years ago, maybe less. And then I got the Alliances set. So what it did was within the first couple of years the game, my cards were out, so many more people knew who I was because the game was reaching so many audiences.
Exactly.
Yeah, past outside of like children's books and comics where I had come from. Yeah.
And from all over the world.
Yes, all over the world.
Yeah, this is
very
meaningful. Exactly.
Very, extremely meaningful.
Yeah,
extremely.
What I've just told everyone, and you, of course, just how artwork is important actually within the game. So it actually adds this emotion, this experience. So yes,
it adds a deep emotion and experience to the whole community in Magic. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah,
and also your artwork is so exquisite and so unique, so recognizable. Could you tell us more about your inspiration, about your influence?
Yeah, people ask a lot about where I get my ideas for work and how the card description is integrated within what ends up in the card. Early on, for Magic specifically, the way that the company worked was that you'd get a very open-ended idea of something. It would be a character in the woods or something very simple that you could riff off of. And that was great because you could bring a lot of yourself to it for inspiration and emotional connection and stuff, which I think is one of the reasons why people started to engage with what I did, because my first question is always, how do I make the audience attach emotionally to what I'm doing?
Exactly.
I start with the emotion. I say, what do I want the people to feel? And then once you decide what you want people to feel, it's a matter of making the gesture of the figure inhabit that emotion, and then I know I'm doing something that is really right. I don't start with. I often don't start, even when things got more specific later on with the game, where we got more specific briefs for the description of the cards. I would still try to just not think about that and just think about, well, what is the emotion that I want people to attach to in the characters? And yeah, it was really important to me. But I also really think that's why people respond to my work. Because it's not how much I do special effects or how good I am at making explosions or how much I can do like good battle scenes. It's like there's not a lot of the, I'm not the person who's going to do some like excellent like special effects painting thing that looks like perfect rim lighting and like magical environments that looks like something is made of light. It's not me. It's going to be the emotion that I can connect with people.
I understand it totally because it just speaks to me what you say, and honestly, you can totally feel it through your artwork, through your illustrations. And I guess the last question would be, what is your most memorable illustration that you drawn?
Most memorable?
Yes.
Each one's have carried different memories. I've done so many, right? So I have all of these different memories that are connected to different cards. Like I was working on Thornwind Fairies when I was nursing my baby, you know, and I was in the studio working on a Magic deadline nursing a baby, you know, and I remember that always when I think of that. I was working on, you know, Dwell on the Past at a time that things were really kind of fragile for us as a couple, like my husband and I were very happy, but we were early in our marriage, and we were just sort of trying to make it as artists and things, and I kind of bring a lot of that kind of fragility and my own feeling at the time to the card, and so I really love that card and what it meant at the time. I have newer cards that have come out in the last few years, the artist series and stuff, where I can kind of tap into things that you know, some of the sort of humor in society and showgirls and things like that I'm kind of in love with right now. And so the artist series right now is really one of my big favorites. When I did the new Bitter Blossom card that's part of Lorwyn, that is about nurturing and loving, and in some degree my own kid, you know, who's an adult now, just graduated from art school themselves, doing their own thing. But I just feel like and I use them as a leaping point for the main character's face. So it very much inhabits somebody I love dearly. And
I just got goosebumps. Yeah. Truly, this is beautiful.
That's so nice, yeah. And so now forever I will look at that card and I will see all the love I have, and all that love comes forward in the card, I hope, for other people too. So
amazing, amazing.
Yeah.
And I guess we should wrap it up with a question. What are your next plans?
Next plans, you know, I'm working on a few things that will come out in the future related to Magic, but I can't talk too much about them. Just a few. I take on only very specific cards when a couple of art directors that I just love working with ask me, because I know that they're going to understand what I do, and we're going to work really well together, so I'll take on a few. When certain things are brought to my attention. And I feel really happy to have worked on these. So I don't know when they're going to be out.
Stay tuned.
Yeah, stay tuned. And then apart from that, I'm continuing my own work and putting together a new edition of my next art book. And I think in the future, I'd really like to do something that is just specific to a Magic card standalone book of my work. So that's another thing that I'd like to do.
It's very impressive.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Appreciate you being here. It means a lot.
Yes.
And
thank you. Thank you for having me. Yeah.
Hey, welcome back. This is round number 5 of the Ultimate Guard European Magic Series. We're live from Antwerp. Andrea, what do we have coming up in this round? There's a deck that I think you picked. You helped Frank pick for this round for the feature match. Is there anything particularly exciting?
Yeah, I mean, both decks I think are very particular modern decks, very popular modern decks. On one side, we have Simic Ritual, which is the tempo deck of the format. You know, Blue-Red Murktide unfortunately struggles a bit, but for the people...
Little bit.
A little, just a little bit. But for the people that love to play with counter spells, with chief creatures, to play with like tempo strategies, you know, Simic Ritual is a very, very fun deck. It plays also 2 copies of Fibulatop the Lost. You know, that card goes hard. But the player who I'm the most interesting with is the one on the right, Masai Yoshino. He's a Japanese player, lives in Rome. He's a good friend of mine. I actually pick him for the fantasy draft. So he's in my team, and you know, I'm definitely rooting for him. Both of these players are 4-0, which is as good as it gets.
Yeah, is Alessia Bazzu, is he Italian as well?
I'm assuming he's Italian, but so many Italian people in this room. I don't know them all, unfortunately. But yeah, so we see Espergorio here. You know, Espergorio was the most popular deck at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities with 1 copy in the top 8. So, you know, definitely not a brew or anything. Pretty, I don't want to say stock list because there's a lot of one-offs, Notably, there's only 3 copies of Atraxa Grand Unifier.
Yeah.
It's usually a card that you just want to play 4 of because you want to maximize the chances of just drawing discarded or surveilling to the graveyard. But there's 2 copies of Griselbrand. So I guess what Mazaya likes to do is to split that a bit. When we've seen around number 4, the Doorkeeper Thrall.
Yeah, that was good.
Round 3, I guess. Doorkeeper Thrall, so yeah.
Last round as well. Actually, we had the Zoo deck again against the Samwise combo, and the Doorkeeper Thrall was just unbeatable.
Yeah.
It was just completely unbeatable. So
that's true. 1 copy of Emperor of Bones. I love that card. It's one of my favorite cube card. Very, very fun and very strong. You know, if it makes the cut in this archetype.
Yeah, so Atraxa Griselbrand, a lot of ways to bring them back, but also the classic stuff like Quantum Riddler, plus Ephemerate Solitude
this deck,
as well.
Yeah, this
Lots
deck,
of free cards.
This deck definitely popularized so much with Quantum Riddler because now you have the mid-range plan that's actually very, very hard alongside the combo plan. So that's why Esper Gore is being a lot more popular than Esper Blink.
So that's the deck most of you are going to be familiar with. Now let's take a look at the other deck, which is Alessio's Brew, or rather, Simic Ritual. It kind of looks like a brew if you haven't been paying attention to Modern for a while. You're going to be wondering, what is going on here?
Yeah,
is this a tempo deck? Is this the kind of combo-ish deck? What is happening?
Yeah, so this deck came up to fight the combo meta game. So the Pro Tour was very much a combo meta game. You had Goryo and Belcher as the 2 most popular decks alongside Neoform. And this deck is super good against combo. You can see 2 Force of Negation, 4 Flare of Denial, 2 Subtlety. So that's just 8 free interaction. And, you know, in this matchup, it's a combo matchup. So I would say the...
Endurance as well, another free card that, can mess up with your graveyard. Yeah,
I would say this is definitely favored, although this deck struggles against creatures. If you see a turn 1 Guide of Souls when you play this deck, well, you better have that 2 Dismembers or you're going to have a hard time. But, you know.
So you're using the Birthing Ritual to kind of turn the value 2 drops into either Harbinger of the Sea or
Warrant Oculus.
Or Oculus, right?
That's the most important card to get off of Birthing Ritual. But if you put into play Feeblethip off of Birthing Ritual, you draw 2 cards. Because Feeblethip says if it comes into play from the deck, you draw 2 cards. So that's a powerful play that you can make end of turn. Very, very good deck when you draw Birthing Ritual on turn 2. Very, very strong.
All right, let's jump straight into the action here. This is round number 5.
Yes. Round number 5, Mazaya has taken at least 1 mulligan because he's putting a card down. On the other side, Alessio has kept 7. And let's go.
As a reminder, we're playing 8 rounds today. Before we make a cut to day 2, everybody with 18 or more points. So you're going to need to have 6 wins, or I guess you can sneak in with 5 wins and 3 draws. But at that point, I would be talking to you. What is going on in your games, and why do you have so many draws?
Yeah, we see a snow-covered swamp, I think. It's important that Mazaya fetches these basics because, of course, there's 2 copies of Harbinger of the Seas in Alessio's deck. Mazaya does have a swamp and a plains. So, there it is. Birthing Ritual was right at the top of the hand.
And this is...
Ooh, this is actually an interesting decision that Mazaya has. Does he take...
Wow, yeah.
The most important card of Alessio's deck, Birthing Ritual, or does he take Sink into Stupor, which would be the second land drop?
Second land drop, yeah. I mean, it's very tempting. I like to get free wins. I mean, I would be super tempted to take the Sink into Stupor. Obviously, a lot of this decides on Masaya's hand, you know, how he has his next couple turns planned out and whether the Birthing Ritual would be a big deal or not.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I would be very, very tempted to take the Stupor here.
Yeah, that's something that happens a lot when you play Thoughtless against these Sink into Stupor. I mean, Mazaya has Force and Blue Pitch, so you can actually go for the line that you said to take the Sink into Stupor. There is Edge Maze, so you have 2 looks at the second land. But honestly, given that you have Force, I would take the Sink into Stupor as well. Let's see.
I want to highlight something here, which is the fact that the tournament is open deck lists, right? So both Masaya knowing, you know, what he's up against, turn 1 Thoughtseize, I could catch you with a double-faced card, but also, if I'm in Alessio's seat, maybe I want to play that Sink into Stupor turn 1 as a land so that I don't risk possibly just losing the game to a Thoughtseize. But at the same time, as you said, you kind of want to fetch the survey land to get more value from it. So lots of decisions here.
Wow. But Masaya doesn't take any of these two options, goes for a third line. And I think the reason being Masaya has in hand Psychic Frog, you know, a super powerful card to play on turn 2. So he doesn't want Alessio to go turn 2 Ice Fang Coatl for Flare Denial.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this tells me that the Masaya does have the answers for Alessio's plays, but he also wants to protect whatever threat he has or his own combo.
Just look at how deep is our game, no? Turn 1, and already there we discussed for 2 minutes about a choice, and Masaya chose to take a third one. Okay, a card was left on top, and I want to think it's a land.
Yeah, I think Alessio immediately put it into his hand, so I think it was a land, or rather, you know, the double-faced land/spell card. So he's going to take 3, play this as a
resource. I think this super really changed the shape of Modern, really pushing those blue pitch cards. Okay.
I absolutely love these cards, by the way. I think these cards make for better games of Magic, especially in Limited. Like double face cards just make it more likely you're gonna make your land drops, and it's gonna make it more likely that you're gonna play a good game where you're not gonna get flooded or screwed. I think that's just good for Magic in general.
Yeah, I love the redundancy of a card like Lure Revealed. You know, it was the one that first came out in 2023 and made like Team Rhinos pop up, and now Sinking to Super basically just took the slot of Lure Revealed.
Yeah, super flexible cards. There's the Psychic Rock, as you alluded to. So Masaya with the best possible opener if he's not comboing off.
Yeah, Masaya is a super powerful start. Thoughts is into Frog with Force of Negation and Solitude. So you have the card advantage of the Frog, although, of course, this Ice Fang Coatl can't jump it. It has flying, so Masaya can't even avoid... yeah, it will be jumped, basically.
And he does have a Solitude, and he does have a Force of Negation, so pretty strong opener for Masaya.
Now, we're going to force this, 100%. There's really just not any other spells in Alessio's deck. Like, Alessio's playing 4 enchantments, 26 creature, 12 instant, but they're all instant. So, Force of Negation.
Wow, looks like he's responding with Solitude first.
Man, I mean, commentating Masaya says, oh, look at this. He played around Flare of Denial.
Flare of Denial, exactly. I was just going to say that. Like, why would you need to get rid of the creature first so your opponent doesn't get to play the free counter that he would be able to sacrifice the Coatl into? So, yeah, I mean, good play by Masaya there, playing around the...
Oh, wow. Wow. This is back-breaking. Unless you drew a third untap land and Dismember
to deal with the Frog. So now Masaya is down to 0 cards. All these, like, 2-for-1 free cards are great, but you do need to reload your hand. So you really need that Atroxa. You really need that Gristlebrand. And now Alessio is the one with a huge resource advantage. 3 cards in hand.
Yeah, now...
Shardless Agent brings back... Oh, my God. Yeah, this is... Masaya's going to need to find something really quickly.
Well, Espergorium is a deck that can have some insane sequencing. You can Surveil Atraxa to the graveyard and top deck Gore's Vengeance. So if the deck is kind to Masaya, you can win any game at any spot.
Sure. All you need is a fetch land in play, and next turn you can have Atraxa in the...
Yeah, exactly. You don't even need any cards in hand. But obviously, that is...
So let's see if he's going to have a free sort of end here.
But we'll see. I mean, there's some other draws that are nice, like Psychic Frog would be all right. But not too many draws, actually. So yeah, man, if Maza would have taken the untap land, you know, the blue land, if would have still, like, Alessio still, like,
wouldn't
kept on drawing lands, so it wouldn't have mattered. If he would have taken Birthing Ritual, though, he would have been able to Flare of Denial the Dismember. Sorry, to Force of Negation the Dismember. I mean, unless, I guess, Alessio plays it in the upkeep. I think the way the cards were drawn, Alessio were just...
Yeah, the way the cards are just lined up. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this is... you know, when you lose a game of Magic, you know, we're both players that have been in the spot to, like, analyze our losses. Like, could have done something
I always
different.
think about it. Every game, I'm like looking back. I could have done something differently.
And that's what you have to do in order to become a better player.
Exactly.
Another thing you have to do to become a better player is to flip Birthing Ritual off of your Shardless Agent. Not that Alessio needs it, though.
No, it's just a good value play. I mean, he's just, he's in a really good spot. He's going to win the game in 2 turns anyways.
Brosechi goes in play because Calling Oracle says if you reveal a land, it goes straight into play. If it's not a land, you put it in your hand. So a better version. Oh, wow. Grisa Brand was drawn last turn. There's no show and tell, unfortunately, in Modern.
Wow, so this is an attack for what? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Draw a card. So this puts Messiah at 3. I think Alessio has a Brazen Borrower. Let's see if he finds
he has
something else as well.
Force of Negation as well. And boom, Takudol. I love to see that deck. Again, like, that deck is not something, as you said before, something new to it's new to Modern. That deck was not that many people played it at the PT, so definitely a deck that just but recently it's very popular. Magical Lane Challenges, that deck is very popular.
Man, if there was an advantage bar on turn 1 when we saw, or when everybody saw both players' hands, including the players, you would have to give Messiah a pretty big advantage, right? Like, he has the way to either take the land or the counter spell. He has the Frog as a follow-up. There's no removal on Alessio's side. But then, bam, 3 turns later, Messiah has no hand and there's no Psychic Frog because the Dismember was drawn off the top.
Yeah, brutal.
Brutal.
Of course, the tournament is open deck list, so the players get access to their phone and check the opponent deck list. We see it on screen as well. Alessio Bazzu here. He has an interesting card that I don't see very often. What's the name again? Mistrise Village.
Okay.
It makes your next spell uncounterable.
Yeah.
For the cost of a little bit more, 2 mana basically, because you have to spend 1 blue and to tap this card. But the downside is nice, because like it comes to be untapped basically, as long as you have a forest, which that deck does have. So
Messiah's sideboard. Let's take a look at that. What do you think he's going to be thinking about bringing in?
Well, 4 copies of Mystical Dispute, that's massive.
Okay.
All those will come in. There's so much free blue interaction, as well as just countering a Coatl. It's not that bad. I don't know about Wrath of the Skies. I guess you bring them in, but at the same time, all those cards draw a card. So when you go Wrath of the Skies, yes, it seems like you've killed a bunch of things, but... and also, it's a very expensive card against the deck with Flare and Force and Negation. So,
what about that 1 copy of Jace Rin's Prodigy?
Yeah, that one, I guess, comes in.
I think I would be tempted to bring it in on the play. It just seems like this is not a deck that's very fast, the blue-green deck. It also pitches to Force.
What is Messiah thinking right now?
Yeah, good question. Are they keeping their? Are they trying to keep their hand, or are they still figuring out sideboarding?
Yeah, so I think that's we already because this game are pre-recorded, so we were able to like share you immediately the mulligan decision.
Oh, okay, so it was a mulligan decision. All right.
Yeah. So what you have to do whenever you mulligan is not only just decide what to bottom, also shape up your first turn.
Yeah, exactly. You have to think about how the first couple of turns of the game are going to play out, what you think you're going to do, what your opponent's going to do, if the cards that you have are going to be enough to beat their, the average draw, if it lines up well against that, what are the cards they could have sideboarded in. And it looks like Messiah is going to decide to mulligan again.
Yeah, let's see if he was already at 6 or if he was just...
I think he actually just resolved the mulligan the way it should resolve. He drew the hand, then put the card back, then said whether he was going to mulligan or not, because that is actually how it's supposed to work.
Okay.
If both players mulligan, that can be relevant.
Nice. All right, let's see what happens here. How many cards does Messiah have in hand? And it looks like he has 4, so he mulligan to 5. It was rough.
Yeah, that's not great against a deck full of counter magic. In a deck also where you're playing a Troxus and Grizzlebrands and a bunch of cards you really don't want to have in your hand.
All right.
You don't have that Faithful Mending.
That land is a Breeding Pool.
Ooh. Is that the Jace? Oh, no, it's a
Quantum Riddler gets played. Not that good in this spot, but at least lets Messiah cycle a card. So Messiah kept a 1-lander there, but drew a Breeding Pool, which is still not good enough to cast that Psychic Frog in hand. Fibletip.
Good old Fibletip.
Yeah, which is very good if you have Flare Denial in your hand, because it basically turns that Flare into a 0-mana counterspell. for free.
Without losing a lot of value in the process, yeah. Is this a white source?
It's a mystical dispute, so...
Wow, this is brutal.
We can't make a play, unfortunately.
Yeah, sitting on a bunch of cards he cannot use.
Oh my god.
It's the ritual.
Well, on one side, yes, this game is not going to be that close, but on the other side, we get to see Alessio deck go completely off.
That's true.
This game.
Okay, yeah, this is a good example of, you know, when the Simic Ritual deck works and does his own thing, what does it look like?
Yeah. Yeah, well, this matchup, we knew it would have been tough, but, you know, of course. All right, we're going to end step. Alessio decides not to attack. I don't know, playing around the flesh creature, I guess. Let's see what it is. Is it the Abhorrent Oculus? Oh, it's the Harbinger of the Seas, which completely shuts off
Messiah's deck, basically.
Everyone's mana base. There's 5 islands. Oh,
did he just draw the basic swamp?
Oh my god, that's a very good draw. Messiah can now play Psychic. That's crazy. There's 1 swamp in the deck. And now Alessio can't cast green cards anymore.
Okay, so this is a pretty interesting curveball.
Wow! Is this like the best sequence of events ever? Messiah even has Mystical Dispute in hand. Messiah can just top that Goryo, discard Atraxa to Frog, and reanimate Atraxa next turn.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been top decking all right, I guess. That swamp was literally the best draw out of the, I don't know, 50-something cards in the deck. Okay, the land, of course, does not deal 3 damage. We go to end step. Alessio can't cast any green card. That's actually relevant because he had Charlotte's Agent in hand, probably. Oh, he bricked? Not that he bricked. Maybe he chose not to put anything because you have to sacrifice the... Oh my god. He may actually win this game. Goryo? Okay, not bad.
I mean, even a second Frog is pretty good.
Yeah, that's actually a very good draw. I mean, Messiah also has Emperor of Bones in hand, which is another very good card to play. But I think this is just a attack. Just lead with attack, and let's see where it brings. You don't need to fly the Frog. Unless you want to make sure Alessio doesn't get an option to chump block. But Alessio can just sacrifice the Harbinger of the Seas to Birthing Ritual anyway. So he always has the option to lose his Harbinger and bring back his green mana. But it's funny how Psychic Frog, Harbinger of the Sea is now punishing Alessio. Yeah. Because he's the one that needs a second color. Messiah has it.
Yeah, I mean, he found the one basic land in his deck, like literally the one all he could have drawn.
Crazy, crazy. These advantage bar are going all the ways in this match.
I have no idea who's favorite right now.
All right,
I mean, Alessio must be sitting on a bunch of counter spells.
Yes, but counter spells? What counter spells? Because last turn he didn't use it on a Frog, so he's not Force of Flare Denial. He may be Force of Negation. That doesn't do anything against Frog. Messiah is just gonna go land, play a second Frog, and that's gonna be very hard for Alessio, who does have, of course, access to like subtlety in the deck. But Messiah has Mystical Dispute, so
yeah, that dispute is gonna be key, I think, this game.
4 dispute in the Messiah sideboard. That's actually a lot of Mystical Disputes. I don't think I've seen this many dispute in a modern deck in a long time. Maybe since the blue-red Murktide days, but even then, it wasn't. Okay.
All right, time to decide what he's going to do now. He's going to play the Emperor of Bones, possibly setting up for an Atraxa next turn.
Yes, because what he can do is next turn, discard Atraxa to the Frog, and then adapt, exiling the Atraxa.
Bring it back and start getting a lot of value.
Oh, Flare of Denial. Oh my god, using the... So Alessio played around Dispute here.
Yeah, this is the power of open deck list. Alessio knows that there are 4 copies of Mystical Dispute in Messiah's sideboard.
Yeah, but now Messiah can just fetch a Godless Marsh Flats and play Psychic Frog. He chooses not to.
Oh yeah, now the Harbinger is gone, so that just unlocked both mana bases again.
He chooses to hold up Dispute. Not sure why. What cards can he possibly be worried about? Maybe just Forest Harbinger of the Seas, but I don't even think
that would be that bad for him, right? Like,
yeah,
I think he would be pretty happy to keep the Harbinger.
Yeah, I would have gone Godless. Oh, yeah, I would have gone fetch Godless Shrine Frog, but we'll see. I love to see Psychic Frog doing well in Modern. It's just a card I love so much. All right, we're cascading. Oh, there it is.
Okay,
I guess he can. Mystical Dispute the Shardless Agent. This way, the opponent doesn't have a creature, but unless you can just follow it up with tapping 2 mana and playing a green creature. Because I think he has a green creature in hand. Yeah, I would have definitely tapped out for that Frog.
I think maybe Messiah wants to... Yeah, well, I guess we'll see what happens here, but now we're going to resolve the...
Let's see, because again, tough choices. Those rituals can become annoying cards. They can become like Abhorrent Oculus. Once the Oculus is in play, yeah, I think you have to counter at this point because you held up mana, so might as well just go for it.
And your opponent demonstrated that they're willing to play around the dispute anyway, so might as well use it if you have the opportunity.
Exactly. Okay, let's see if Alessio has a 2-drop in hand. That'd be very, very important. If he has a 2-drop, he gets to look at 14 cards to find that Oculus, but he doesn't. He passes the turn. Mystical Dispute was very important there.
Correct the fetch land here.
Yes, correct the fetch lands. There's no mana for Washington. That could be a card that you can play in blue-green. But of course, the mana base right now. I mean, this is open deck list.
Look at the heart rates. Both players' hearts are racing.
I mean, you're on camera, you're thorough, you thought you win / dead, and the opponent just top deck the swamp, or you top deck the swamp. Like,
definitely a close game. The advantage bar going back and forth. I mean, when the game started, I thought this was an unwinnable game for Messiah. Mull 5.
Yeah,
bad mana, you know, cards in hand I can't really use.
Goryo. I'm rooting a little bit for Messiah here. If you draw Goryo now, you discard a tracks that you reanimate. You even have a Thoughtseize now to check what's up. Let me think, because this is always the options. Like, do I Thoughtseize first or do I Thoughtseize second? I mean second after drawing. I think you draw first. Because you want to have more information with your discard spell. So first, we draw. Let's see what it is. There's also a copy of Ketramos in Messiah's sideboard. That would be an amazing card to draw. And we have a Thoughtseize.
Do you like playing the Thoughtseize out just to do something, or do you like keeping it in case you draw into the second combo piece, or something to bring the Atraxa back with?
Well, you have to think, like, what is Alessio range right now? He
was possibly in his hand.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't have any 2-drop. What is his hand? Maybe a bunch of lands, maybe a bunch of Force of Negation. But the card that I thought was Abhorrent Oculus. That's a card that you just cannot cast. You legally can't cast because you need 6 cards in the graveyard, and Alessio never had 6 cards in the graveyard until now. So that's a card I'll just get out immediately.
Oh, with the Thoughtseize, you're also kind of helping them, get another card in the graveyard. So possibly another drawn Oculus is a good draw now.
Yeah.
But with the patchwork formation, patchball formation, I think he would be able to get enough cards there.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, he does deal with the Oculus. That would be the best possible card against a Psychic Frog here.
Yeah, Popatch formation will be played now to make a food and draw card. It's not too bad. I mean, definitely not a modern power level card. If you cast it for that mode, you play it as a way to kill a flyer like a Quantum Riddler. Messiah could have also gone 5 mana Quantum Riddler here, but it's not that bad. Let me check if Alessio has any copies of Mystical Dispute. He does. 3 copies of Mystical Dispute.
Yeah,
so very important to play around.
Really don't want to spend 5 mana on an entire turn to get countered by 1.
Yeah. So here, what Messiah can do is also just cast that Fateful Mending, hoping to spike the Glorious Vengeance.
But he's already attacked, right? So
yeah, but yeah. Maybe we could have done that pre-combat then. Just start the turn with Fateful Mending, and then we could have gone, top that Goryo. This card attracts that Thoughtseize Goryo. Instead, we're just going for a safe Frog.
All right, Frog and keep some mana up. So end of turn patchball formation, exactly as you said. It's going to get essentially cycled.
Yeah, this game could be anyone's game, honestly. Crazy to think just a few turns ago. We got a foil food, and now Alessio has 2 Birthing Ritual in play. He can just draw any creature and just flood the board with Oculus and cantrips and so on. A 3rd one.
That's the one card you don't want to see, just 1 creature.
Yeah, exactly. To me, this means that he didn't draw any creatures.
Yeah.
Wow.
So Alessio breaking for the last couple of turns, unable to find a creature, which he has like 25 of in his deck or something.
Yeah, you have to wonder, why did he decide out for that Popach formation? Was it a creature? You know, sometimes when you guys, again, we're talking about the analysis of what happened in the game. Jace.
Wow, that was the Jace? Yes, as we said, it actually did come into Messiah's deck.
Yeah.
What is he going to discard? Atraxa and...
Not too good here. Well, Atraxa, okay, yeah, you can discard Atraxa. You know, nobody will fault you for that. But that card has a secret code, a secret text, costing 7 mana.
I was just going to say, yeah, he's not too far off from actually playing it.
I mean, we're drawing 2 cards next turn, but you do have the Quantum Riddler, so I don't think you need the Atraxa. Yeah. I agree with that choice. Messiah takes a draw step. So another Atraxa. Let's go. There is a card that Alessio can have that is Endurance.
Okay.
So what Messiah can do here to edge against Endurance is discard Atraxa to a Frog, cast Quantum Riddler, draw 2, and then attack with both.
Oh, he's going to play the Riddler first to see if it resolves, and then when the trigger goes on the stack...
Yeah, this is even better, because if it resolves, the trigger goes on the stack, and you can respond to the trigger, discarding a card with a Frog. And that way, you have enough cards to play around Endurance.
Yeah, that's a nice play there by Messiah. Heart rate going up, is going to discard the Jace, now the trigger is going to resolve.
And yeah, now Riddler has resolved. You can see 2 floors of negation in hand, but he's just dying to creatures, and that's the great things of Espergorio. Yes, the name of the deck says Gore's Vengeance, which is an instant, but you can easily win without.
Dismember in response.
That's fine.
I think that's okay. And I like that Messiah is keeping one of the Atraxas in his hand.
Yeah.
As you said, playing around Endurance and possibly just hard casting that in a couple of turns now that he's drawing multiple cards a turn.
All right, that's a Godless Shrine. But what Messiah can do now is play the Godless Shrine tapped, discard Fateful Mending, attack with Frog, draw a card. You actually draw 2 cards. Which is, again, this powerful combination of Quantum Riddler, Psychic Frog. Unfortunately, not enough to put the mere mid-range on the map, but it's perfect for the, you know, friendly Sunday Murktide leagues. You know, a good blue-black mid-range. This combination happens a lot. It actually doesn't even play Murktide anymore. It's just branding now. It's like Blue-Red Delver in Legacy, but doesn't play Delver anymore.
There's no Delver, yeah.
All right, so we play that tapped. With this card, Fateful Mending.
Okay, trigger on the stack. Oh, no, not a trigger. We're just going to make the Frog a little bigger, attack for 2. Now we're drawing 2 cards thanks to the Riddler. And is there a land? There is a Dispute. Yeah. That was another Riddler and Atraxa. So
yeah, the hand is talked.
Really wants to draw another land.
Yeah, I mean, the game now is firmly Messiah's direction, but unless you can draw Charlotte's Agent into Coiling Oracle and then turn those cards into 2 Abhorrent Oculus, and I don't say turn the game around because I think Messiah now has it firmly in his hand. Okay, what Messiah can do now is in upkeep, discard 2 cards. So that the draw step trigger will have 2 more cards. And he's thinking about it.
And Alessio, yet again, with a break, just passes the turn.
No, Messiah decides that my hand is great. I don't want to get rid of any of those cards. But now what he can do is play Quantum Riddler and then discard 2 cards and draw 3 cards.
I think at this point, I kind of like keeping the Atraxa. Like, what are you trying? What are you hoping to draw anyway? You're gonna draw another card with the Frog.
Yeah, I would just warp the Riddler, see if it resolves, and then get rid of the. Honestly, I'm keeping Mystical Dispute. My board stage is good enough. I don't need anything else.
Look at our card viewer. Quantum Riddler.
Ooh.
Like you said, is gonna see play. So the warp cost got paid. Trigger on the stack. Are we gonna be discarding anything? Wow, looks like you're thinking about discarding the Dispute. I mean, it is pretty late in the game. Alessio has 5 lands in play. He has demonstrated he's willing to play around the Dispute. So he does end up ditching it and the Atraxa. This puts him down to 1 card.
Yeah, you should definitely do 1 at a time, but that's fine. Draw 3, Ephemerate, Frog,
land. So you can Ephemerate the Riddler.
Yeah.
But at this point, you're just looking for some counter magic.
Yeah, Masaya gameplay is perfect for casting because it keeps the hand.
Yeah, we can see it.
Maybe that's a little bit too ahead. I don't know. I would be concerned if you play against a tall player to keep the cards a little bit closer to your chest. You want to empty your hand before a frog attacks, so that way you draw even more.
Yeah, I think he's trying to figure out how do I sequence this on the best possible way to draw the most cards this turn.
Let's see, 3 cards in hand. If I'm Alessio here, I'd probably just concede. Masaya is taking a while, and the timer is ticking down, and you want to win games of Magic.
Can Alessio untap and still win this game? Like, how does the game look like where he wins?
I don't. At this point, I don't think so.
Masaya just has too much value right now, right? And too many things in play.
Yeah, now it's going to go Frog, it's going to go Ephemerate on the Warped Quantum Riddler. That way, it's going to draw 3 more cards and keep the Riddler around. Alessio can cast his Force of Negation, I guess.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
Something. Wow, and he plays around the dispute. He plays Force, pitching Force. He really does think Masaya's last card is a dispute, especially now that he discarded one of them. I was like, okay, I think you have another one.
Okay, so we're attacking. That is going to be, oh, look at that. Look at that attack zone completely on the side of... All right, so the Frog is coming back to hand. I think we still have an Hollywood Fountain in the deck, so we're able to cast that Frog. look at the creature. They are completely on Alessio's board state.
Yeah, this is very...
Not even in the red zone. That's like in your opponent's zone.
This is not exactly what you think about, you know, when you think Modern. It's just a couple creatures attacking, playing some bounce spells. There's some enchantments sitting in play doing nothing. Maybe a Trox that gets cast for 7.
All right, so we see the Hollywood Fountain. It's going to be brought into play, and then a Frog comes in, and then the Quantum Riddler will leave the battlefield, end of turn. But yeah, this is the same game that Masaya mulled to 5 and received a Harbinger of the Seas with just a breeding pool and an island in play. So crazy how it went. As he draws, it's a land, and he packs it up. So Masaya Oshino, Japanese flag, but I think at this point honorary Italian, since he's been in Italy for a while. Still doesn't speak much Italian, but you know, at this point.
What a crazy game!
Yeah, wow.
What an absolute what an absolute crazy couple of games. Both of these games were absolutely insane. If you are Masaya,
yes.
Does being on the play in Game 3 change anything for you? I guess if he was happy bringing in the Jace on the draw, he's probably going to bring it in on the play now.
I don't know.
Or he's going to keep it in on the play.
I would cut Jace. I don't think that card is good in Modern. I don't know what's it doing. I mean, he drew it at some point and discarded the first chances he had.
It's a good turn to play, but after that, there's never really going to be a great time for it, right? You just kind of want to have it to set up your combo finish on turn 3, but outside of that, it's a bit too slow for Modern right now.
Yeah, but also like it doesn't even do too much once it flips. Like sure, you can bring back a spell, but Alessio has like 4 copies of Force of Negation even to like exile the relevant spells. It's I mean, if I had to bring in a creature, I mean, I would bring a Ketramose over that. Like Ketramose is a solid creature that can like win a board state against most things, and it's very good with Psychic Frog. That's a very good combo. So yeah, I would. I mean, I honestly don't even know if you have anything bad to cut. Like, your main deck is designed to be strong against decks with creatures. I mean, maybe Force of Negation is the only bad card, but we've seen it do it a decent job in the
matchup.
In game 1, you know, it attempt to counter a Birthing Ritual. So, yeah, the players are sideboarding.
So far, if Modern taught me anything today, it's that being on the play is great. But other than that, like it's been a bunch of fun matchups. But the advantage is real. Have you ever thought about what could possibly be done to you know, sort of mitigate the advantage you get by being on the play? I kind of wish Arena would do these like test things in, you know, the midweek metagame or whatever kind of fun events there are throughout the week, where you can just use a lot of the Magic players as free testers. Like, hey, we're gonna have this special thing, you can win a booster pack or, you know, something, and the rules are slightly changed. we're going to let you play it. You know, maybe there's a different deck building restriction. Maybe the player on the draw gets Lotus Petal. Maybe, you know, the first player's land comes into play tap land. I actually think there was something similar on Arena once, but I do think it could be a good tool to kind of try things out and see, you know, what modifications can you make to the rules.
I think Magic is a great game, possibly the best game ever. And
for sure.
I don't think that reducing variance is a good thing. I think one of the reasons why it's actually a successful game is because it has a lot of variance. There's a lot of games that are harder than Magic that didn't do too well in the history. There's so Magic, I think, you have that variance of winning the die roll and you embrace it. They've done a lot to fix that, I think, in MH2, which is the set that I love the most. It may be a hot take or anything, but I think Magic, Modern Horizons 2 saves Magic. You have Solitude, which helps you being on the draw. You have Fury, which, you know, they banned, but I think is a very good card for the game. You have Grief, maybe that's a little less good for the game.
Yeah, that one was a little,
you have Forces now, so those cards help you trade the extra card that you get with Tempo, which is what you lose by losing the die roll. So I think that that is what you want to do in order to have less variance. You just play more of these type of cards, and those cards are the most successful one in the game anyway.
I do think in general, like just the resource system and the variance there is great for the game because, you know, any player can beat John Finkel or Kai Bude in a game of Magic if they draw well enough. But I do think it could be, you know, interesting sort of having the same system as Chess has, where maybe if the tournament has 16 rounds, you would be 8 times on the play and 8 times on the draw, and you know, like little things you could make with little tweaks.
I'm happy to play a higher variance game. You know. I'm a little bit of a vintage gamer in the heart. Anyway, the players finally, both of them kept 7. Masaya, Maltu 6 game 1, Maltu 5 game 2. So keeping 7 is definitely an improvement.
So Masaya on the draw now.
Okay,
second copy of Gorgias.
A couple of Gorgias Vengeance, not what you want to see. That card is...
Wait a second, if he was on the draw, can he just discard an Atraxa now?
I wonder why
play Gorgias turn 2. Yeah.
I wonder why he didn't fetch. Very curious on that.
That is a play you can make. Just end of turn, discard to hand size. Next turn, play my second land, use Gorgias.
You know why I didn't fetch? Because if Masaya fetched, unless we have responded with a dispute. Yeah. This is amazing. As if the players played face up here. Very, very smart.
Wanted to have the dispute up for the total.
Yeah, and now we can go Hallowed Fountain. He wants to get Hallowed Fountain because the Polluted Delta wants to fetch a swamp in case there is Harbinger of the Seas on the way. And of course, he can get planes to cast that dispute. So.
Wow, no third land from Alessio.
Is Alessio? Did Alessio just pass?
Yeah, no, wow, this is brutal. After that second game of breaking 5 turns in a row, not finding a creature, he now doesn't have a third land. So Masaya's going to crack the Delta at the end of turn, probably going to find one of these Surveillance, or is he going to go for the, oh, he is going to go for the basic. Okay.
Yeah, he didn't tap out end of turn. He untapped to play around another Coatl.
Okay, okay.
So he just went untap, fetch, swamp, draw.
Okay, okay. That also does play around the possible future Harbinger of the Seas.
And now you can play planes with a fetch land. You can fetch planes.
Does he have all 3 basics?
He plays, usually they do, let me double check, but usually they do play 3 basics. Yes.
And there is Psychic Frog. That's going to get disputed. And is Masaya going to fight back and risk possibly getting screwed by
Harbinger? Yeah.
Harbinger next year. I think this is definitely worth fighting over, right? Like the Frog is just so good.
Yeah,
if the game goes longer where both players kind of just play a bunch of fair cards, the Frog is going to dominate the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, this play played perfectly into Alessio's hand. If Masaya just passes, Alessio just can't do anything, just has to untap. So, a little bit unfortunate.
Is he going to find the third land here? I think that's a Fibble Tip.
Fibble Tip. And?
Wow, no third land still. I mean, if you're not drawing lands, at least you have spells, and his deck does have a lot of free spells. So he probably has a lot of flares. He has a lot of Force of Creations.
Here I think I would have fetched Surveillant main phase. I guess it's a little bit bad against Harbinger of the Seas. So probably Masaya once again played tight here by not. Because like if you fetch main phase, Surveillant, you might get lucky, mill one of those 5 creatures, and then you have Gorgias Vengeance for it. Land pass.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you know that Alessio is sitting on a bunch of counters, right? He does have the flare, he has the force, he has the sink into stupor. So the game is not gonna get much better for you at this point. Which is a reason why I might have tried last year in the play you mentioned. Like I might have just tried to go for the survey land. If I get lucky and find an Atraxa, then I could just bring it back and maybe I win. Like, it's not gonna get much better for me if the game goes longer now.
Yeah, but then like you just brick, and then your opponent goes land, Harbinger of the Seas, and you just die with. I guess you don't die because you have Solitude in end. But anyway, let's see what Masaya does. Survey land, leaves the card on top. It's a land. Huh? Weird. I guess he just makes sure now that he has that plains. I spent Coatl.
You can also hardcast a Solitude now.
Yeah, I mean, that's the reason why the land was kept. I spent Coatl, draws. Okay. Yeah, once again, this game is just going any way. Like, it's 3 games in a row that, honestly, it could be anyone's game. Game 1, Game 2, and Game 3. Very, very close games. This is, you know, exactly the type of Magic that you want to showcase. A game where you don't know who's winning.
We've had some really good games today. The game where we had Marco Vassallo stabilize at 1 with his control deck, just narrowly edging out the Affinity deck. That was a cool game. This one is back and forth. No idea who's going to win.
Okay, so here we want to cast Solitude, and we want to try to exile Sven Coatl and block Fibulative. Of course, none of this will happen unless you will have some sort of interaction now, even an Arcast Mystical Dispute or a Arcast Flare Denial. All right, that's a Plains.
That is a weird-looking Plains.
Yeah, Masaya loves weird cards. You know, he's like those cards. You can see that the Zoomers, you know, the younger generation loves playing those cards. Whereas if you show me that Hallowed Fountain, I'm gonna be like, nah.
Yeah. I'm also all about the old school version. So there's a Flare, sack the Fibletip.
Yeah. So once again, Alessio chooses not to tap out. Wants to hold up mana.
Okay.
To play around more things.
No, because we are in Alessio's turn, so yeah.
Ooh, Birthing Ritual. It's the field.
It's time to spin the wheel.
For the first time, Alessio finds himself with a Birthing Ritual and a creature is epic to sacrifice.
Did he find anything? Don't tell me he's going to break on this as well. No, there's at least an Oracle.
It's impossible to. I mean, obviously nothing is impossible, but it's hard to break with this deck. You play 26 creatures.
Oracle finds a Harbinger.
Not good anymore now.
That's going to go into Alessio's hand.
Masaya already has Plains and Swamp. All right, Masaya needs to draw something. He needs to draw a Haymaker. Needs to do something. His hand is very bad right now. He does a March. He does have a March for the Birthing Ritual.
Wow, Atraxa. It's not what you see.
It's actually not too bad, because that means that as long as Masaya draws Psychic Frog or a Fateful Mending, he's able to discard that, and then Guario can do the job. So it's not the worst of the draws. It's not good now, but it's an investment for the future. So a couple of choices now. Masaya can play is March of the Otherworldly Light in his main phase or in Alessio's upkeep.
Yeah, looks like he's going to go for the...
never.
Or not at all.
Yeah, but that gave the opportunity for Alessio to top that Force of Negation, which just happened. So I would have personally gone in the upkeep, but... Let's see.
He does have 2 Gorios. Like, he just needs to find a way to put one of the creatures in the graveyard. There is another Shardless Agent.
Shardless Agent flips another Cooling Oracle. The first one flipped Harbinger of the Seas, which is in end. Let's see what the second one does. Okay, it looks like we are responding to the draw this time with the March on Birthing Ritual. Tapping 3 lands. The rest of the hand is... Masaya can't cast any of these cards. So we're going to exile that. And now I think the best draw Masaya has available to him is Psychic Frog. Because Alessio's sitting on a couple of Force of Negation. Now he has to resolve the Cooling Oracle trigger. Oh.
Wow, he finds an Endurance.
Oh, no.
That is going to make life so much harder for Masaya. Yeah. If there was any hope of him possibly winning this game, I think that is dwindling now.
Yeah. Draw. It's
what
a
did he find?
Brand.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what you do. You put cards in your deck that are clunky.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
That's like, it is a risk. Masaya isn't being unlucky. He's just drawing a part of his combo that doesn't function.
High risk, high reward.
Yeah, there's a lot of decks that are A+ B+ C. Actually, usually hate those decks because you just draw this way. You draw Glorio and you draw Traxa. You don't draw an enabler, and then you do nothing. It's like drawing, I don't know, Asmo and no ways to discard, or just there's so many decks that work like that that just sometimes don't work. They have a high fail rate, whereas Alessio deck is just lands and spells, you know?
Yeah, when the deck works, it looks great. The floor is super high, but when you don't draw the right pieces, it looks like, what are we doing here?
Second Fibbolethip. Ooh, Quantum Riddler. Okay. Okay, well, that's a card. We can Artcast it, but it's not going to do anything because Masaya is not dead on board. It would go to 1, but I think it's just better to cycle. Open to draw Ephemerate. Let's see. A third Glorious Vengeance, and that's the game right there. Masaya has 5 cards in the end, and none of them are remotely castable.
Oh my god.
Well, again, this game was good though, because this is a game where Alessio missed the 3rd land drop. This is a game where, yeah, so very well played game by both of these players who, this is a heartbeat, has been going all over the places throughout the game. So yeah, it was actually a very, very good game to show.
Both decks kind of just failed at doing what they're supposed to do. I mean, they both had a lot of interaction. There was a lot of force of negations, a lot of solitudes. But I mean, if you think, you know, Goryo's, we haven't really seen a, you know, Goryo's Vengeance being cast. We haven't seen a Traxa in play. We have not seen a Grizzlebrand in play. So both decks kind of just failed.
Yeah, I mean,
a little bit at doing.
That's what happens when you play against the Thoughtseize deck, a Mystical Dispute deck. It's gonna just stumble the opponent game plan. You know, like for example, if you look at legacy games, a vintage game, sometimes they look like draft games because none of the players are doing anything. Because what you do is just you trade resources back and forth, so the deck just actually at some point don't function anymore.
That was a lot of interaction, and the Goryo's deck is not great against all this interaction with all these Atraxas and Grizzlebrands.
And Alessio was holding 2 forces of negation, endurance. So in order to win, Masaya had to draw very, very well to get through all this stuff.
I'm being told that Maria is ready with a winner's interview, so let's see what Alessio has to say about this match.
I'm here with the winner of round 5, Alessio Batsu. Congratulations on such a good result, 5-0.
Thank you.
How do you feel?
I feel very happy about it, and it felt real difficult to get over a player like that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
These games, they were so intense, so interactive. So you are playing Simic Ritual.
Simic Ritual, yeah.
Could you tell us more about your deck choice?
Okay, so I chose that because I want to have an advantage against Jeskai Blink and Amulet Titan.
Makes sense.
And playing a Free Harbinger helps also against Eldrazi Ramp or Tron. And I feel like if I dodge every Prowess and Boros in the event, I will win.
So I think you like metagamed quite well, you know? So you're expecting to see a lot of Jeskai Blink, Amulet Titan.
Yes.
Well, I think you're well positioned and your result speaks for itself.
Yeah, I think that Boros has an increased popularity right now, but we can play with it.
Right, right. So you saw that you were playing against Esper Goryo's.
Yes.
Was you prepared for this match? What did you think of it?
Yeah, actually, it was one of my choice for the event, so I can play it enough.
So you know the deck well, you know how it works.
And I feel slightly advantaged or favored in this matchup.
Interesting.
I win fairly easily game 1, and game 2 I couldn't get a creature with that Shardless Agent, and I lose to Raidlers and Frogs. Yeah.
Well, this is the name of the game, but you got there. You were 5-0. So what are your expectations for the rest of the day?
I want to keep winning, and I want to go to day 2.
Of course, of course. Well, the best luck.
Thank you so much.
Back to the booth.
Congratulations to Alessio again, 5-0. Yeah, in a prime position to make day 2. Quick reminder, you need 18 points or more, so that means 6 and 2 or better, or you can even squeak in with 5 wins and 3 draws, but don't do that at home. So this was round number 5, but that's not everything. We do have the second feature match, the backup feature match, and let's see if we can get that up on the screen. In the meantime, I'm going to quickly look at what the match actually is. Is it the Jeskai Bling against Is it Millicraft deck? So that'll be table 13. We're going to have Sylvan Cruier, which I think was Frank's pick in the caster draft, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so one of the 2 decks is it Cutter, played by, not mistaken, Varo NTG. He's a PT finalist of PT Barcelona, and he came with a very sweet deck, because it's Is It Cutter, a deck that I played this summer at the RCQ to qualify for this tournament a couple of times. You're playing with Emery, Tamio, Mox Amber. You're playing with Quarry Steel Cutter, which is a very powerful card. There it is. That's
was a Saga, Shadow Spear, the usual stuff. There's 2 copies of Tormod, Mox Amber, Mox Opal, Mishra's Bauble, Quantum Riddler. Okay.
Yeah, Alvaro Fernandez Torres. This is Alessio Basso's deck. That's the match that we've seen before. The match that we're gonna see has Is It Metalcraft. That's how the player called it. You do have, of course, Mox Opal, the best card. As I said, the best card in the format. We also have a giant bottle of water to make sure the players are hydrated. You have to make sure you are hydrated. Also, the casters need to be hydrated. We do definitely need that. The other player is Sylvan Cruier.
Yeah.
And he's playing Jeskai Blink, the most popular deck in the tournament. The most popular deck in the tournament, which is Jeskai Blink. That deck won the American RC by Vindifino, and since then, it's just everywhere. That deck is just a beating. It plays the most powerful mythic rares in the game. It plays Flage, it plays Ragavan, it plays Quantum Riddler. Again, not the deck that we have on screen.
I don't think this is the deck we're going to be seeing.
It's okay. A little bit of misinformation there, but it's okay. We will get through all these things.
So yeah, Jeskai Bling, you know, you have a lot of the very typical stuff. You have Ragavan, you have Flade. Some of the best cards in the format. You have Failey, you have Solitude, Quantum Riddler, like the typical stuff. Consigned to Memory, which you said was, you know, maybe the best card in the format right now. Ephemerate. With the Fail, you have a lot of ways to bring back the Quantum Riddler if you play it for the warp cost. Galvanic Discharge. String Serenade. That is actually the card that I asked the dealers yesterday here, the vendors, what was the card that they were asked for the most? And String Serenade was one of the cards that was the most popular. Players that were looking for cards to finish their decks. This was one of the most popular cards, and that's a card that has recently started seeing a lot of play. It's a 1-mana counter. It counters a creature, artifact, or planeswalker for 1 mana. And the downside is you get to give your opponent a 2/2 token, but that's not a big of a deal when your deck has cards like Failure, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So this is game 2, actually, as you can see on top. Alvaro Fernandez Torres up a game. Goes with his very powerful turn 1 play of Tamio, but no broken draws. Sometimes this deck is a broken draw. If you go Opal, Bubble, Emery, Mox Amber, Tamio, you know, you can have these type of cards that are just impossible for a normal deck to deal with. I guess Wrath of the Skies is a card that that Sylvan has in his 75, a couple of copies. The card is going to stay on top, and it was Teferi Time Raveler. Interesting. That's a little bit of a slow interaction, but I guess Sylvan Hand is a little bit like a little bit too many lands.
We did join the game. We did join the match at game number 2. So Alvaro is up 1-0.
Okay, so playing Urza Saga here, I think it's too risky. Sylvan is holding a copy of March of the Order Ward.
Wow, yeah, that'd be brutal.
And if Alvaro plays that, and ability on the stack, look at that.
Yeah.
Before you put a counter,
before it can even make mana.
Exactly. Before you put a counter, you exile the land. Actually, when I was playing that deck, I noticed that you want to play your lands, your players are like so late because they just die, become a liability. They get destroyed by. I mean, you saw it here with the March, but also with March Wrath of the Skies. It's not a way to kill Urza Saga because it's an enchantment.
All right, let's see. Mox Opal is the play, followed by, I think that's a Tormod script.
And now we can add 1 blue.
Wow, Mox Opal number 2.
Is that a Blood Moon?
That looks like a Blood Moon.
Oh my god.
Wow.
So the Ursaga was actually a bait.
It was a bait. Sylvan's going to respond by cracking the fetch land. So he's going to be able to find one of the basics, but that's not too good.
Yeah. Wow, that's actually crazy.
And I was going to say Alvaro is down to 2 cards, so he doesn't really have a lot of pressure, but he does that. He does have that Tamiyo. So
Yeah,
he's drawing 2 cards a turn. He's going to be able to flip it into a Planeswalker. And
he's also able to play spells, whereas Sylvan is not able to play spells. This is a Blood Moon, so we've seen before Harbinger of the Seas. That with Harbinger of the Seas, Sylvan would have been able to... Ooh.
Wow, okay.
Celestial Purge, exile a red permanent, he says.
He also does have Solitude, he has Ephemerate, so yeah, Sylvan has a lot of answers this game. He's certainly not out of it yet. There's a Saga, attack with the Tamiyo, make a clue token.
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't flip the Tamiyo this turn. Alvaro may try and draw a card, because if he draws another Opal, he can flip the Tamiyo, but chooses to just hold up the 3 mana Mystical Dispute play in case Sylvan goes for something like Flage. And then he has Tormod Script to get rid of the Flage. But first...
Wow, okay, so that's a good Mystical Dispute target. You really want to protect the Tamiyo here. Now let's see here, he's going to crack the clue to draw a card, and next turn he's going to have the option to either flip Tamiyo if he finds another mana source, or start churning out construct tokens.
Was that Flare of Denial? That's an interesting card to play in this deck. You can't sacrifice too many cards, but still free interaction, even sacrificing Tamiyo. Tamiyo, one of the best Thrabani Spectre of all time.
Oh yeah. This Tamiyo has been getting Alvaro a lot of value. Did you draw, is that a repeal?
I think it's a Flare of Denial. Sorry, yeah, Flare of Denial.
Okay. There's an Unholy Heat, that's a Mishra's Bauble, and a Flare of Denial.
A very important thing that Tamiyo did was giving those clues to turn on those Mox Opals to pass the turn to Bloodman. Without Tamiyo, none of that could have happened.
Oh, it is a repeal.
It is. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean...
we can build up that Storm count, we can draw extra cards, so he does have the option to flip Tamiyo.
He chooses not to.
Just values the extra cards more.
Yeah, repeal, a very important piece of that deck, the Core Steel Cutter deck. I was playing 4 copies. Super good. The best play you can do with repeal is repealing the Ajani token. They cast Ajani, make a token, 1 mana repeal on the draw, just counter the Ajani, basically.
It's also a way to protect the Tamiyo now. If Sylvan has something like a Solitude, you can just bounce it back to your hand.
Okay, so Arena of Glory, pass.
Yeah, land number 5. So
with Flage in play, maybe he has a Solitude in hand. Construct hits battlefield.
Alvaro is super happy to play this, draw-go game.
I wonder if he chooses to sacrifice that Mishra's Bubble, or if he's thinking about having with something like...
There was an Emery picked up for Alvaro.
There's so many options right now. There's so many options. Let's see what he chooses to do. I would have honestly cracked this bubble to get to draw a couple of lands. Because, yeah, sure, you're dealing an extra damage, but... Yeah. I mean, Sylvan has proven that he doesn't have a Wrath of the Skies. So you want to maybe go big now, but does have a Solitude.
So with the 3rd Saga chapter trigger on the stack, he makes another construct. Solitude comes in, deals with the Tamiyo. We're gonna get to find a free artifact. What is he looking for here? There's Mox Opal. You have something like Shadow Spear. Anything else you can get? You already have the Tormod script in play.
All right, it's gonna go Mox Opal. The reason is that he wants to go Unholy Heat on that Solitude, so that Sylvan can't go Ephemerate on it in the next turn. Mox Opal now acting as a Lotus Petal.
Lotus Petal, yeah.
You can also go...
Bounce my own Mox, replay it, and play the Unholy Heat after that?
Yeah, maybe that's not bad. If he draws a land, he can go Unholy Heat and Emery.
Okay, yeah, he's going to make exactly that play. So he bounces his own Mox, Now he's going to be able to replay it, make one more mana.
Draws another Mox, but unfortunately it's not good enough.
Yeah.
Yes, he can go Emery Amber, but then he won't be able to go Unholy Heat on Solitude. Unfortunately, Mox Amber not good enough as a land. So only one land in play for Alvaro.
But the Unholy Heat play is more than good enough here, right? Like if he just deals with the Solitude, how big are the constructs? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, that's a 2-turn clock. Oh, he even plays the Mox, so take 8, go down to 10.
There's a card that Sylvan can draw that just completely wins.
Yeah.
Wrath of the Skies. Let's see. That card is a bane of the existence of Izzet Cutter. And honestly, you know, one of the oh wow, only lands, and that's the handshake. But Alvaro did play very well around that Ephemerate. You know, if he went for something else on that Urza Saga, he wouldn't have been able to go Unholy Heat on Solitude, and then the Ephemerate would have got him. So, you know, well played by Alvaro. Unfortunately, Sylvan was not able to draw Wrath of the Skies, so that's the win. You see here, PT finalist Barcelona 2019, who with Ardent Skills, a deck that unfortunately.
Oh wow! Okay. Well, congratulations to Alvaro, moving to 5-0 in a prime position to make day 2.
Yes, only needs 3 more points in the next 3 rounds. So
yeah, exciting round. We saw a lot of really cool games.
Yeah, this maybe this one was less, but at least we got to see the power of Mox Opal in a game of Modern. Definitely the most, in my opinion, powerful cards in Modern.
Modern is in such a good place right now. I'm really enjoying watching the matches. There's so much diversity. I think it's a format that is the most popular, and I think this is the reason why.
Okay, so we are gonna have a lot of games today. This is more, you know, we still have, what, 3 rounds of Swiss?
3 more rounds, exactly.
3 more rounds. We are going to, you know, tell us in the chat which deck you want to see.
Exactly, yeah. We have Frank Karsten picking the feature matches. The idea here is that we want to show you as many different decks as possible. So we want to show you that Storm deck. We also want to show you, you know, Wan Chitong.
That's a good idea.
We want to show you a lot of, you know, different decks so you can see what Modern is all about. Frank had a nice segment earlier with the metagame breakdown. I think we're also going to be talking in the future about the most played cards
from Avatar.
And I already had a little bit of a sneak peek into what Frank was doing. And my guess was that Wan Chitong would be the most played card.
No,
What would your guess be?
My guess is the Badgemole Cub. Mostly simply because that card is not legendary, so you play 4 in the deck that plays it. That card is super good. I think we've seen it on round 3, Yawgmoth by Alexi Poulot, the Spotless Series Liverpool winner. We have Zerk in the room. He was 4-1 before, so maybe we get to see him on camera. Maybe I can talk Frank into choosing that future match the next time I commentate.
Frank wouldn't tell me what the most played cards were, but he had a little like a wink wink with like, oh, it's gonna be a bit of a surprise. Yeah. So I'm curious in seeing what the actual list of the most played cards look like and what the most played card is. Avatar certainly brought a lot of cards that are going to make an impact on Modern, whether it's Wan Chitong or Badger Mole Cub. There's Redirect Lightning. That's a pretty cool card that people have been putting in their red decks as well, a couple copies. It has a very unique effect that, for just 1 mana, it does a lot of cool stuff. Yeah, what else? Are we ready?
I wouldn't say the Avatar brought a lot of cards, but it certainly brought a little bit. And that's how Modern is these days. The new set are standard legal, but they do always have some sweet treats for Modern players. We've seen Edge of Eternities do actually a very big impact with Quantum Riddler, which kind of just flipped Modern. Like, so many decks just, it's the most popular deck. It belongs to a deck that wasn't even a thing before. Affinity, another card, another deck that just was so popular with Pinnacle Emissary. So standard set aren't designed for Modern, I want to say, but they happen to just do a very good impact in a format that's just super healthy, like Modern.
Well, we are ready to hear from Frank, so let's send it to him and Maria and see what they have to say.
I'm curious.
Yeah, me too.
The world's first
water, earth, fire, air. Not long ago, we made it our mission to protect cards, shielding them from the elements. Only our Avatar The Last Airbender Squirrels could protect them. And when you needed them the most, we released them.
As you can see, the new Avatar The Last Airbender collection by Squirrels will protect your cards on your next adventure from all of the elements. If you want to know some more, check out the link down below.
"旅の始まりは常に道への一歩である。それは闇へと続く。初めの一歩を踏み出すには勇気がいる。そして旅の終わりには旅を始めた時の自分とは別人になっているかもしれない。旅に出よう。物語の次の章がお主を待っている。将軍の道を歩め。侍の箱と共に。アルティメットカードが送る冒険の第一章。刀将軍の道近日発売。
Magic the Gathering Avatar The Last Airbender set has just come out, and we have a chance to witness these cards in action. I'm here joined by friend Karsten again to talk all about new cards.
Indeed, I ran the numbers on all the deck lists submitted here for the regional championship and figured out which cards were the most played from the new set based on the total number of copies from main decks and sideboards combined.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Very interesting. So
and I wonder if people in the chat can already guess what the most played cards are going to be from the new set.
Yeah, you can pause and just quickly comment down below your guess. It would be interesting to know for us too.
So let's take a look at the number 5 card from the list. It's Aang Swift Savior.
Yes, for 3 mana, 1 white and 1 blue, have legendary creature 2/3 with flash and flying. When Aang enters, airbend up to 1 other target creature or spell, and it also has an activate ability Waterbend 8, transform Aang, and it becomes a 5/5 creature with reach and trample.
Yeah, I haven't really seen that transformation come up all that much, but the airbending is nice. It can either like airbend one of your own cards to reuse the enters abilities, or take out one of the opponent's spells to get a bit of a tempo boost. Only 2 decks in the tournament included Aang. One Jeskai Blink deck where you can reuse your own Solitude or do sort of a Spell Queller impression. And one spicy Azurius Flash deck, where you could play Aang off the top of your library with Errant and Giada.
Wow.
So, well, only 2 decks, a modest addition, but some cool new tricks.
Yes, of course, of course.
Number 4, it's mostly a sideboard card. It's Redirect Lightning.
Yes, it is an instant spell for 1 red mana, but it has an additional cost of paying 5 life or paying 2 mana. And what it does, change the target of target spell or ability with a single target.
Yeah, so this card can, for example, turn a Goblin Charbelcher onto its owner, suddenly winning you the game out of nowhere. But more realistically, it can, for example, change the target of a Solitude to one of the opponent's creatures. It can turn like any spot removal or counter magic around. Even when they're thought seizing you, you can say, no, thought seize you.
Yeah, that's actually the first that comes to mind, right? Like removal spell or those kind of effects. But Charbelcher is a sort of call an ambulance moment, but not for me.
Oh, absolutely. And I think the unique element of this is that it's sort of the first redirect effect available for just a single red. so very mana efficient. And 18 players registered it, mostly in sideboards, in decks like Brute Scale, where it can also protect your combo,
Nice.
but also in some Affinity, Prowess, Energy, Storm decks. It's definitely also a spicy one-of in open decklist formats.
Of course, of course. So, number 3.
Number 3 is Badger Mole Cub.
It is a creature for 2 mana, 1 and 1 green, 2/2. When it enters, Earthband 1. Whenever you tap a creature for mana, add an additional green mana.
Yep, so this is seeing mostly play in Golgari Yawgmoth.
Sure.
8 out of the 11 Golgari Yawgmoth players included this card in their decks here this weekend. And in that deck, it basically boosts the mana production of your Delighted Halfling. It also adds 2 bodies to sacrifice to Yawgmoth, and well, just add some value. There's even like a stray Amulet Titan player that included the card.
Oh,
You know, you can Earthbend your own Urza Saga, so that when the saga eventually dies, it will return and you get more use out of it.
Oh.
So some nice synergies there. Yep, 10 players in total in the tournament are playing Badger Mole Cub.
So Badger Mole Cub maybe signifies the return of Yawgmoth. Who knows, right?
It is a solid addition.
Yes.
I have seen Badger Mole Cub do a lot of work in Standard also, but apparently strong enough to make a splash in Modern as well.
Of course. And we're moving on to number 2.
Oh, do I have to pronounce this? It's One Shi Tong Librarian.
Yes, after Mango's Washington Library, it's hard to call it differently. So, it is a creature with mana cost X and double blue, 1/1, with flash, flying, and vigilance. When Van Chiton enters, put X +1/+1 counters on him, then draw half X cards, round it down. Whenever an opponent searches their library, put a +1/+1 counter on Van Chiton and draw a card.
Yeah, so the importance of this card is twofold. On the one hand, it offers some flexibility and scalability. You know, in the early game, just a 1/1 flash flying. But in the late game, if you would play it for 6 mana, you get a 5/5 flyer that also draws you 2 cards.
Exactly.
So it scales as the game progresses. But in Modern, it's especially that last ability. Whenever an opponent searches the library, that means whenever they sacrifice a fetch land,
Yes,
and if you've ever seen any of these Modern mana bases, that happens a lot.
Yes, yes. I think it was probably the most hype, the most exciting card when the preview started of the new set.
Yeah, given the context of the format, it can trigger very regularly and provide you a lot of value. So that is why One Shi Tong is seeing play across a lot of different blue decks, from Jeskai Blink to Simic Ritual, Dimir Midrange. Those mostly, even in some Jeskai Control and Izzet Prowess decks. There are 96 copies in total across all the Modern decks registered this weekend, mostly in the main decks.
That's impressive.
Across like 55 players, so
Yeah.
roughly like 5% of the field included at least 1 copy of One Shi Tong in their
Yeah.
library.
But it also looks like an easy addition, honestly. Like 1-2 copies is quite easy to integrate to your deck if you're playing.
Yep, it's just
something like you've mentioned.
it's a sweet value card.
Exactly,
But
exactly.
it was not the most played. There's still number 1 remaining.
So, what is it? Would it be
Can you all in chat
surprise?
guess it?
Dun dun dun! The
Yeah.
Legend of Roku. It
And
is, an
go
enchantment
ahead.
saga for 4 mana, 2 and double red. So first chapter, exile the top 3 cards of your library. Until the end of your next turn, you may play those cards. Second chapter is add 1 mana of any color. And third chapter, exile the saga. Then return it to the battlefield transformed under your control. And it becomes a creature 4/4 with Firebending 4 and activate ability for 8 mana. Create a 4/4 red dragon creature token with flying and Firebending 4.
Yep, so remember that this ranking was based on the total number of copies across all main decks and sideboards.
All right.
The Legend of Roku is mostly a sideboard card. in Boros Energy,
that makes
where previously these decks might play Showdown of the Skulls, but this appears to be more efficient even for the grindy matchups.
Yeah.
There were 116 copies in total across all the decks in this tournament, and 114 of those were in sideboards, only 2 copies in the main deck, but
still.
this card, if you analyze it, it does do a lot. Like the first chapter, right? You basically, it's like you draw 3 cards.
Exactly.
If your curve is low enough, you'll be able to play those all across the next turn. Then the second chapter, you get a mana. Right, so at first you have like, okay, 4 mana, draw 3 cards. That's not so good. That's like concentrate, harmonize territory, medium. But if you shave off a mana, because you effectively get another mana, draw 3 cards for 3 mana. That's decent.
Okay,
and then yeah, but then you also get the third chapter where you get a pretty powerful creature. So you effectively sort of draw an additional card, right? That creature on the back face.
Yes.
But you also get the mana to play it in a way. And it was a pretty powerful creature. I mean, I would pay like 3 mana for that.
Exactly. Like, if you think of it, you just need to attack, then you get a dragon.
So hold on.
Attack once.
Yeah, but then it's like I was just thinking, okay, you effectively like, you get a mana, and then you get like 3 mana worth for the third chapter, and you draw, well, 3 cards at first, plus the extra creature, so it's like you pay 4 mana, you get 4 mana, and 4 cards, so effectively 4 cards for 0 mana, better than Ancestral Recall. But if you mention the dragons, and it gets closer to like a Broodmate dragon, which is worth 6 mana.
It does a lot, you know?
So this is like Ancestral Recall and Black Lotus combined? Okay, I mean, obviously, obviously we're going a bit too deep because you need the time and the turns to like get all the value and play it out, which is why it's only a sideboard card for the grindy matchups. But still, the card does a lot, and that's why the Legend of Roku is the most played card from Magic the Gathering Avatar: The Last Airbender here.
Makes sense.
Surprised me, but yeah.
Okay, so this is it. Thank you so much, Frank. And now back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Maria and Frank. I'm Filipa, joined by Simon Nielsen, and we are ready for round 6 of this regional championship. Simon, were you surprised by the top 5 cards to see play from Avatar set here this weekend?
I will say that one of the cards I chose, the land Ba Sing Se, is not seeing play. So yeah, maybe maybe I'll eat my words on that one. But absolutely cool to see the Legend of Roku just make. I mean, it makes sense, right? We've seen Showdown of the Skulls, and this is just like a strict upgrade. So like, might as well play this new fancy card.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised that Badger Mole Cub was only the on third spot. I was expecting it to be a bit higher, but I love to see what players are bringing here from the new sets. And we are ready here to start our round 6 with a very interesting match. So we start here with Francesco Latorre playing Izzet Prowess. Now, Izzet Prowess is actually one of the most played decks here this weekend. Simon, tell us why.
Yeah, so this is just a super solid, like, you know, no questions asked aggro deck. This is a deck that does kill on turn 3 frequently, but can also kind of grind, especially because of the power of Cory Steel Cutter. So the reason it kills so quickly is stuff like Slick Shot, Show Off, and Violent Urge. They just produce a lot of fast damage, but Dragon's Rage Channeler is a card we've seen just like be great in mid-range decks alike, and that coupled with you also get the like interaction pieces of the lightning bolts and such. It's a kind of a versatile deck and gets to play Expressive Iteration, one of the better card draw spells in the format, as well as really taking advantage of Lava Dart being 2 prowess triggers.
Fantastic deck, and looks like Francesco is playing against Patrick, which is piloting a very interesting deck, which is Song of Creation. Now, this is a very interesting card. It's a bit of a combo deck, and Simon, can you explain us exactly what this deck tries to do?
Yes, so this deck is, that we're going to see in a moment here, is a deck that is came out of Sweden. The brainchild of Rasmus Enegren, one of the Swedish deck builders. Actually, the first person I ever saw put Up the Beanstalk in an Omnath deck. And knows his thing or two about that. Looked at the Breach deck and like knows that Breach is banned, but thought, can we just do the same shell in a different combo? And so that's what this Song of Creation deck is. Song of Creation is a 4 mana enchantment that whenever you play a spell, you draw 2 cards. That's a ridiculous text on an enchantment. It also has the text, at the end of your turn, you discard your hand. So the whole point is getting this out and playing a bunch of 0-cost things and using Repeal, we just saw that last round, repealing your own Mox Opals to draw even more cards, eventually drawing through your deck, looping it with Endurance, etc. You know the drill. Getting the infinite loop here, and that's what Patrick's Shamadana is playing here. So I mentioned this deck coming out of Sweden. We called it IKEA Breach, or they called it IKEA Breach, kind of like the breach at home. But they decided to work together with Filip Skåra, and who's also playing that deck here. And there's actually 8 people in the tournament of this Swedish-Polish combine playing this deck in the tournament. And we can see here, there's a lot of zero-mana artifacts and does use the same Emery and Tamio core that we see from the Breach deck, as well as from the Cory Steelcutter deck we also saw last round.
Very interesting choice, also with Jace there, WinCon. Love to see different decks here this weekend, and this is Bridge at Home, or IKEA Bridge, as they are calling it these days. Players are 4-1, so this is a very tough spot, because players need 6-2 or better to make day 2. So these players can still lose a game, but then they would have to win all the remaining rounds.
Yes.
And it gets to this point where 4-1 is such a great score, but it's not enough yet to save them and make sure that they are in day 2. They still need to win 2 more.
Yeah, you're only a third of the way through the tournament, and if 4-1 is a great score, well, you kind of need to like do that 2 more times in this tournament, and so that's the really tough part about this. A good start does not equal a guaranteed win here, as we now see these 2 players. Francesco Latorre, by the way, from Italy. So at the very first regional championship in Sofia back in 2022, Francesco managed to do well enough there to qualify for the upcoming Pro Tour in Philadelphia, and managed to do well enough to chain together 6 Pro Tour invites.
Wow,
So
that's quite a train.
Yes, played all the Pro Tours in 2023 and 2024. Last Pro Tour in the Modern Horizons in Amsterdam last year. Hasn't played any Pro Tours this year, and I'm sure Francesco is hungry to get back onto that scene, as we now see Tamio being played, as well as the 2 Mishra's Baubles. This could be a turn 2 transformed Tamio for Patrick. Patrick from, I mentioned Poland, of course, where Filip is from, but Patrick is from Slovenia. And is someone that we saw actually in Liverpool just 3 weeks ago in the feature match area. Had a pretty deep run in that tournament as well, playing the Is It Prof deck, not playing Vivi in the Vivi Cauldron.
Oh,
metagame.
I remember this, yes, the Cauldronus Vivi deck. And we have their Lightning Bolt taking care of that Tamio, so we are not going to see a turn 2 flip Tamio.
We are
sad.
Not yet. The Lightning Bolt really huge here, but can Patrick draw land? No land here. That would have been huge, because the Malevolent Rumble in hand could potentially set up for turn 3 Song of Creation, as Patrick, of course, mulliganing down so low, was quite banking on that Tamio.
Yeah, and
surviving.
And we see
Oh.
Bubble there, and now we're drawing
repealing our own Mishra's Bubble. So that's essentially just 1 mana, return the Mishra's Bubble to hand, draw a card. So just turning, it's not the best use case of repeal, but you actually just ended up hitting the land drop as a result of this, and deciding to hold on to the Bauble here. So this is someone who's actually played with the Song of Creation deck before, knows that just getting the 4-mana enchantment into play doesn't do that much by itself. You want to get it into play and then play a 0-cost thing and start the tournament going off.
Yeah, so showcasing here a lot of experience with this deck, saving that Mishra's Bubble for when he has that Song of Creation. And now we have Francesco Latorre here deciding what to do this turn 2. So playing a land, Channeler, there's another Channeler. So here having to pay 1 life to that land, and yep, getting that second Channeler there. And passing the turn just with 2 1/1s, but we know that they can get pretty scary later on the game, and we'll start as well getting access to a lot of top cards of the library.
Yeah, it does not take that much time for these, especially when you have 2 Dragon Rage Channelers. You get to surveil so much that they're very likely to become 3/3s next turn.
And definitely a very strong card. I remember when Murktide was the most played deck in Modern. I don't know why it feels like eternities ago. we've been through a lot of modern phases recently. We had the Murktide being the most played deck. We had we also had the Outburst deck that got the Rhinos deck that got banned. We got as well then the Breach deck that got banned as well. And now I feel like the meta is open. Like we are waiting to see what's the next big thing.
Yeah, it kind of like was Boros for a little while, right? But players have started to doubt a lot in Boros, despite it actually having a really good win rate. If you look at the stats, if you read some of Frank Karsten's articles, you'll see that Boros Energy is one of the better decks in the format. As we now see Patrick here, resolving that Malevolent Rumble, giving a very important Eldrazi spawn that if you can keep it alive, could help play that Song of Creation in hand. And Francesco doesn't have that many answers to the combo. Let's see here what the Malevolent Rumble can find. I assume Patrick is just interested in lands here. Might just pick up that Stomping Ground. Yep, so can play that now. And that means next turn, you can go Song of Creation, play Mishra's Bauble, hope to draw more zero-cost artifacts, hopefully a Mox Opal that you can then repeal, and potentially Patrick could sit with his entire deck in his hand next turn. Unless Francesco has something to say about it. So let's see what sort of interaction is on the side of Francesco Latorre and someone who has been on the PC scene for two whole years and is now trying his hardest to get back.
I mean, there's a lot of ways to like deal damage in this deck, but not a lot of counter magic.
Yep, absolutely. There's it's not going to be that hard for Francesco to, for instance, deal with any legend that will turn on the Mox Amber. So Patrick can't fully rely on that angle of the deck. It's also going to be important whether or not there's an Unholy Heat to deal with 6, not Ren and 6, but just 6, because that's a way you can deterministically loop once you have the Song of Creation down, replaying your Mox Opals over and over again.
Preordain here, Surveil Trigger, I mean, 2. First from the first Dragon's Rage Channeler, then from the second one. And they are just so good at putting cards in your graveyard and like selecting cards from your top.
Yes, absolutely. And it also makes this deck so hard to play because you're constantly faced with these micro decisions. As now we see the Lava Dart into the graveyard, and I do believe that we have, well, I guess we had Delirium already since the Mishra's Bauble hit the graveyard. Now resolving the Preordain. I think there's a Lava Dart in hand, and it's going to be really important for Francesco to point that Lava Dart at the Eldrazi spawn, taking Patrick off the 4 mana for Song of Creation, because that'll demand that he draws a land drop for turn. And
another Preordain from top deck.
All right, can just keep on digging. As long as Francesco has the land drop still to make. No, actually has a tap land. So decides to forego that Preordain and not dig into Endlessness. Just kill that thing, attack for 6, and hope to potentially find a Violent Urge to finish the game next turn, or even a Lightning Bolt, actually. Any haste creature. With these 2 lava...
Oh, keeping something on top?
Yeah, with the Lava Darts in the graveyard, it's actually pretty likely for this deck to get lethal next turn. So let's see if there's a land here.
Oh, there is Otawara.
All right, so now Patrick can play the land, but this is a tight spot. When you try and combo without having the land drop to start with, it's... Actually, Song Creation lets you play an additional land on each of your turns. So he can draw into a second land, and if he finds a blue source of that, he can still play that Repeal on the Mishra's Bauble. And that'll be actually a lot of card draw, right? 3 from the Repeal and 2 from the Bauble. So that's a 1 mana draw 5.
That's a lot of card draw.
Yep.
Oh, but okay, so Otawara here now choosing what to do, like...
Yes, so...
Do we risk it or not?
There is a bit of a risk in here, because if the Song Creation fizzles, you have to discard your hand. And Patrick is passing the turn, thinking that he's much more likely to win the game, like to not fizzle the combo next turn. But he also leaves himself without any defenses. And since Francesco kept on top, Patrick must expect that he's about to die here. So he's going to use this Repeal defensively rather than trying to tap out for the combo that he knows is too likely to fizzle, and then he would be tapped out. So yeah, that's actually really impressive play from Patrick here. Recognizing that even though it's very tempting to combo here, this is not the spot to do it. Also remember that Mishra's Bauble, like, Francesco knows this has been sitting in hand. Francesco knows there's a reason Patrick plays it this way. As now we see here the Mishra's Bauble being played, some more Surveils. Preordain needs to find some way to threaten lethal here through a Repeal. Might need a Violent Urge to make that happen. Might need another Monastery Swift Spear, potentially. Let's see what he found. There was a card kept on top.
There's a Violent Urge on top.
Wow, okay, so this is an attack now for 9. So the attack for 9, Patrick can't let stand, because there's a lava dart in the graveyard. He has to bounce something, and then Francesco can use the Violent Urge on something else. So Patrick needs to draw into another repeal to not die here. Let's see here, Francesco thinking, letting that happen, letting the card draw, and that was not a repeal. That was a Mox Opal, which potentially could have let him go off last turn if he dared to go for it. And that is the Violent Urge, which is going to be 11 damage here, +1/+0 and double strike to this Dragon Rage Channeler. That is 11 damage. And that is lethal. And it seemed like Patrick did not expect that this would actually turn into lethal here, just letting the things resolve and writing down the life total.
Yeah, and that's going to be enough. They're going on game 2, and here, Simon, the caution kind of backfiring here to Francesco, right?
Yeah, yes, absolutely. Well, yeah, backfiring in Francesco's advantage. And that's really tricky sometimes, right? With this game, is that, like, essentially, whenever you can't really play it safe in this game. That's kind of a myth. Because if you play it safe in one way, you might be playing it unsafe in another way. So, for instance, in this case, it was playing it safe towards not fizzling, but then you play it unsafe in terms of Francesco might be able to present lethal through a repeal. And it just happens, it's like so often in a lot of scenarios, like, you know, you just stay a little bit patient with your removal, and then, oh, you actually, like, now you end up like dying to like 2 burn spells that you could have played around by playing the removal earlier. You played the removal too quickly. Well, now you die to your opponent's bomb. And this is just the game of Magic. That's why it's so good and so hard to navigate as we now go into
sideboard.
The sideboards.
Oh, I was talking about Murktide, and they're still on the sideboard.
They're still here. Yeah, Murktide is an excellent threat against Boros out of this Izzet Prowess deck. So that's why you kind of want to have a bit more bulky creatures for that matchup, because otherwise you're getting Galvanic Discharged into tomorrow.
I see Mystical Dispute. Isn't Song of Creation blue as well?
It does have a blue pip, yeah, and you can also counter Tamio and Emery and so on. I do believe Mystical Dispute is going to be quite good in this matchup. I wonder if Surgical Extraction has any hold over this particular matchup. I actually love this sideboard. Look how clean it is. Wow. Just like all the good cards in the right numbers. Unholy Heat, there's only 3 of them because there's 1 copy main deck. This is beautiful. Brings a little tear to my eye.
Oh my god, Simon is like a proud.
I am proud. You know, there's one thing I hate the most in Magic, and it's one-offs in a deck list. And just look at this deck list here. The only one-off, there's 3 more copies in the sideboard, so there are no one-offs in the 75. This is beautiful. This is absolutely immaculate.
There's a one-off a land. Thundering Fall.
The lands don't count.
Okay.
The lands, for me, it's one big blob. No, and for the lands, because it's a tutor target land, right? You can have one-offs if you're trying to tutor for them. That's exactly what they're doing. No, this is
perfection.
Yes, this is perfection. I will screenshot this and put it up on my wall. No matter how much my girlfriend protests, this will be in my living room, or maybe in my bedroom. I can wake up every morning and look at that beautiful, beautiful deck list.
Oh my god, no words.
All right, let's see here. Patrick has a deck list that is similarly attractive with no one-offs.
Simon, this is not going to be an easy pill to swallow, so this is not going in your wall, right?
Okay, it's fine. Steady yourself. Patrick here has the nice sideboarded Grape Shot just like as an extra win condition. I wonder if that's coming in this matchup just because of the ability to use Grape Shot as a removal spell as well. Kind of like instead of using the Jace, you can use the Grape Shot to clear up things. And yeah, that's actually very possible that could come in. Also just wants to bring in some more early removal, the Unholy Heats. Maybe the Pyroclasms, though they're kind of awkward because it's very easy for the prowess creatures to grow out of size. So I wonder if Patrick is also not going to sideboard too much here. Worth noting that he doesn't actually have any counter magic of himself to defend against Mystical Dispute, and so might just have to pray and hope that that doesn't happen to his Song of Innocence.
Oh.
Or of Creation.
Okay, and let's get started here for this game number 2. Simon, I have to say, I'm really curious to see who is going to take the advantage here. Winning this would be very good, because then 5-1, you're just 1 win away to be able to get that day 2 qualification. And now we have here the full deck list from Patrick's side. More one-off. Simon, please hold on. I need you until the end of tomorrow.
Actually, the one-offs in this deck, I think are actually fine, right? Because it's all either Ursa Saga Tudor targets or win conditions you need exactly one copy in your deck of.
Or
Because you're
lands,
drawing
so
your
it's
deck.
okay.
Yeah, so it actually works up. Oh no, one copy of Spire of Industry. Just to spite me, I guess. Okay, that's fair. I'll let that slide.
So you wouldn't frame this deck list in your wall?
No, I would. I don't know. Maybe I would have it like next to my garbage can when I open it. I'm like, okay, you know, this may stink, but it doesn't stink as badly as the deck list.
I see.
Yeah.
Our players are ready here to start game 2. We know that Francisco is 1 game ahead, so now Patrick gets to start. Our trades on the screen, they're both above 100. I'm curious to see if as the day progresses and tomorrow, like as we get in top 8 and so on, if the art rates also go up.
Oh yeah, exactly. I could imagine that, right? Playing like the winning in for top 8, or like playing for the World Championship invite once you get to the semifinals. Yeah, it's gonna be some tight matches, and there's a lot of money on the line as well for this tournament.
There's
right?
over $100,000 prize pool. That's absolutely insane and life-changing. Very good prizes, and I mean.
Yeah, is it like what, 20,000 to the winner?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, that's a lot of money. That's like double the amount that used to be for the old Grand Prix, and this is about a tournament of similar size. So, yeah, that's why, you know, people who are qualified for the Pro Tour already are still coming out to this tournament, because it is just a big money tournament, just like a lot of competitive Magic that we so love to play.
$20,000 invitation for the World Championship Pro Tour invite. What else can people ask for? It's the dream. So we do have Mishra's Bubble here, and Mox as well.
Interesting. Patrick just playing out his artifacts here. Might want to go with that engineered explosives for 1 or 2, kind of have it ready. And by playing out all the artifacts here, also is able to keep up that unholy heat. So yes, this is engineered explosives for 2, which is aiming to deal with Cory Steel Cutter, noticing that Francesco didn't play a 1-drop here. Now, I actually wonder if Francesco had a 1-drop and decided that this was not the turn to deploy the 1-drops. Maybe wanting to buff them outside the range of the unholy heats that you can see are in the sideboard from Patrick.
Getting some land there. He's at prowess. I saw this in standard now. We see it in modern as well. Is it like super strong? Is it the best guild, Simon?
I think recently there's certainly been a lot of love being given to the red and blue cards.
What's your favorite guild?
My favorite guild is Gruul Smash.
Oh, and I wouldn't imagine that from you, Simon. For some reason, I thought you'd be like a Dimir kind of person.
Well, you should see the way I handle my trash bags. You'll understand.
1 mana here.
And that there is indeed a 1-drop, yeah. So I think Francesco just really wanted to surveil there and declined to play a 1-drop, as now he's playing the Channeler. And this gives Patrick an opportunity to respond with that unholy heat. And if he lets too many of these surveils resolve, it will be quite it will be too likely for the Channeler to actually outgrow the unholy heat. So Patrick determining, no, that Channeler is just not worth my heat. It's saved for a better target. Potentially saved for a Slickshot show-off.
Yeah, we will see. Now there's land there, so 2 lands in hand and an unholy heat. So not much going on for Patrick here. That is already 1 game down.
Francesco is playing this very carefully. Has a Swift Spear in hand as well, but you know, not willing at all to tap out of what might be a Mystical Dispute in hand. That's at least what I would think if I'm in Patrick's seat and see my opponent not play a 1-drop on turn 1, but then play a 1-drop on turn 2 and still pass. And once this Swift Spear comes down, well, that might be a dead giveaway at that point. The Slick Shot is not worth that much. There's still the Engineered Explosives in play. Yeah, I'm very curious about this decision to not use the Unholy Heat. I wonder if Patrick's logic is that he needs to wait until he has Delirium. But he seems quite far away from it at that point. No card events, its engine established for this Song of Creation deck.
And we have the Slick Shot show off there. Does it resolve? There's Otawara and also Unholy Heat in hand. Engineered Explosive at 2. Attacking here. When is the right time for Patrick to crack the Engineered Explosives?
he might, so if he just cracks it right away, like it's just 1 damage here, you're not gaining that much by cracking it right now. And if he were to crack it right away, then Francesco knows that he's safe to, for instance, develop a second Slickshot show-off and actually go off on that. So he wants to wait until Francesco like has actually spent some cards trying to pump up this this Slickshot and is threatening real damage. And then you can pop it off, and then maybe the second Slickshot won't have as many cards in hand to pump it up to lethal. That's like kind of the game plan.
And we have here the one-off Thundering Falls, the only one-off in this deck.
Yep, coming, well, what? That's not this deck that had the one-off Thundering Falls. I mean, this one does as well, but plenty of one-offs in the Song of Creation deck. As we now see Surveil here, a Malevolent Rumble would be huge, actually, because it would help enable the Unholy Heat as well, if it can get access to Delirium here. So leaving that on top, still leaving that Mistress Bubble around, not cracking it just yet, wanting to keep around the Mox Opal mana. Let's see this one resolve, and can it find a Song of Creation?
Time to rumble.
No, just some lands for this one. So that means there's actually still not Delirium, so you can access the Delirium off of the Mistress Bubble. So even if Francesco were to grow a creature outside of the range of an Unholy Heat, let's say with a Mutagenic growth, well, then you could actually respond to your Heat by sacrificing the Mistress Bubble and getting to Delirium that way.
Yeah, only lands. We do make a little Eldrazi spawn.
It is nice to get the Spire of Industry here, just like untapped land that doesn't cost you any life if you already have your colors anyways. So yeah, certainly doing its best here. Now we see in response to the fetch is where the Unholy Heat will strike at that Dragon Rage Channeler. I would have liked to see Patrick tap the Mox Opal for that rather than the Thundering Falls, because if there was a Mutagenic growth and you wanted to get Delirium, well, now you would lose the ability to keep up your explosives. Again, you still could keep it up through the Eldrazi spawn, but yeah. Something else to note, by the way, that's important here is Patrick has this shifting woodland in play.
Oh,
so
yeah.
it means that even if his Song of Creation does get hit by Mystical Dispute, and by the way, he has enough mana now, he could actually pay for Dispute if it were to happen. But the shifting woodland could rebuy that Song of Creation from the graveyard. It might be an important avenue to go for.
Yeah, especially when Francisco has so many cards in hand and Patrick only with 1 card left and down a game.
I love watching regional championships. I love watching the quality of play that these players are expressing. It's just like you see like the nice and calculated lines, you know, like we saw like Myra last round with the Aspergorius deck, like, you know, refusing to fetch in the early turns, and like all of this, you know, like careful play from a lot of players we see in this VG match era who do have PT experience.
Do you see like a big difference, for example, from these regional championships compared with Spotlight series that are open tournaments?
Yeah, like you also see good plays happening at the Spotlight series, but they're a little bit fewer and far between because not as many people have had big tournament experience yet as the people who are in the regional championships. I mean, of course, just having to win a regional qualifier in your local game store or coming here and winning one of the last chance qualifiers, which are even tougher. There's a, you know, I don't know how many they fired on Friday, but it's like,
a lot.
Know, there must be so many yet. Basically all day from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. As soon as there's what, like 16 people, they just fire that.
It's
play 4 rounds.
perfect because if some people want to still come try their luck, they get multiple chances to qualify for the event. I think that's a good addition. It's always nice to make company to our friends that are qualified. This gives you an extra reason to join. So Emery here, let's mill.
Right, letting that resolve, not going to target a dispute on that one.
Ooh,
and
flame of an arm.
Yeah, actually hitting the Song of Creation is huge because now the Shifting Woodland with that Delirium from the Mistress Bubble is going to be able to copy it here. So Patrick could just right now, because of the slow game from Francesco here, leaving up this dispute over and over again, but hasn't actually been able to put on much pressure through this Engineered Explosives. And you now see the heart rate raise for Patrick here as he knows, can he potentially just try and copy this song here and go for a Tamio and maybe do something crazy off that.
Let's see, as Patrick is passing the turn.
He's just passing the turn. I think this makes a lot of sense because of the legend reducing the cost of the Otavera. You can actually still have Otavera and explosives up here. I guess you can't do both because the Mox Opal is not online. And notably, not playing the Tamio. And so this is not like not playing Tamio to play around Dispute or anything. This is not playing the Tamio because it's going to be a 1-mana draw 2 once you have Song of Creation in play. So you really want to sandbag spells. We see Patrick do this over and over again, being very cognizant of how his combo deck works.
And with combo decks, it's important to do this, like to really know your deck. I mean, with all decks, but especially when you're trying to combo, to know all the lines, when to ult something, when to play it.
Yeah, exactly. And another really big skill for the combo players is determining accurately how much time you have. We saw in the first game where Patrick either miscalculated or it might have been a purposeful calculation that he's not likely enough to die, that it's worth it to pass the turn here. And once again, we see him here be patient because he can see that he's still at 15 and still has these defensive tools. He is not dying anytime soon, and so he doesn't need to rush into a combo at this moment.
Here, Francisco going for the attack.
Oh, and this is, yeah, so this is one of the ways, like, Francesco realizing if you just attack for 2 every turn, it's not going to be enough. You kind of need to bait Patrick into using that engineered explosives so you can play out the 2-cost things you have in hand. So this is a way where it's like, okay, now I'm presenting 7 damage. You can use your engineered explosives to prevent 3 of that damage. Are you interested in that?
You could also use the Otawara to just bounce.
Yeah, I could actually even do that, but I think 7 damage is just not an amount where Patrick really cares about it at his life total. Could just take the damage.
Yeah, and looks like he did.
And is actually going to use the engineered explosives end of turn here. And now getting to untap with Emery is huge because that's even more card draw off that Song of Creation as you get to play a 0-mana card. And we see a Pyroclasm being picked up there. A lovely old school Pyroclasm.
I mean, now, not doing much this turn, but...
Wait, not doing much this turn? Yet, at least. Because I think he's about to do so many things this turn.
No, the Pyroclasm not
the Pyroclasm not doing much. I see. I was like confused what you meant.
No,
yes,
no.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I think the Pyroclasm is often in this matchup kind of a hit-up-miss card. And this is certainly a miss scenario. He might still end up playing it just because it draws 2 cards, but when you have to spend 2 mana on it, it gets a little dicey because you really rely on hitting a bunch of zeros as you do that.
So here, getting what with Emery exactly? What artifact are we getting? There's explosives in the graveyard. I think there's also a Mox in the graveyard, maybe?
There's also the Mishra's Bauble.
And the Bauble, okay.
Which might be the most attractive thing to get here, but might want to just get the explosives again on, like, set it on some number like 1 and just be able to pass the turn and play more defense. This is Patrick just being a little bit careful with, like, how exactly to tap the mana, making sure that whichever thing he draws into, he's still going to be able to play. Because, for instance, you could do this and then draw some cards off playing the Bauble, draw some cards off playing the Tamio. If you hit a Malevolent Rumble, but you left yourself without green mana, that could be trouble. If you, and conversely, if you hit an Unholy Heat and left yourself without red, it's trouble. So really has to make the math on, like, what actually is the most likely thing that I can draw into that I need to leave out my colors for.
Okay, playing the land here, getting the explosives back, maybe? Yeah, looks like getting the explosives back. And playing them.
Right, so yeah, so this is... Shifting Woodland has now copied the Song of Creation. There is a Song of Creation in play. Whenever Patrick plays a spell, he draws 2 cards. This Explosives comes in for 0, just as a random 0-mana artifact. Interesting to not use the Mishra's Bauble. I wonder if that's purposely playing around a Surgical or something. As now the Tamio comes down, drawing 2 more cards, and there is indeed that Malevolent Rumble. Can't actually cast it because there's no Metalcraft, but this Haywire Might will turn on Metalcraft, drawing 2 more cards, and now the Mox Opal is online. If Patrick decides to go for a repeal on the Mox Opal here, then the Mystical Dispute will come into play and actually do its thing. So Francesco having a read here, making sure that if this is countered, is there still 2 cards drawn? Yes, there is, but it's still going to be quite good scenario for Patrick here. Remember, Patrick still has a land drop left over, because Song of Creation does say you can play an extra land on your turns, and that's a second repeal. That's a huge pickup there, because that's a 0 mana draw 5, actually, because you can bounce the Mox Opal and replay it.
Value. Song of Creation really providing here a lot of value for Patrick, and looks like he's going for it. So getting land there, as you said, can play that extra land due to Song of Creation. That allows you to play 1 extra land a turn. Tapping now. And bouncing that Mox, drawing 2 cards.
Drawing 3 cards, actually. Yeah, because 1 from the repeal itself. And that's a Mox Ember being picked up. That is a huge pickup here, because that allows him now to play to get to 2 mana and play the Malevolent Rumble. But first, we just do another repeal here on this Mox Opal. Another 0 mana draw 5. And yeah, if you want to... if you want to like play a Storm-like deck, this is playing 0 mana draw 5s, or this this is kind of a +1 mana ritual that draws 2 cards. If he actually just found a 6. If he has another mana generating artifact like another Mox Opal, this would actually be there's the Mox Opal. That would be enough to play the 6. And 6 has the ability that all your permanents in graveyard have retrace. You can discard a land to replay them. But his hand is full of lands now because he's drawn so many cards.
Yes.
And then so he'll just be able to like play all these Mox and draw the rest of his deck and win the game off a Jace. Yeah, and so we actually see the 6 come down, and Francesco knows that has to be game here, just showcasing that the Jace is indeed still in the deck post-board, and that is enough to win the game for Patrick Zuzamanta of Slovenia.
Wow, I have to say, Simon, I was quite impressed with this Song of Creation deck, and this means that we are going to get a game number 3, right?
We are going to get a game 3. Yeah, I was really happy to see that deck pop off, because you could definitely fear that we put it on screen and then it just ends up dying some prowess before it gets to do anything. But no, gets to showcase the power level of this deck and actually like how much you're able to determine like the pace of the game. Like, do you want to play it slow and controlling, or when to push the button? And it lets Patrick be in this like godlike state where he just gets to, yeah, I'm just gonna take my sweet time. Okay, now is the good turn to go for it, and goes for it at that time, and that's when it worked out perfectly. As now we move into game number 3, I wonder if Patrick is going to lower his curve even further if he can, or notice something about the way that that Francesco was playing. If he's going to play this defensively again, maybe stuff like Endurance, just playing a 3/4 reach with Flash actually is going to be a foil to Francesco's game plan.
And players here are taking these sideboard decisions as they are 4-1 currently in this tournament, and they really want to get this win. Whoever wins this game will win the match and advance the round with 1 extra win. Now, I have to say, Simon, I just love the diversity of the decks we have here today, because I think we didn't have a repeat so far. All the deck lists have been something different, all the time.
Yeah, I think so. The closest we've had is like 2 domain decks.
Yes, but one of them was Domain Living End.
Yeah, but one of them had the card Living End in it, so I don't think that quite counts.
Yeah, so we are here like just having so many different decks. I was hoping to see Mill, Simon. Unfortunately, I've heard that Mill is not doing too well, so no Mill for us. What deck, Simon, would you like to see? Is there like any deck that we didn't see yet that you are a fan of?
So I have my boy Stefan Schütz out here playing Simic Neoform.
Oh,
that's a deck I like.
I like that.
I think a deck I also like is Samwise. We've already seen that. And then I really like the Brute Scale deck. That's another cute one. I'm hearing like my creature combo decks. And yeah, maybe I'm hearing a little bird named Frank chirping about a Brute Scale coming up in the future round.
Oh, I love that.
Stick around for that if you like infinite spawns. I didn't nail that, did I?
You did. You did. It was so good.
It was so good?
I love that, yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yes.
I feel like you always say nice things to me, which means you can't be honest all the time.
True. But I will not tell you.
But you won't know which times you're not honest. Okay.
Now you will be home thinking about it.
Yeah, and I'll just be stuck in my head throughout all of our casting time together.
Yeah, you're going to rewatch the VODs, like maybe here.
Is there something about the intonation?
Next round, you're just going to have art race monitor.
Yes.
I'm like, and then you'll shock me if I'm not being honest with you. Let us know, Twitch chat and YouTube, what deck do you want to see? I'm always curious to know what people watching at home actually want to see. I think we have been doing a good job showcasing different decks, and I have to shout out Frank Karsten for really helping out, choosing good feature match and make sure that we have a lot of diversity and people that are doing well, but also we can showcase different decks, which with Modern, as we said, is not that challenging at the moment, which is great. So game 3 here already. Patrick and Francesco both 1 win, so they need to win this game 3. Starting with Francesco here playing Arid Mesa and passing the turn.
Oh yeah, indeed, as we potentially see the Song of Creation deck here being set up for a little bit more of a gas-ridden hand than we've seen in the previous games here, where it's been, you know, kind of on empty for Patrick here. But there's a lot of stuff in this hand, actually getting to keep 7, as now, you know, Francesco is once again fetching out that favorite Thundering Falls and setting up his draw to win the game in time.
Okay, let's see.
Also, correction. There was, you know, a refusal of feature match. We get not brute scale this time around.
Oh no!
Yeah. It's okay. No, the players are in their right. You know, it's like, you know, we don't really force anyone on camera, and so, you know, if someone like doesn't feel comfortable. So yeah, if you're sitting in your seat and you're nervous about coming to these tournaments because of these big bright lights, don't worry. You are, of course. We only want people here that want to be here, and it is.
Yeah,
I want to be on camera, right? Like, we only want people on camera who want to be on camera. That's the sentence I want to say.
And a lot of people do like to be on camera, because then you get to show your friends and you get to rewatch, and even if you make mistakes, you get to watch like what could you have done different. Actually, you can learn a lot from rewatching your gameplay, even though sometimes that can be challenging, but it's a way to grow. And I'm sure, Simon, did you do this or did this?
No, I always watch my own feature matches afterwards, and sometimes they're painful. There was the semifinals against Christian Calcano and PT Barcelona, which was Modern at Tron Mirror, where it was, I knew I had punted, and it was so painful for me to go back and watch. And when I finally went back and watched, and I thought about this game so much and knew exactly why I punted, and then I realized, wait, it's actually this other, even simpler thing I could have done that would have led me to win the game. And actually brought me to tears. That was
you actually end up winning, right?
No, I lost that semifinals.
Oh,
it was heartbreaking.
No. Was it the one that you played Nadu?
No, it's the Tron.
Oh, the Tron one. Okay, I remember now.
All right, so we see here the Unholy Heat answering that Dragon Rage channeler before I get too emotional here in the booth. And, you know, going into a Malevolent Rumble here. So this is, Patrick, you know, staving off pressure and getting to forward his own game plan. The thing I don't see, though, yet, there's no Song of Creation to be seen.
No song to be sung.
No, indeed not. As he actually gets the Intended Explosives, and I think this Patrick recognizing that instead of getting the more powerful cards like Tamio, Saga, or Mox Opal, wants to get the card that can actually interact with Francesco, because he isn't looking to be able to combo anytime soon, so he needs as many ways to slow Francesco down as possible. As now we see this Cory Steel Cutter, and the end of turn Lava Dart is such an iconic play for these prowess decks. Just Lava Dart you 4-1, making sure it's in my graveyard, so that now that I play my Steel Cutter, I can flash it back and immediately make a prowess token.
Love to see that, and you know, glad to see that Cory Steel Cutter is still seeing play after getting banned in Standard. It is a very strong card.
Once again representing Mystical Dispute, and I know Patrick is going to be aware of this possibility, but this repeal is actually quite good right now, because you could repeal the Monk token as just a 1-mana kill a thing draw card. And because he's playing around Mystical Dispute, he's going to play out a Tamio and ask Francesco if that resolves. This Tamio here is bait. So let's see if Francesco goes for it. If he's going to just dispute that. He's thinking about it, and Patrick knows, this is what I'm setting up here.
Repeal is such a good card. So flexible, so many things you can do with it.
It truly is. And it really seems to be asking Francesco the question of, like, do you use this right now, knowing that the Tamio could potentially enable a Mox Amber of sorts. But yeah, Francesco lets it resolve here, and I do like this play, knowing that there's more scary things in the future, as now we see the Aether Spell Bomb come down, as well as the Mox Opal, and actually can use this Engineered Explosives, just popping it for 0 to clear up a couple Monk tokens. Would have to give up his Mox Opal to do this, so this is a bit of a committal play to play out the Mox as well on this turn. Could potentially have held like both the Mox and the Aether Spell Bomb, but this way you can also just use the Spell Bomb to bounce a token, and yeah, there's a few different lines this could take.
This deck has a lot of different lines, as you say. Like, it's really about, like, do I play this now? Do I wait for my Song of Creation to pop off? And it's good to see here how Patrick is navigating this game.
Yeah, it very much is like similar to the Breach decks of old. Like, this is very much a...
That's why I feel like we see, like, for example, Philip Skura, he was a Breach player.
Yes.
Now he's playing this deck.
Yes,
So there's like a lot of similar play patterns there.
Ooh, there's a threat that doesn't cost 0 mana and can't be swept up by that Engineered Explosives. As now, this Preordain, second spell for turn, trigger Mega Monk, and resolve this Preordain and see if it hits anything good. There's a Lightning Bolt, which can actually take care of this Tamio if there's an untapped land, and there is indeed an untapped land in Francesco's hand, so might be happy to keep that one, and is going to be able to swing for, I believe, that's 9? Yes, that would be 9 damage coming in. So kind of forcing Patrick to do something about it.
And Patrick here thinking our trade is up.
Oh yeah, this is yeah, facing down all this damage from the Prowess deck. You certainly don't want to be doing that. So now these creatures are rolling in. There's also another card in Francesco's hand that I don't know what it is yet. I think it was blue, but this Tamir's just gonna block the 2/2. The 2-powered Monster Swiss Spear, and Francesco is not going to act on it at all. Did he not keep the Lightning Bolt? I wonder. This is a very interesting gameplay. I think maybe this is Patrick. Oh, there's still the Mystical Dispute in hand, of course. So I wonder if this is a gameplay where you try and tap Francesco out by blocking with the Tamio. That's really beautiful play there, and then you would be able to resolve the repeal. But instead, just gonna use the repeal right now. And yeah, once again, Francesco is refusing to use the Dispute on anything that isn't Song of Creation. But that Song of Creation, it's not even in hand for Patrick, and he really gets to take advantage of that here, as he now gets to deploy an Ursa Saga, and potentially these big Construct tokens can spell doom for Francesco.
That's true. The Construct beatdown plan that we see from several decks, and now we have that Tamio there attacking.
Making a Clue token, that's what's being indicated by this this token here.
There's a Bubble in hand.
Might just want to crack the Clue. Immediately get some more options here. I'm really curious why, yeah, so that's the Clue being cracked. There's a second repeal. Repeal is just so good against these monks. I was actually curious why Patrick decided to repeal the Swiss Spear and not the monk tokens. On last turn, and if he just values like taxing Francesco's mana so much that he's willing to essentially let an extra creature slide through. So now he draws a card off of this Aether Spell Bomb, and that'll actually flip the Tamio here. That's the second card drawn for turn. And this is putting Francesco to the test. Do you have a Lightning Bolt? And yeah, actually, because he because Francesco can let the card draw resolve and then try and Lightning Bolt, you can't even respond with repeal on a Monk token to then try and flip Tamio again, right? It's only the third card drawn for each turn? Yeah, when the third card is drawn. So even though the repeal would be drawing the fourth card, it doesn't actually matter here. So yeah, this is instead going to be...
repealed.
Oh, I see what's going on. No, you have to respond to the draw from the Aether Spell Bomb. That's what Francesco did. And then Patrick could respond by doing repeal on your own Mox Opal.
Oh, that was
wow,
beautiful.
So that's what happened. Okay, I actually thought there was a trigger from Tamio you could respond to, but I could be wrong about that.
That Tamio is now flipped on the board.
And the Tamio flip is so scary.
Very scary. There's still explosives up, by the way.
Yeah, it does actually seem this was a misstep from Francesco here. You could have let the card draw happen and then respond to the trigger that's flipping Tamio, not allowing this play pattern to happen. But now Tamio says +1 to give -1 to all attackers here, and this engineered explosives can actually still be used off the Mox Opal here, clearing out both of these monks here. But this is just a monk attacking for 1 at the moment, and Patrick is happy to just take that damage, taking Tamio down. He's not forced to use the engineered explosives yet, and now gets to untap with a flip Tamio and an Ursa Saga. And this mystical dispute that was kept for a Song of Creation is not coming into play.
I mean, what's happened when you're playing against a combo deck and you just go saving your things so much to counter that specific thing, and then you end up dying for another plan, like construct plan or whatever it might be.
And that's like kind of the appeal for these players, like why they're interested in this deck. Because that was the thing that was so strong about the Breach deck, is that it was able to win without doing the combo, especially in the post-board games. That's such a wide variety of game plans you could go for. And yeah, here we just see, like, one of them is just the strength of Tamio. And if you could just flip her very easily. Another thing is, of course, this Ursa Saga here is yet another pass. And now there's a second Steel Cutter, can play Steel Cutter, can play Swiss Spear, but that does make a board of, yeah, it's a board of monks that can get swept up by this engineered explosives.
And these engineered explosives here, MVP, I think both games.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, the engineering explosives on 2. Like, we haven't seen the explosives do that much, and that's because Francesco is trying to pace himself around the explosives. But by doing so, is also giving Patrick a lot more time, rather than running straight into it. I do believe you're kind of forced to go for it here. Force Patrick to just use the explosives. The reason is that otherwise, he's just going to get to make constructs as well. And then, you know, it might not even matter that much that there is... it might even matter much. Whereas this way, you actually also get to kill a construct by doing it this way, because Patrick will have to spend 2 mana on the explosives and won't get to make the construct. So that's effectively the same as killing it. As now all of these monks will attack. You could actually even attack with the Swiss Spear. Oh, but it's a 0 power creature. I see, because of and all of yeah. So all of these are just 1 power right now because of Tamio's ability.
And actually, Patrick here deciding, like, maybe I will not crack my explosives. And making a construct instead.
Yeah, you can just make a construct right now.
Block.
And just block 1 of them. Let Tamio take 3 damage down to 2, which is just no big deal. Then you can play, you know, you can make another construct and, you know, get potentially a Haywire Might, and you can, like, get rid of one of these Steel Cutters. Oh, and there's the song.
Oh, finally.
But the song doesn't actually do anything at this moment. Oh, I guess the creatures went face. So Tamio can actually rebuy a repeal. So you could play the Song of Creation and repeal your... You look so excited watching this.
Yeah, I'm very excited. Like, I just am becoming a big Song of Creation fan. And also I'm excited because, you know, I've been working out, Simon, and it's such a pain to have to work out. But after seeing these art beats rates here, I just will start playing more Magic in real life, I guess. I'll just come to a regional championship, get my heart racing.
Yeah, that's certainly one way to do it. Like, when I learned that chess players lose weight when playing tournaments, that was an eye-opening moment for me. That's when I decided to never hit a gym ever again.
Good advice, Simon.
And you can see the results on my very body.
Do you work out? Yes, I mean, I play chess.
Yeah.
Okay, then there, and we can see Patrick now do the thing, and just plussing there the Tamio, now at 7 loyalty.
Yeah, so Patrick actually deciding to just go slow here. Could have gone for the Song of Creation now, but there's not really a reason to. And it is kind of a risk, right? Because, like, if you don't get there, like, you have to discard your hand, and then, like, you might be drawing a land next turn. Instead, you could just have Tamio on 7 and 2 construct tokens and be in this commanding position with the Haywire Might up as well, where you can, like, where you can, like, get rid of the, you know, of the Steel Cutter, get rid of Trample that way. Yeah, that's actually at the core steel cut Pro Tour in Pro Tour Final Fantasy. That's when we played a Haywire Might control deck in form of the Roots deck. That the whole point was just play Haywire Might as much as possible, and then they can't win with their stupid cutters.
Just cracking there the land to draw a card, and that's a Slick Shot Show Off. But not showing off much these days.
It's truly not showing off much. It is a 0-2 counting in for Tamio's trigger. And yeah, this board is very tiny. There's nothing to trigger prowess with. And Francesco is finding himself sorely outmatched by the board from Patrick here. Having to just pass a turn. Yeah, there's no reason to. You could have plotted the Slick Shot. But you certainly don't want to play it because you want to save it to double spell later. But Francesco deciding, yeah, I might just need to not reveal that I have a Slick Shot because maybe Patrick messes up in a way. But then next turn I can go Slick Shot into a flurry of spells. Like let's say Preordain into Violent Urge, and that's 12 damage, I believe. And that would be a way for you to actually finish the game. Because right now Patrick doesn't have an answer to that.
Getting rid of one of the steel cutters and gaining some life in the process, which all points of life here count. And drawing a card, Song of Creation is drawn. So now there's 2 Song of Creations. And
oh, that's the ultimate from Tamio.
Yeah,
so
that's
if you draw half your deck and then play Song of Creation and draw the other half, yeah, that should be good.
Good game here, and Patrick winning with the Song of Creation deck. Such a really interesting game there, and I have to say I became a fan of Song of Creation because of Patrick. Very well played, and this puts Patrick at 5-1 today, and only 1 win away from making day 2. Things are getting excited, because after round 6 we have the first players that are officially in day 2.
Yes, exactly. And this is round 6. Yeah, there will be players at 6-0 at this very moment that are gonna already have locked up their spots and are really looking for that PT invite, for that top 8, for that World Championship invite at this tournament. I'm really curious about this Song of Creation deck.
Me too. I mean, it was extremely interesting. As you said, it reminded me a lot of the Bridge deck. So I think that we will see more of it in the future of Modern. Also depending on how it does here, right? Yeah. And it will inspire. And you know what I was thinking, Simon? There's a bunch of regional championships this weekend. It's not only this one.
No, it's true. There's Canada has one. There's the second American one, which is happening in Las Vegas. And I think also the Japanese one is happening this weekend.
So it's like a party for Magic players staying at home. I can imagine all the Magic players, families, come on, let's go somewhere. No, this weekend is Magic coverage weekend. All weekend long, popcorn and watching Magic. Now, I want to hear more about this Song of Creation deck from Patrick. So let's have an interview with Patrick and Maria.
Hello, I'm here with the winner of the 6th round, Patrick Smetana.
Hi.
Congrats.
Thank you.
So you were playing a very off-meta deck, very interesting. And the name of the deck is Song of Creation, which is essentially a combo deck, right? But I guess as with any Mox Opal decks, it has some other options too.
It's basically Breach. I played Breach on last RCQ.
Okay.
I tried this deck, felt pretty much same. Play pattern is pretty much same. Yeah, so I went for it.
But what did you expect from the field? Why did you pick this deck? Just because you liked Breach?
It is actually, yeah. I like how the deck plays. Basically, you are playing solitaire a lot of time. And yeah, we call it casino because you just start popping off, and sometimes you win, sometimes you don't. And basically, it's pretty good into Jeskai, and depends if you are on a play or on draw against Boros.
Right.
So, and those two are the biggest dogs of the format. So yeah.
Exactly. So you were playing against, is it prowess? Were you scared at first?
Yeah, that's scary actually, because
going into the match,
they can easily kill you on turn 3 or something like that. It actually happened game 1.
Exactly.
I think if I survive one more turn, I win. But opponent had quite a lot of damage there.
Yeah, as
And
it would
yeah,
do.
game 2 and 3, we played a couple of interaction, and eventually I comboed him out.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Did you test a lot? How did you prepare for it?
Not really.
Not
Actually,
really?
I've been jumping from deck to deck, couldn't decide. Then teammate came like, you should try this. It's basically Breach. I tried it, played it for last week, I'd say.
Nice.
And yeah, here I am.
That's great. So I guess you didn't expect to perform it so well, right? Like,
Well, when we tried it, it felt really good. Like we didn't expect that. We didn't expect it like at the first glance, because it seemed to be clunky. But so far, so good.
yeah, awesome. Honestly, you love to see it, right? It only just proves how Modern is such a diverse format.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Congrats and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Marie and Patrick. Love to see these winners' interviews to get to know more why they chose the deck and a bit more of their story. Now, Simon, there's more magic. We have a backup feature match, and this one was my request. There was one deck that I really wanted to see and that we are going to see here. So we are going to actually see Alexander Jan playing Orzhov Necro.
Yeah, you love your black decks.
Yes, that's true.
So absolutely, you know, we're talking about mono black demons in standard, and here we have Necro Potent, Necro Dominance is the word. Played here by Jan Alexandra Chunot, who is a player that, looking at, oh wow, with that otter shirt, that is beautiful.
Oh, so cute.
So on theme. I believe from Canada, maybe originally, but maybe not residing in Canada anymore. And actually someone who, I'll talk about Jan in a minute. Let's look at this deck list. So this is playing 4 copies of Autochthon Worm, 4 copies of Nourishing Shoal, to like have this life gain 14 combination. You also have Necro Dominance. That's like kind of the thing the whole deck is built around, where you get to pay life to draw cards. Well, if you could spend 2 of your cards to gain 14 life, well then you can then draw 14 more next turn. Of course, you have the soul spikes in this deck that are able to drain for even more as they're played. You know, this deck used to play Grief and fell down a lot in popularity after the card was banned, but players have found ways to make it happen anyways, playing cards like Sorin of House Markov and Veto, which both make the opponent lose life whenever you gain life. And so these big 14-point life swings is something that can just straight up kill your opponent.
I love these. I love this deck. I mean, it's such an interesting one. I'm curious to see Sorin in play. Vito is such a cool card as well. So a lot of interesting things going on with these Orzhov Necro. Now, this deck will play against one of the, let's say, most played decks currently in Modern, which is Boros Energy. We saw here Boros Energy before. We are going to see it again. Simon, this deck was once the most popular in Modern, I believe. Now, not the first choice, but almost. Why do you think Boros Energy is such a solid choice here for players this weekend?
I mean, you know, Boros Energy has stayed relevant through metas with Nadu and Breach and Goryo's Vengeance and Amulet Titan, and will continue to stay relevant through metas with. I was trying to do the amulet meme, but it didn't actually work, I realized.
I actually noticed that. I was
Yeah.
there's always, like, when we are casting Modern, there's always that one chatter that is just copy-pasting, like, amulet stayed relevant through.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, no, I mean, the Boros deck, it's just a super solid aggressive deck that, you know, it plays cheap creatures and has interaction. And it can play long games, and it can win the game, like, sometimes on turn 3. Usually not, but, like, it's just a combination of like being fast and being resilient and being interactive. And I guess I'll play a bunch of Cyber card, and I think very importantly for that deck, like out of the fair decks in Modern, has actual good mana. There aren't that many fair decks in the format that have good mana.
And we see here the list from José Manuel Fernandez Soler here this weekend, and Flage, such a strong card. Is Flage, Simon, better than Uro?
Yes, I think we must realize that Lightning Helix is better than Explore.
Is Flage the best Titan, Elder Giant of them all?
I mean, Croxa is not even making any moves here, so yeah. Oh wait, hold on. I guess Uro's actually banned in Modern, right? so we don't know for sure.
Yes.
Yes, I was like, oh, Uro's not seeing any play, so surely Flage must be better. Okay, you know what? I take it back. I think maybe Uro is better than Flage, but
Uro and Oko were like a Simic menace.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And now the Simic menace is a Shardless agent cascading into a coiling oracle. That's less impressive, but still impressive. That deck is so cool as well. I hope we get to see it on camera in another round here, as I think the players are ready to start here. Jan Alexandra, from Canada, I guess correctly, looking at their tournament history, there was a bunch of Montreals and Torontos in the beginning. And Jan actually played in the regional championship in Prague earlier this year. Not just played in it, but did well enough to qualify for the Pro Tour. I felt like I've said that about a lot of people we see here, that they play the regional championship, then they get to the Pro Tour. Jan showed up for Pro Tour Final Fantasy wearing that same Otter shirt, of course, for the Otter Pro Tour, and 7-0'd. On day one. Losing the last round there, so I guess 7-1. Was in the feature match part 1 on day 2. Sadly, didn't have as great of a day 2 and didn't quite get to the 10-6 finish you need to requalify. So now Jan is another one of these people who's on the hunt to get back onto the Pro Tour.
Your memory is just impeccable, Simon. I'm envy.
Yeah, this is just, what can I say? I see Jan the Pro Tour and I immediately imprint all of his life's history.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you're like an Eugen's labyrinth.
Yes, exactly.
Just imprinting things away. But players are already here starting this game, and looks like Jan here going to fetch with that Polluta Delta.
So notably, this is game 3, which means you're post-board. So we see stuff like Surgical Extraction in Jan's, on Jan's end and Vexing Bauble on Jose's end. And Vexing Bauble is like the hate card against the Necrodominance deck, because it's because all of the payoffs you want to do for the Necrodominance, specifically Soul Spike, and also in this case the Nourishing Shoal, those are cards you want to play for free, and they get countered by the Vexing Bauble.
Good point, Simon, and
yeah, that means our Tractor Worm goes to the graveyard, because you can't use that in any way, so might as well get rid of it. And here we see another sidebar card here, I believe, from Jan, which is that Dorothy White Walker. Yeah, it's 3 copies in the sideboard as kind of a juke, a plan B different type of effect here. Trying to ask Jose the question, does this resolve? Is this good enough? Does it get to live and start beating Jose down with apparently a bit of a slow draw here? Just doing turn 1 Vexing Bubble, turn 2 no pressure. So you could probably imagine that the Dorothy is indeed not going to resolve, because even a Flage or a removal spell seems fairly likely in Jose's hand, because if his hand is not proactive, it must be reactive.
That's a good one, Simon.
Yeah, I actually like that. That was nice.
Yeah, it's catchy.
Yes.
They need to do like a quote with your face, and then just some nice quotes from Simon. And there is the Flage in end there. There's also a Ragavan.
I feel like I've said a lot of things during this broadcast that I would not like people to quote me on a shirt. That would not be good.
You can always just say it was the other Simon.
Ireland is nothing. was one of them. From nowhere. Right? Out of nowhere. Yes, exactly. Came out of nowhere from Ireland. Oops. Okay, so as we're okay, actually it does seem like Jose did have creatures in hand and decided not to play them out. I wonder if he has a Thraben Charm to deal with Necrodominance, because Necrodominance triggers at the end of your turn. So if you can kill it immediately as it hits the board, they don't get to draw the cards. So this is actually, it is still Jose's hand being reactive, but it wasn't actually a sign that it wasn't proactive. He just decided to play it slow. And now has to decide whether to play the Flage and kill the Voidwalker, but tapping himself out of that Thraben Charm, or just play a Ragavan here and continue to take it slow.
Let's see here what Jose decides to do. Jose that is here doing quite well, 4-1. Oh, and
Jan remembering that the Winter Heath does go under the Dorothy Whitewalker. You know what I like to do when there's a Dorothy in play? Doesn't come up as much in Modern anymore as back when the Rakdos decks were dominant. I like to take a die and put it on my graveyard. And so anytime I want to put a card in my graveyard, I can see, oh, there's a die here, so I can't actually put it here. And then you remember to put it under the Dorothy.
I love it. That's a good tip, Simon.
Yeah, thank you. As we now see the Flate coming in and stacking the triggers the right way, so it kills the Dorothy and then goes to the graveyard. As players are just confirming life totals as well.
Yeah, I love to see that. I mean, I remember the days when the scam decks were around, and we saw much more of Voidwalker. Those days are now over, but Voidwalker still shines once upon a time. Once in a while.
So now Jan does actually have a window to resolve the Necrodominance and draw a bunch of cards. The question is always with this card, how many cards are you going to draw off it?
All of them.
Yeah, just pay 18 life. So typically the answer is somewhere between, like, you want to draw at least 4 cards, so you go up to 7 cards in hand. But if you have this Nourishing Shell, a Tocton Worm, in hand that you can't use because of the Vexing Bubble, you might want to draw 9, so you can discard those 2 cards anyways. And ending up drawing up to 9 cards, ending up drawing 8 cards here, going up to 11 cards, which means he has to discard 4. But if he draws any more free cards, he can also discard, like, get rid of those, and make sure that his hand is all cards that he can actually use for something. There's also these March of Wretched Sorrow, which are going to be very important here, as well as this Shield Red. So March of Wretched Sorrow is like you cost black and X. That's actually, I love that there's like 2 different marches that see play in Modern. That's kind of neat. And you can exile any number of black cards from your hand, reducing the cost by 2. So you could, for instance, pay that, exiling 4 cards from your hand to deal, I believe it is then 8 damage to something and gain 8 life. Or it's like -8 to something and gain 8 life. But the gaining 8 life is really important because you spent 5 cards and 1 mana on that, and then you get to, well, draw 8 more cards. So it's just this like engine where you get to like outgrind your opponent. And this Shield Red is really important because it means that you could just Necrodominance down to 1 life, and you'll draw up and actually gain life from the procedure.
So Shield Red can get you a net positive on cards drawn, and this deck is so good at just gaining life to optimize the Necrodominance, and that's why it's called Necrodominance, I guess. And we see they're going to discard 1 mana up, Voidwalker in play. On the other side, there's Vexing Bubble, played by José Manuel here. And Jan down to 10 life, so needing to gain some life back eventually. So we do have the Ocelot Pride here now. There's no City's Blessing yet. And 2 more mana, just passing the turn, being very careful here.
Yeah, now at least, like, you know, you let Jan draw up a bunch of cards with his Necrodominance, but at least now you can Thraben Enchant it. You don't need to do it at this exact moment, but here's the reason to splash white, or one of the reasons. Yeah, the Pest Control, which can deal with that Vexing Bubble. Now, of course, Thraben Enchant comes in response, destroys an enchantment, and... Wait, why does Jan have so few cards in hand?
That's what happens when you...
Oh, right, you get hand size 5.
Yeah.
Right. I forgot about that part of Necrodominance. It does set your maximum hand size.
Otherwise, it would be too good, Simon.
Yes, it makes a lot of sense.
Otherwise, it would be a dominance in the format.
Yeah, so the decision is much less on, like, can you like, get up to 7 cards in hand, and much more so, oh, actually, this Bugger Troll is really important here. Getting rid of that Flate.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah, so, which would have been available for Jose on this very turn, as now we see another answer to Necrodominance in the form of this Celestial Purge.
But I like José's spot here. He still has a Johnny, he still has Ragavan, there's still a Seasoned Pyromancer, so... Playing there, the Ajani is still keeping 2 mana up.
Yeah, playing it quite, you know, patiently and carefully. And actually, there was another copy of Necrodominance picked up by Jan. Yeah, I believe the decision there to like figure out how many cards to draw of it. You like basically just like have to figure out how much life you can spare is the like main, the main idea there. And yeah, now you're at 9 life, which of and you had to discard a bunch of cards. So now this next Necrodominance is a lot less potent. Pun intended?
Now, the Shieldred can be really good, but what ways does Juza have to deal with a Shieldred?
It does have the Celestial Purge here, so
Yeah.
I wonder if Jan is actually going to play out the Necrodominance here to bait out the Celestial Purge. And then play the Shieldred afterwards. But actually, yeah, just going to use the March of Retrosorrow. I believe just going to tap like full 5 mana for it to kill the Ajani and gain 4 life. Getting a bit more comfortable with the life total here. As now a Ragavan is being dashed, so you might actually just want to kill that one rather than the Ajani, but yeah, I don't know. Might still need to kill the Ajani just because it's so scary if a Goblin Bombard was able to come down. Okay, does actually go for the Ragavan here. So gain 4, take 3, so essentially just take 1 damage, or gain 1 life.
1 life, yeah. And Juza here with still 3 mana available and passing the turn. We know about the Season Pyromancer and also the Celestial Purge.
Right, so this Ajani is not going to finish the game by itself here. And so the question is, would Jan rather, if there is a piece of interaction, would Jan rather have a Shieldred or a Necrodominance? Jan, of course, also doesn't know that it's Celestial Purge specifically. And if he's thinking about Thrabencham, this Shieldred actually survives the Thrabencham. Unless there's another creature added to like Jose's board next turn, which I guess is reasonably likely to happen. I love, by the way, that Jan is really always thinking about like dealing damage with this Bogatroll. Could have left it back last turn as well. But there is something really important about the way you play this deck. It is not a traditional control deck. It's actually very important that you take care of your opponent's life total. But now here, this Shielder being dealt with means that this Ajani is going to put you down to 7 life. So the Necrodominance can't draw too many cards. As now, even better, there's the Guide of Souls into Season Pyromancer, drawing 2. There's so much damage coming in on Jose's side here. Getting alive, getting the entity, and I mean, I do definitely see the value of attacking with the Bogatroller, but it also does pay a pretty big price here when you has to pay a big price for it when you can't block that Ajani on this turn. As Jan reminds Jose that I was actually already a land played for turn. But here's 3 damage. Jan down to 7 life with the Necrodominance. Can he draw the 6 perfect cards on top to stabilize here? There's no Vexing Bubble in play anymore, so Soul Spike would certainly be a good draw.
Yeah, maybe March still.
March would also be very nice.
I like the way you said very nice.
Yeah, I like it.
And players here, I think, getting some judge call. So some question. And Simon, I have to say...
We're too far apart.
We're too far apart, it's true. I have to say, I really like Necrodominance deck, but I don't like the position right now on this game.
I'm not so sure. I think the deck has the potential to draw into some very good things off the top. And also remember, there's still the Autochthon Worms and the noxious, what's it called? The shoal. Nourishing Shoal, there we go.
Gain life.
To gain 14 life, right? And that would actually be enough to, like, you know, it's more than a Thog worth of life gain, right? It's gonna, you know, even after the combat step has happened, you're still gonna be able to draw more stuff. So it will depend a little bit on the, like, essentially the draw step here and the maybe 6 cards off the top. And Jan will really have to go in a tank figuring out exactly how many cards to draw off this Necrodominance here.
Okay, but in the meantime, there's a Sorin.
Interesting. Okay, the Sword of House Markov was drawn for turn, so that one has Exploit, I believe, where you can, Extort is what I mean, where you can pay 1 extra as you play your spell.
Drain 1.
To drain for a single point of damage, and this is where stuff like this Bogatroller coming in and attacking here is so important for Jan's game plan, because he really needs that life total to be as low as possible. At the beginning of each post-combat main phase, if you gain 3 or more life this turn, you get to flip him. But you don't. But because of the Necrodominance and the way it works here, you don't actually get to flip it at this point. So the question is, you play the Necrodominance, do you extort or do you draw 1 less card? Because if you extort right now, you don't actually get to Yeah, you wouldn't get to play March of Retrosaurus. So he draws here. Is there anything good in these top? There's an Autochton Worm.
A Fatal Push.
There's a Force of Despair, I believe, which is the one that kills any creature that's come into play on this turn. But the creatures are already in play, and yeah, this is even with the Fatal Push, it's just not quite enough for Alexander here. Seems like there's no.
Yeah, I mean, one life, one Necro Dominance, and a Dream, but I don't know. It's not looking too good.
He even has to skip his draw step as well, which is a big downside of the Necro Dominance.
It's like, you know, you make a pact with the demon, and then you get the good things, but you also have to pay the price. And there's an Arena of Glory actually there. So here we are exalting to we are using the ability of the Arena of Glory to be able to get a creature with haste.
Yeah, I believe actually if Jan had just a swamp instead of that fetch land, would have been at one more life and could have survived here.
Yeah, now
like
that
how close this is.
Seasoned Pyromancer as aced, thanks to the Arena of Glory.
Oh, but there's a Goblin Bombardment here, which should be enough to finish up this game. And Jan Alexander gives it up to Jose Manuel. Gets to take down this game and move on to 5-1, inches away from making day 2 at this regional championship. Jose is someone who doesn't have that much experience and only played one other regional championship so far, but is certainly looking to, you know, keep playing tight with a good deck and potentially get that coveted Pro Tour invite.
A lot of good Spanish players, I have to say. We see here over and over again. I mean, there's good players from everywhere. We've seen a lot of great players from Italy, now we also saw from Canada. Very interesting, but Spanish players are here over and over again doing well. I see also that they often are like representing their own like Spanish teams, so I really like the community there. Every time that I go to Barcelona, the community there is amazing, so shout out to the Spanish players that I know a lot of them are watching here as well today.
Shout out to Spain.
Yes, shout out to everyone watching. Let us know where you're watching from. As a reminder, today we have 8 rounds. It's the day 1 of the regional championship. Players need 18 points or more to advance into day 2. That means 6-2 or better. And we have only 2 more rounds today. And we are getting to see what players advance or not into day 2. We are going to have some win-and-ins as well, which is really exciting. But that's going to be it for round 6. And it passed so fast, Simon.
It did pass so fast here, but we're going to be, you know, covering potentially the 7-0 match in a couple rounds. That's going to be our goal here, seeing what's going on at the very top of the standings at this tournament.
I'm really excited for that, but before you also are going to have an amazing round 7 with Andrea Mengucci and Martin Juza. Let's take a quick break and they'll be back.
Welcome, my friends. The new Avatar The Last Airbender collection by Squareos is here, and today I'm going to show it all to you. But I'm going to do it in style. Now this is what I'm talking about. Look at this beautiful collector's case. Of course, if there's anybody I would trust to transport the crew, it's Appa. Ooh, magnets. Look how beautifully the logo is embossed in here. Now this, my friends, is quality. And of course, it has space for your whole Avatar Squareo collection. Let's keep going. Look at this beautiful Momo deck box. I especially love the ears. This bad boy can hold up to 100 double sleeve cards easily. Just put them in there, close up, shake them around, do your monkey business, and they will stay safe. Ah, you're right, this meditation really does work. I can feel the energy of the elements rising already. And yes, you're cool and all, and I do really want to be like you, but did you really think I would cut my hair for this? You might be the last airbender, but I am the last hairbender. Oh, and of course we all know, no Avatar The Last Airbender collection would be complete without his most handsome hero. And not only is he really good looking, but he will protect all of your most valuable goods. Let's keep moving. Of course, that is not all of them, and I wish I could transform into every single one, but somebody spent all of their costume money on cabbage. We still got Toph, Katara, Sokka, Uncle Iroh, Zuko, and of course Azula. And together with them, the collection is complete. And if you want to know where to get them, check out the link down below. And hey, while you're here, why not watch one of those videos?
Hey, welcome back. This is round 7 of the Ultimate Guard European Magic Series. Andrea, it's been a fun day, but we're getting towards the end. Yeah. So now there's a lot of players with 6 wins already. Those players have locked up day 2 because you need 18 or more points. This is round number 7. There's going to be round number 8 with Filipa and Simon, and that's going to be it for today. I think we can show you what the top of the standings looks like, and I think it's just gonna have names and record, but I can open that up in Melee.
All right, I've seen that Marcin Klimutsko, it's playing Gruul Broodskill. That is the deck that I chose as my winner for the weekend. So I definitely have his name up there. We've seen Dani Padilla Alfaro on round 3 here on stream, on coverage. He won with Domain Zoo. So, you know, it's another name. We've also seen Alvaro Fernandez Torres earlier on, and he's on Blue Red Quarry. I believe Jedrzej Zimit is... yeah,
Jedrzej Zimit is playing Jeskai Blink.
He's the streamer TSP Jendrik, right?
I think so, yeah. So we have, player number 1, Boros Energy. Then we have Domain Zoo, Esper Gorios, Gruul Broodscale. We have Ruby Storm, Is It Affinity, Is It Metalcraft, Jeskai Blink, Civic Neoform, and Amulet Titans. I believe that is 9 or 10 different archetypes out of the first 10 players. The 6-0 list goes all the way down to player number 17. We have Simic Ritual there, Golgari Yavmod, we have Esper Gorios. It's just a mix of, you know, just a little bit of everything, which is why Modern is such a popular format.
Yeah, I mean, variety is the name of the game. There's not a deck that's clearly better than the other, so it really is a lot about how knowledgeable you are about the deck, which matchups you get, if you win the Darrell, you know, the usual card game variances. The deck choice is important, but it's not like, you know, last time we casted the event together, it was a clear best deck, Is It Katarine Standard. Yes. There's not even close to the same comparison to Modern.
A lot of friends always ask me, like, hey, I'm going to this Modern tournament, what should I play? And my answer is always, play whatever you have been playing the most. Whether you're a Storm player or a Boros player, whether you like aggro, combo, control, whatever. In Modern, there is always a good deck in each of these archetype categories, and just play whatever you have been playing with the most. So if you spend a year playing, you know, Jeskai Control or Blue-White Control, just play that. The differences in win rates are very marginal. It's 54%, 53%, 52%. And the extra couple percentage points you're going to get by playing what could be the best deck, maybe Titan. Yeah. You're going to lose by not playing the deck to the full potential, because as we know, there's only one person in the world maybe playing Amulet, or at least in this room playing Amulet to the full potential, which might be Canister. Yeah. But anyways, we digress. We have round number 7.
What I say to the people that ask me that question a lot, especially on stream, is the most, you know, the deck that you bought the last.
Yeah.
You should play that deck, because, you know, you wanna make sure that you play your cards the most. Yeah. And the deck is gonna give you more happiness, because, you know, you just wanna show the cards that you play with. This is a TCG. Yes, this is a competitive game, but we just love to play our own cards, or at least I do.
It's better to know every matchup and your sideboard plans inside out than to play what might be the best deck in the format. But anyways, round number 7. This is going to be Gianluca Boaretto playing something spicy.
Ritual.
This is a super spicy deck, right? So what is going on here? We have Birthing Ritual.
Yes.
But what are we doing with it?
So this deck plays a Shardless Agent, and the only thing that cascades to is Birthing Ritual.
Okay.
It doesn't play any other cheaper crops. So earlier today, we've seen a Shardless Agent Birthing Ritual deck, but that deck, as you saw, multiple times cascaded into Calling Oracle and Ice Fan Coatl or Fibbolethop. This deck instead just wants to have that ritual in play, and then you play another very powerful play is once you have the ritual in play, you can warp a Quantum Riddler, draw a card, and then sacrifice it and get anything from Omnath to Elish Norn and so much more. When I was playing this deck on stream, I also added a Sun Titan in the mix, because of course you can get that off of Quantum Riddler. But yeah, so this is a deck that I wouldn't expect to see winning in Modern. So that is very cool that Gianluca is 6-0 right now.
Yeah.
I remember Gianluca won a GP style of event some years ago with Titan Shift. This happened, I believe it was Copenhagen, and I remember being there. And so you know he's definitely not new to Modern success. And piloting this very strange deck.
This deck looks like, well, you're playing Modern, it's a fast format, and you're starting basically on turn 3 with a Shardless Agent. You don't have any cheaper cards, right? But the beauty of Modern is that there's so many free spells. You have 4 Subtleties, you have 4 Solitudes, you have 3 Force of Negations. Leyline Binding is a 6-draw, but you can actually play it, you know, on turn 2. So this deck, it looks like it's incredibly slow, but it doesn't actually really play like that in practice. Gianluca is up against Ruby Storm in the hands of Pierre Leipsch.
Yeah, Ruby Storm is a combo deck that has definitely had a lot of success since Modern Horizons 3 brought Ral and Ruby Medallion to Modern, and you know, ever since then the Storm deck has been popular. Although we see a new addition here from the Spider-Man sets, Heroes Hangout. It's a sorcery that costs only 1 red, and it's basically a delayed sleight of hand. You look at the top 2, you select 1, and you can play it this turn. What it does, sorry, until next turn. What it does is giving you a turn 1 play. Otherwise, this deck turn 1 play, it's usually just Elegant Parlor tapped. Heroes Hangout, you can cast it on turn 1, you can make sure that you hit Ruby Medallion for the next turn. And while you go off, you know, it's another way.
Like a light up the stage kind of card.
To get up. You only get 1 card, so you don't 2 for 1 with this. So maybe like later on, when you have a mana discounter like Ral or Ruby Medallion, it's better to draw the Vren's Resolve and Reckless Impulse. But this is more of a turn 1 play.
Okay. Artist Talent, is that very, very common in Storm these days?
I believe the winner of Australia RC did not play it, but there was a big event in America the same day as the RC where Ruby Storm won, and he was playing 4 copies of this. So I believe Pierre just edged and went from the 2 copies.
All right, let's see if the players are ready in the feature match area. If you had to, you know, make a guess, who would you give the upper hand in a matchup like this? Is it the combo deck that can go off as early as turn 2, or is it the deck with a lot of free spells that's going to be playing a little bit of a longer defensive game?
I believe the edge is for Storm. Storm, I mean, doesn't really care a lot of many cards that Gianluca plays.
Yeah, Omnath and that.
Yeah, exactly. But Leyline Binding is annoying. Solitude, of course, can kill Ral. Force of Negation is annoying. So Gianluca definitely has the tools that it takes. So we said Gianluca was 6-0, apparently 5-0-1. Almost.
Okay, but
still undefeated, but not the perfect score. So we see the play, Gianluca starting with the Indata Triumph. So you want to have that 5-color ready on turn 2, so you can either fetch it or just draw it naturally.
Okay, to set up for the Leyline Binding.
So yes, the only play again that Pierre has is this like turn 1 Elegant Parlor. I mean, it's still very good in a deck that wants to card select, but not only. Binding spells is super good for this deck because you rely around casting Past in Flames, which, you know, rewards you for putting spells in your graveyard. All right, we see Ruby Medallion was drawn, and that's a very important card. Let's see if Pierre slams it here.
That might be the game right there. Do you have a force? Oh, no force. Wow. So Gianluca is going to have leyline binding here pretty much, or the game might just be over next turn.
Which I believe it's the last card of Gianluca's hand. So what's happening right here could be just taking a Thundering Falls, surveilling one, and then tapping the Triumph to play leyline binding, targeting that Ruby Medallion, which is a reprint from Tempest. This is a card that, just the cycle of medallions was reprinted in MH3.
I remember the blue one and playing cards like Whisper of the Muse and Capsize with it, and like the discount was really cool.
Yeah, that deck is a strong deck in pre-modern with cards like Frantic Search.
Oh yeah.
And so on. Okay, this is another permanent that enables the combo. It's Artist Talent. Artist Talent does very much to the game plan of Storm. It loots spells, a discount spell, and finally it gives Grape Shot a win con with a very, very tiny Storm count.
Okay. I see a lot of players asking in the Twitch chat what the little hearts are on the screen in the overlay. The production team CSL came up with this idea that we thought it would be cool to, give the players a little bit of it's like a little watch. The players can decline, of course. They don't have to participate in this if they don't feel comfortable with that, which is important. But if they do, I feel like this is a really cool way of showing that, it can be really stressful to be in the feature match area. It is really hard to play, Magic optimally if you just play a normal game. And imagine sitting in a match where there's thousands of people watching you. There's a huge crowd of people watching here live. So, yeah, we thought it would be cool to show you guys what it is, what it can do to you when you're sitting here actually playing the match yourself.
Yeah, so Gianluca has a Quantum Riddler in hand and decided not to play it now, holding mana up. Again, Gianluca doesn't play Ephemerate. This is an important thing of his deck. Usually when you play Quantum Riddler, you want to blink it. But we can't play Ephemerate because our goal is to go Shardless Agent, Birthing Ritual. This is important difference in deck list.
Yeah, I think in his deck, it's like keeping a card like Riddler might also be worth it because he plays 4 copies of Subtlety and 3 copies of Force of Negation, right? So he really values having a blue card in hand, probably.
Hero's Hangout hits the graveyard, and Pierre can already be threatening a very good turn here. You have the Past in Flames in hand, and you're just going to start churning through your deck with the Artist Talent. If he wants to, he can go Ritual, level up the Talent, Manamorphose, and go off from there.
Okay. So
discarding Wish to the Artist Talent, draw a card, and it's a land for turn, which Pierre didn't have, so now he can level up the Talent that costs 3 mana, and then with those mana, he can cast Manamorphose. From 1 mana, you go to 2, you have a land drop, you go to 3. He still needs a Ritual to be able to go Past in Flames and win the game.
If you play a deck like Storm and you play against a deck that isn't really pressuring you, right, like this Omnath deck, you aren't scared of passing the turn and then them playing something busted that would completely win them the game. When are you trying to usually go off? Are you trying to wait as long as possible to sculpt the perfect hand, or are you trying it at kind of the first opportunity if they haven't gotten rid of your amulet of your medallion or Rawl?
Yeah, I mean it really depends because. Like, you can't really sit around forever. Your opponent's going to draw cards after card after card, highering the chances of finding interactions. So if you have a window, you can just say, okay, you have 4 cards in hand, your deck is very answer light, I'm just going to go. And that's what Pierre is doing now. Vren's Resolve, drawing a card from Artist Talent, discarding first, and then drawing, and then revealing the top 2 cards. Now it's putting out all this.
Artist Talent being really, really strong here. Like the looting effect or the rummaging effect is particularly.
Yeah. Artist Talent, a card that saw a lot of play. Pioneer in the EZ Phoenix deck. Hasn't seen too much play since, but obviously the Storm deck optimizes it very well. So there's a bunch of mana floating, 1 red. What Pierre can do is just cracking that fetch line, casting a Ral, and passing the turn.
Yeah, that wasn't really a great turn though, right? Like, yeah, you played a bunch of cards, but didn't really get you anywhere.
You gave yourself the chance of winning the game, though. Like, if Pierre drew in a different way, like he drew Ritual into Past in Flames, he could have had a win there. So
you kind of bricked, but it's not too bad because at least you have 2 discounting permanents in play, and you're just 1 Vren's Resolve away from possibly going off again.
Yeah, I mean, all you have to do is just go in deeper to find one of your 3 copies of Past in Flames. He ended up discarding a Wish, which is, I mean,
might be missing right now.
Yeah, at the point when he did that, I guess he thought it was a good thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's actually still going. Like we cast the ritual, discarding a land. I think he drew a ruby medallion.
Yeah, so what he can do, if I understand correctly, there's 3 spells on the stack. He wanted to play Ral and just hope to draw a spell to be able to flip Ral. It would be with not 8 loyalty, but still a pretty decent size loyalty. So he can now play Ruby Medallion, but honestly wouldn't. I would hold the Ruby Medallion in the end because if he draws a spell next turn, he can discard a Ruby Medallion and draw a card. So that is something that he can do next turn. So yes, at the end of the day, if you want to count math, like what happened this game, this turn, what happened? He went down a card because he played a Paratic Ritual and it didn't really cash it in. That's some of the difficulty of playing Storm, is that you're going off, but you don't know where you're going. You know, Pierre
anything can happen.
Pierre could have won the game this turn.
Yeah,
if you played it in a conservative way, you certainly wouldn't have won this game this turn. And again, he's just digging. He's just digging. He filled his graveyard with lands and spells, and it's just one draw step away. Past in Flames wins the game. In the meanwhile, Gianluca is going to do his best to apply pressure and draw Force of Negation.
Yeah, I guess there's a lot of value in just filling your graveyard with spells, right? So even if you brick, it doesn't mean that you're just completely screwed. Or like if you were, you know, playing a different deck that needs to have a bunch of resources every turn. Your resources are in the graveyard. Yeah, as you said, you're a Past in Flames away from potentially going off again. So not too bad. Meanwhile, Gianluca.
Yeah, the reason why the reason why I didn't play a Quantum Riddler in the previous turn was that he was holding a Birthing Ritual to do this combo. When we highlighted the deck of Gianluca, this is a play that we highlighted. You don't play a Quantum Riddler to blink it. You play it to sacrifice it to Birthing Ritual. This is your way to exploit the warp mechanic. We're really seeing the full power of Quantum Riddle in Modern, from Ephemerate to Birthing Ritual now.
What does he find?
Is that an Elish Norn?
Wow.
Okay, so Elish Norn says, permanents that come into play don't trigger. I don't think that impacts Storm deck at all.
Yeah, doesn't really impact Storm much, though. It's great against Atroxa. It's great against, you know, those types of things, but...
Yeah, so the players are probably, the card is in Italian because he's not reading it. It's also very signed. The same artist that has Elish Norn also has Dragon's Ray Channeler. I definitely saw a lot of that signature in the Modern table. Martina, I don't know the surname, but definitely know her name. So Elish Norn is in play. Honestly, not a great pickup. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Magic is an international game. We have cards of almost every language, and you know, I am definitely a person that owns cards in Italian. So sometimes when you play against international players like Pierre from Belgium, you gotta pull out that phone and see the translation.
Does Elish Norn have a different name in Italian?
Yeah.
Translate everything, right?
I would say Madre delle Macchine, but I don't know, maybe not. Sometimes the creators just go crazy. Wow, look at that. Wow,
yeah, that's pretty much what you want to draw, right?
Reckless Impulse is amazing. It's a draw 3 basically now.
So he rummages away.
Glimpse of...
Nice.
What's the name? Glimpse of the Impossible. That's a 2-mana draw 3, basically. Keep on rummaging. Ah, look at Artist Talent. It did so much for Pierre. Draw a card. You really don't have to miss your triggers. There's so many various things that happen as you cast a spell.
I really like the way that Pierre is representing everything, like spells I have to play this turn or next turn, how much mana I have, how, you know, what the spell count is.
Yeah, so we find a Ritual and we find a Hero's Hangout. Again, that's the Sleight of Hand from the Spider-Man set. Discard. Draw from Artist Talent, get 3 mana. As soon as we draw Past in Flames, the game is over.
Artist Talent has been really good this game.
Yeah, there's only 2 copies in Pierre's list. You can't really play too many of those effects. Rally and Medallion are just better. So you can just play a couple of them. You can't really go crazy with 4 of them, because while you go off, you need spells. You need Era's Hangout to trigger your Ral, to help Ral instant and sorcery count go up.
All right, there's a Hangout.
Hangout using the red mana that's floating. Gianluca helping his opponent. This reminds me the final of Pro Tour San Diego between Yuya Watanabe and Stanislav Sivka, where Sivka was going off with eggs and Yuya was helping him counting the mana. That lasted for like half an hour and ended up banning Second Sunrise. Okay.
Wow, another Reckless Impulse. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this game is pretty close to over.
We'll see. We'll see. The deck can definitely break. So
there's a Brawl in hand as well. You can also sacrifice the Sunbaked Canyons.
2 people are helping Pierre going off, which is really funny. Both the judge and his opponent. Pierre announcing his trigger, discards a Ral, draws a card, reveals 2. Every ritual, every Reckless Impulse is draw 3, and there it is.
Wow, there's the best in flames. Okay, so do we have enough mana to play it and start chaining rituals?
Well, even if we don't have it now, we'll have it next turn.
We'll have it next turn, that's true. You're definitely not under a big clock.
Yeah, you can see this turn, open parenthesis, glimpse. You can see this turn, and you can see next turn in his notes. The open parenthesis glimpse is because glimpse of the impossible, when you pass the turn, you're going to turn those cards into Eldrazi's pawn tokens.
Okay, looks like there is another Reckless Impulse, but I don't think there's any mana for
No, but there is a... Wow. Oh, perfect. Exactly what he needed. Pierre nods in happiness. His heartbeat probably goes off as he locks up this game, revealing exactly the 2 cards he needed.
Manamorphose, 1 mana, draw a card, make 2 mana.
Yeah, 1 wasn't enough. He needed 2. And he found 2. So he's able to cast Past in Flames with exactly 4 mana floating, and we'll turn this 4 mana, 3 for Past in Flames, and 1 to start the chain, and eventually win the game with that wish for Grape Shot. If he wants to shortcut, he can just level up the talent. I mean, I guess, level up the talent, and then Grape Shot is going to be faster.
Okay, so 4 mana, Past in Flames for 3, 1 mana floating. That's going to allow him to flashback 1 of the rituals from the graveyard. That's going to allow him to flashback all of the rituals from the graveyard, play all these Manamorphose, Reckless Impulse.
Yeah.
For more Storm if he needs to do so. And then, wish for Grape Storm should seal the deal.
He's explaining what's going to happen. They're playing open deck list, so Gianluca knows that there is a Grape Shot in the sideboard. But yeah, I guess we're still going through the motion. No big deals. Wow, look at that. Even setting aside the spells, because those can't be flashed back by Past in Flames. That is exactly... I guess Pierre, what he's doing is just showing you at home how to properly play Storm without making any, communication or just technical mistakes. Because it's, it's a very complicated deck. A deck that has been around forever in Modern. I remember John Finkel coming 9th at Pro Tour Bilbao with Storm.
Okay. All right, well, Pierre picks up game out number 1. Not a super interactive game, but I guess that's what you sign up for, when you play a deck like this 4-color ritual. That is a little bit too slow, maybe better for the fair matchups. I guess combo is not exactly what you want to play against, especially one where Force of Negation, if you draw just 1, is not going to be good enough. So Pierre, did a pretty good job of fighting through a couple of interactive spells. There was a Leyline Binding on the first medallion, but all the redundant copies of those cards for Pierre did the job.
I want to apologize to the people from Germany. I slacked a little bit in flag knowledge. That flag apparently wasn't from Belgium, but it was from Germany. So
you've never been to Germany, right? It's fine.
No, I've been to Germany. It's just that people from Europe don't show their flag as much as other countries in the world. So we actually need to. It's a little bit harder. It's a little bit harder to know the flags.
Let's talk about the sideboard now. Pierre is looking at 3 copies of Wear and Tear. There's actually 4 copies of Orange Chant. Where does that come in?
Well, counter spells.
Against counters,
If you know your opponent is on Force of Negation, you want to play Orms at the beginning of your turn and then go off. You set up a little bit, and then you do that very simple and clean play, similar to what Storm used to do in Legacy. I mean, still does in Legacy. You
Perfect Storm.
Yeah, you have cards like Xanted Swarm, which is not legally modern, but it could really be. You just played a little dork, attack, and then you go off. Now you have to do it manually with Orm's Chant, which you can also cast in other spot, I guess, in response to a Cascade spell like Shardless Agent. So I would say that is a card that can come in this matchup.
Let's see what Gianluca is possibly bringing in. There's 2 copies of Endurance. We see a Wear and Tear. Force of Vigor could come in. Maybe a Mystical Dispute if you feel really desperate. What do you think he's going to be bringing in, and how do you think that influences?
Yeah, I think Gianluca mostly just has so many bad cards in the main deck to side out. Like I see Yasharn, Twin Shot Sniper, Elish Norn. Solitude maybe is not that bad, but maybe you can trim 1. He's playing 4 copies of Omnath. That's another card that you can trim. Teferi. So, you know, this deck is made to fight another portion of the metagame, not Storm. But the sideboard is going to help. So Mystical Dispute, as you said, if you're really desperate, and I think he is. I think he is really desperate.
3 mana to, I mean...
It's a 3 mana leak.
I'm trying to counter your 2 mana cards mostly. And, you know, it's not even going to be live on turn 2.
No, and I mean, but you do have a Force of Negation and Subtlety. But I don't even know if you want Subtlety, honestly. That may just be worse than Solitude. So that could be... I think you still need it. I think you still need to bring it in. You just have so many bad cards in the main deck. And that's sometimes, you know, in the history of Modern, people always brought this up. It's like, oh, you need more than 15 slot in the sideboard to fight the whole Modern metagame. You know, this was always a thing because mid-range decks struggle to pick a fight. You can't be prepared for Boros Energy, for, you know, Esper Wario, and for Storm all at the same time. Well, you can, but you will be underprepared. But I believe overall we should stick to the same rules of Magic the Gathering throughout formats, and Modern is still, you know, the best constructed format there is. And I'm very honored to be here casting the regional championship.
Yeah, Modern is great.
With you in this format that I love so much. So yeah.
Shout out to our sponsors. Shout out to Ultimate Guard and Beckett. That's also a big reason why we're all here. Also, obviously, thanks to Finfinity. You might be watching this stream on Twitch. There is a stream live at twitch.tv/Finfinity and also at twitch.tv/Ultimate Guard Live. But you can also watch on YouTube. So if you prefer YouTube, you can go to youtube.com/Finfinity and watch there. We're going to be doing a cool giveaway in the 8th round, so about an hour away from now. So make sure you stick around, and you might win some sweet Ultimate Guard goodies and something from these tournaments, some of the special exclusive items.
Gianluca played a turn 2 Boseiju, who endures as a land, and that's a card that you really want to hold to destroy a powerful artifact and enchantment that we've seen in game 1. So to me, that means that he's light on lands. At the same time, though, he played a very important card for his deck, Birthing Ritual.
Yeah, he's pretty well set up now if he has that turn 3.
Maybe Quantum Riddler.
Yeah, Riddler would be actually the perfect card.
Okay, Milling Wish. Once again, Pierre does not want a win con. At the beginning of the game, you don't care about the win con.
Right.
You think about that later. So, just like you saw in game 1, he got rid of Wish as soon as he could, just to be able to dig. Later on, you think about win con. Sometimes people that are, you know, lesser
experience with the deck?
Experience with the deck, or just with competitive Magic in general, always focus on win con. What's the win con? We don't care about that. We just want cards and mana, and then we think about win.
Yeah, all right, turn to Ruby Medallion. Pierre is pretty well set up to try to go off next turn again. Does Gianluca have an answer? Okay, Force of Negation is a good one.
And I also see Wear Tear. I don't see another land, though.
You were right.
Maybe Gianluca wants to just play this Quantum Riddler, draw a card, look at the top 7, put an Omnath into play, draw a card, pass.
Does he have another blue card if he plays the Riddler, though?
I think so. There's an Omnath over there, which pitches to everything. That's actually the name of the card. Omnath, who pitches to everything. And that's why
that's the use of the card? Okay.
Exactly.
Omnath.
Like a Progenitus. You could play Progenitus. That's the same role. No, actually, that's not true, because you can't select that with Birthing Ritual. I mean, if you can't... Oh, wow. It chooses to go for... I don't know, but that's okay. I would have just loved to be on board, you know? Because what happens now is that your opponent says us,
Just plays another medallion. Or
Well, actually,
wow, he's just gonna go off now.
Pierre can go off. He can go Ritual, Ruby Medallion, 1 mana floating, Ritual, Casting Flames, win.
If you're Gianluca, are you trying to fight over the ritual, or would you like to bait your opponent into playing, more of their resources and try to fight over one of the key cards?
Yeah, I mean, the reason why Pierre is playing this ritual is because he wants to play another spell, so you just counter that one, and you get 2 for 1. I mean, not 2 for 1, because you use the card for force. 2 for 2.
Yeah, there's like a Pyroblast. Oh, all right. Are you fighting over this Ruby Medallion?
I will. We already took a turn off to kill one, so might as well. We definitely want to kill the other one.
What if you wait and let the opponent and give them the opportunity to cast the ritual? Obviously, I mean, it looks like they're going to play another one if they are trying to go off, playing a ritual into Ruby Medallion. Then you counter the ritual. That kind of gets another card from their hand, or would you rather?
Yes, but it gets a card from their hand that's not as important as Ruby Medallion.
Right. I think that's the most important point. The Medallion is the key card here. Without it in play, the rituals aren't as effective.
Yeah. So we're playing Quantum Riddler. We draw a card. Hopefully it's a land, so we don't miss that land. There was 2 Riddler in a row, and we go to end step. We put the trigger on the stack properly, using first the Birthing Ritual and then sacrificing end of turn. There's a lot of options there, but they're all kind of bad.
This doesn't look particularly exciting against
Worm. You're just going to go 3-2 lifelink here. I mean, you have to take it because the Riddler is going to go away. Gianluca's smiling, being like, all these cards are, I guess, targets? He chooses a 3-3 flying. Oh, and
it's just okay.
It's okay.
Deals with the wish.
Yeah,
that's worth something.
And it's a 3 drop, so that can be turned into a Omnath. But at the same time, he has another Riddler next turn to do the ritual thing. Okay, Pierre takes another turn, and I believe he's just gonna. He just wants to get lands.
Yeah, he has a lot of time. He's just looking for lands and more medallions and rolls. So he just wants to make land drops.
Yeah, both these players are light on lands. This is turn 4, and they have 4 lands combined.
One of these decks is a lot better at finding lands, though, with all the surge.
Ooh, another very good draw in Force of Negation. So Pierre missing lands and Gianluca drawing Force of Negation. Yeah, he may have just. Honestly, I think Gianluca may win this game because he played Wear Tear on turn 2.
Okay.
I would have gone for another line, and I think that would have lost. That would have lost me the game, because if Gianluca just plays whatever. He's a Riddler into creature, passes. Pierre just goes 1 mana ritual. Play a second Ruby Medallion, the game is over.
Yeah.
I mean, you can maybe eventually counter Casting Flames, but there's so many draw effect that you just get buried, and one single Force of Negation isn't good enough. So Gianluca actually knew what he was doing, played this properly, and
as a reward, still hasn't found his 3rd land.
Also, did he just missed? I think he just bricked on Birthing.
Wow, so he bricked on 3rd land, and then he bricked on a creature from Ritual. That's remarkable.
Like, not even a solid shit. Crazy stuff. You just needed, like, anything to not lose your card.
At least if I'm Gianluca, I'm feeling like, at least, the bad luck is kind of coming in a matchup that's already not very good.
Yeah, well, the game is not over. The game is not over. Pierre keeps on bricking.
Yeah, bricking as well.
The game is not over. And I may still think that Gianluca's favorite here. Like, he goes now 3rd Quantum Riddler.
Will he find the 3rd land?
I wonder if he's cited in Obsidian Charmo. It'd be so cool if he puts it into play now. Maybe he's just so short in playables that that he may just bring in Obsidian Charmo. That'd be funny.
All right, land number 3, Windswept Heath.
All right, we're good to end step. Is there an Omnath?
I think, as you said, he might have boarded a couple of them out.
At least there's a Charlotte's Agent, so we're not going to completely brick. Okay. There it is.
Not as exciting.
The deck's not really... Again, Gianluca's undefeated today, so the deck definitely has showed what's capable of. Okay,
That's true.
Finally draws a land after digging 20 cards.
And he plays it untapped immediately.
Yeah, maybe that was a little bit too fast, but he has a plan. He's an expert Storm player. He knows what's doing. He wants to play a Ral and then play a Ritual. No, that's not true. I just can't guess any play
nice try.
that the Storm player does.
Wow, it gets instantly countered by Force of Negation. That's interesting. I guess it does mean that the Reckless Impulse is gonna be unused. So
yeah, see, I would have held that Skull into that Sacred Foundry for that reason. If my card, I don't know, just wait. What if you draw 2 lands off of the Reckless Impulse? Maybe he was so excited to draw lands, like, oh, finally, I just shock land. But now he's on the turn 2 clock because of that shock land.
Oh wow, he is a 10. I did not realize that. He is actually on a 2-turn clock.
We're surveilling on the turn with a Lash Porticum, looking for. I don't know. Gianluca doesn't even have any A-maker. Like, what can he draw? I think he just has to hope the opponent keeps on breaking.
Gianluca is on the it ain't much, but it's honest work plan. Yeah. I just have my 2-2 and a 3-4.
I don't even know if taking the Lash Portico there was the right choice, because he could have gone for the Absent Triumph and then Leyline Binding would have only cost 1 mana, which is in his hand. This way he could have, like, I don't know, draw like a 2-drop and be able to cast that and hold up the Leyline Binding. At the same time, though, it binned the cards. Okay, end of turn. We see Quantum Raider. We can't get that one. Finally, we see an Omnath.
All right, there we go. Finally, what this deck is trying to do, this is it. You play Shardless Agent, you find Birthing Ritual, and then you turn that agent into an Omnath. So there we go. Finally, Gianluca's deck is doing what he wants it to be doing. That said, he still has to just pass the turn back.
Yeah. Next turn, we are lethal, though. So now the pressure is on Pierre to find his win. Gianluca doesn't have any more counters, but he has a very powerful card, Leyline Binding. Yeah, no, actually, this is not a bad play, because this one makes 3 tokens. Those 3 tokens can jump and can buy Pierre more time. Although, if Gianluca draws a fetch land, he can turn that Omnath into a 4 damage burn. Of course, Omnath deals 4 damage to each player and Planeswalker that the opponent controls with the last chapter. I mean, there was a time, you may not believe it, but there was a time where that card was actually a powerful modern playable.
All right, so he's gonna create a couple of Eldrazi's.
Yeah, so actually here Gianluca wins the game with a fetch land, because he can Leyline Binding one of these tokens, fetch. Yeah, he's figuring out that right now. He doesn't need to fetch. He wants to hold the fetch to kill your opponent with Omnath.
It also seems that he has another Endurance end of turn, so that's another 3-4.
Then it's lethal anyway. He just kills 1 token and then he's lethal.
What a crazy game. I would not have expected Gianluca to be able to come from that horrible start into actually winning.
Yeah, I think Gianluca actually won the game because he was able to play that turn 2 Wear Tear to kill. Like that turn where he went Wear Tear your Ruby Medallion, Force Negation your Ruby Medallion, Pierre deck just crumbled. Like didn't do anything else the whole game. Just cycled some cards, never hit his 3rd land, and just won the game. So yes, we see now the double fetch land, trigger, gain 4 mana, fetch land, 4 damage.
Here sees the writing on the wall, and yeah, we're gonna be moving to game number 3. That was good stuff.
Yeah, we see the smile here.
Gianluca finally smiling. Okay, it was painful. It took a while, but finally my deck was able to do something.
Yeah, again, we've seen earlier today another Italian player, Marco Vassallo, playing a 4-color deck, although that deck played the old Washington, 3 copies of that, Jace the Sculptor, 3 copies of that, totally different deck. You know, it wasn't even playing Omnath, so it was another 4-color deck, no black, but a totally different build. So that's just a whole spectrum of Modern. There's so many decks that even the fringe decks have more shadows of fringeness. I don't know if that's a word.
If you are Gianluca here and you have so many dead cards, are you possibly thinking of bringing in a card like Obsidian Charmaw just because you might put it into play when your opponent is a little tight on mana? And you know, in this game it would have been good. It would have been better than those Solitudes, for example.
Yeah, but I think it's very important as you evaluate card to not think about them in their best case scenario, or at least that's how I approach sideboarding. If I had to choose between Obsidian Charmaw and Mystical Dispute, I would choose Mystical Dispute because I see more scenarios where the card would be better. Of course, if you're mana screwed, your opponent goes Birthing Ritual and goes Quantum Raider into Charmaw, and you lose to that, bad beats.
Desperate times call for desperate measures, right? Like we have covered, this matchup is probably not very good for Gianluca, so.
But we see both of the players are kept 7. Gianluca draws Birthing Ritual, his namesake card. When you name a deck after a card, you really want to draw that card. You know, Pierre wants to draw Ruby Medallion, Gianluca wants to draw Birthing Ritual. Birthing Ritual, of course, a throwback to Birthing Pod, a card that has so much history in Modern. Second place at Pro Tour Valencia by Jacob Wilson. Probably some first place at some GPs around the world.
Yeah, it was Sam Pardee was the one who always played Pod, and he always did really well with it. I think Madnaz was always, he was always playing whatever kind of combo there is. Mad's always all about it.
But, you know, that card is no longer legal. It was banned at some point in Modern history, and now we have stuck with Birthing Ritual, which, to be honest with you, might just be a better card than Birthing Pod. It doesn't enable infinite stuff, because obviously it's once a turn, but we definitely see Birthing Ritual in a lot of decks. We see it in the Simic Ritual deck earlier today. That deck is very good and very popular, and this card is strong. Okay. Well, Pierre doesn't have a 2-drop. Impressive.
Yeah, it's not super important for him to have that Medallion or Rollo on turn 2, though, right? Like, he can just do all that on turn 3 and just go off?
Exactly, but Gianluca has, well, not with this mana. He doesn't have access to Leyline Binding. That's not true. He can go Steam Vents Leyline Binding. Let's see, though. Ooh, Boseiju also. Wow.
Wow, he instantly plays that Boseiju. So maybe he didn't have an untapped land. Otherwise, plays the Ritual. I see an Endurance in his hand, so he's probably feeling a little, you know, okay, I can tap out here, no big deal.
I'm going to call that Pierre Liebisch wins the game this turn.
This turn? Okay.
That's my prediction.
Let's see.
The fetch land goes from hand to the graveyard. When that happens, it's a sign of confidence.
Yeah, you got it.
I got it. He's going to go Ruby Medallion, no first negation, 1 mana Ritual, bunch of Ritual, bunch of card draws. Past in Flames going to met with an Endurance, whatever. I keep on going, and that's how he wins. Not that I'm rooting against Gianluca, but I'm just seeing the pattern.
There's the Ruby Medallion. So let's see if Gianluca has a Force of Negation. I think the longer this game is going to go, or this turn is going to go, the more Pierre is going to pick up on the fact that Gianluca has an Endurance. Because he's, you know, at some point he's going to say, okay, wait a second, okay, I'm going to think. And at that point, you know.
Oh,
wow, okay.
That we didn't see in his hand. Force of Vigor, another of this cycle. You know, when you ask me about how to fix the play draw thing, this is how you fix it.
That's true.
Free spells help the player on the draw trade their cards extra with board presence. And free spells are so good for the format, so healthy. Lots of people don't like them, but I'm such a big fan of them.
You know what else is a free spell?
What else?
Lotus Petal.
Lotus Petal. No, no fast mana. Free spells.
But anyways, Pierre actually did not win last turn, but looks like he's gonna try again. Did he find another Medallion or Raw? No, he's gonna cast.
Most importantly, Gianluca didn't find a land.
Yep.
So he's stuck with green-white mana. He kept, based on his Cyber cards, based on the Force of Vigor, which kept him alive, and the Endurance.
This is interesting.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess that Pierre might win the game on the next turn.
Next turn.
What do you think of that?
Ugh. No land. That's brutal for Gianluca. And we see Orim's Chant. That's both a defensive and an offensive tool. He could have played it in Gianluca's upkeep.
Yeah, he could have played the Raw as well, right?
Let's see.
Might want to crack the Canyons at the end of turn.
Okay, we have a little discussion there. Of course, the players are wearing headphones because there's a little bit of white noise.
Yeah.
We are right behind them, and they don't want to hear us screaming. Probably that's more of a Simon Nielsen thing than me and you. You know?
You think?
That's an insurance for Simon. If Simon's commentating, the players have to wear headphones.
All right, there's the big turn coming up finally. Pierre starts with an Orim's Chant. If that resolves, Gianluca is basically on an F6.
Yeah, exactly. Puts the hand face down. And has to resolve. What does Gianluca do? Play Endurance now? I don't think so. Oh, I guess he does. All right.
I guess might as well.
Well, not necessarily. Sometimes you can fizzle and then you still have the Endurance in hand for the next turn. And I don't know, taking away 2 spells I don't think is going to matter very much. But
And you're actually adding to your opponent's storm count as well yourself. That's
yeah,
funny.
but that's not really how the deck wins. But yeah, now Gianluca sits back and just watches the opponent go off.
Nothing Gianluca can do now. So Raal,
you have to count the spells. Now. Take the dice right from the
storm count. Raal is the first spell to be played.
No, it's a second because Orim's Chant also counts.
Right. There's a Pyritic Ritual, so 3 mana.
So yeah, what he has to do is now also counting how many spells for Raal has been played. So I would put a dice on Raal at the moment. Oh, he also has to roll a die every turn. I forgot about that because on Magical Line it does it for you.
All right, there we go. So 3 floating.
Yep, so 3 floating, and I see the hand that has a copy of Wish. I honestly would just wait for now. All you want to do is just cycling those spells, play Glimpse the Impossible, which only costs 2 and looks at the top 3 cards. With that, you just want to keep on drawing spells. What you can do is playing a Ruben Medallion to make the Glimpse the Impossible cost 1 less, cost only 1. So you're investing 1 mana to discount maybe 1 mana later on. So it's an investment, I think. And I think it's worth doing. But honestly, Pierre just sounds so expert with the deck that like whatever he does is just the proper way to play Storm, I feel like. Yeah. And we just...
There's a Glimpse.
Yeah.
Glimpse with, what, 2 mana floating?
Okay, so what we want to do is keep on saying, no, I don't want to flip this Raal. Yes, I want the dice, but I don't want to flip this Raal. I want this Raal to be able to flip when I've played 6 instant or sorcery. So for now, we are at 4 count. So he needs 2 more, and we see that he flipped 2. So if both of these Metamorphose and Reckless Impulse hits, the Raal will be able to flip, -8, look at the top 8 cards, play them for free, Wish, GG.
That's pretty much GG, right? Yeah. And with Gianluca being under the Orim's Chant lock, there is not a whole lot he can do.
Yeah, so very well played here. He's playing first Reckless Impulse and then holding priority and playing Metamorphose. This way, if he draws an instant before Reckless Impulse resolve, he's able to have more flip to the Raal, because Raal may flip on both trigger. This way, just gives himself more chances at flipping Raal at the right time.
Okay.
Looks like he won the flip. So Raal now becomes, I think it's called Leyline Prodigy on the back, and for the -8, it's going to be able to just reveal the top 8. It's gonna kill the Raal right now. Yeah, that's an 8 counter. But first, actually, we have to reveal 2 cards off of Reckless Impulse, of course.
There is so much stuff to keep track of when you're playing this Storm deck.
Yeah. Yeah, but again, the people that play Storm are expert. Like, if you play Storm at our RC, you are an expert. You're not gonna just go pick up Storm, you know? Maybe if you are added to your local game store, you want to do some solitary practice first, because, well, this deck doesn't interact too much. Yeah, this game is over now. He's selecting all the spells that are all right.
Yeah,
opponent
Gianluca sees writing on the wall.
And up and concedes.
Congratulations to Pierre. He was undefeated, right? Gianluca had a draw, but he has 6. So that's 7-0. Yeah, Storm looks pretty good. As you mentioned, I think that was the Australian RC. Storm went undefeated there as well. So it looks like Combo is doing really, really well this weekend. We already looked a little bit at the standings. Canister was 6-0 with
Amulet Titan.
With Amulet Titan. I think he might just be the favorite here to do well at the tournament. We have Ruby Storm moving on to 7-0, and we have there's a Boros Energy player right at the top. We have Gruul Brute Scale. That's another combo. Some Affinity variant, Jeskai Bling, Simic Neoform. I think that might just be the deck that we're gonna see, actually, right? But
yeah, so I heard that Pierre is on the other side with Maria, and he is ready to give you a winner interview. Let's see from the German man himself.
I'm here with the winner of round
7 here in Antwerp, Pierre Lipsch. Congrats.
Thank you so much.
You're undefeated, so 7 rounds, 7 wins. How does it feel?
Well, my goal was to reach day 2. I got that. Going into feature match is always scary, especially with a new heart rate monitor. But obviously I'm delighted, right? It's amazing. I'm playing my favorite deck. It's going great. I'm having a blast.
Okay, yeah. About those heart monitors, you said that you were scared, but during the game, did you feel it? Like, how was it for you?
I checked
experience?
on it. I checked on it occasionally.
Did you check it, or did you just?
And it wasn't as high as I had feared, because I tend to have quite high heart rates, anyways.
Yes.
And so when I'm in a tournament, my Apple Watch sometimes notifies me, hey, you're having a high heart rate while sitting down.
Okay.
So it was fairly chill, but maybe also due to the matchup.
Okay, so because of that,
yeah,
you're kind of used to it, right?
A little bit.
And speaking of the matchup, so you were playing Ruby Storm.
Yes.
The matchup is a very interesting one. So you're playing against 4-color Omnath / Ritual deck.
Yes.
What were your thoughts going into this?
I was surprised to see this deck at 7-0. No diss at my opponent, but it's very unusual. As is mine, so hopefully it was nice for you guys to see as well. The matchup against the Simic / Sultai variant of the Simic, or the Ritual deck, is very, very favorable for me, especially in the post-board games. And I didn't see anything, especially permanent hate-wise in his sideboard.
Right.
So I was very...
relieved.
Very ready, yeah.
I also noticed, is it a deck or not, artist talent? Because I haven't seen it before playing in Ruby Storm. How did you come up with it, or?
So if I'll do a little circle on this. When Ruby Storm became a thing with MH3,
okay,
when Ral and Ruby Medallion were printed, I was like, this is a broken Magic card. The deck might not be as good. And artist talent slowly crept in over time as cost reduces 9 and 10. Just to have the ability to play them into opponents' counter spells, leyline bindings, as you have seen, all of these things, and it can help you churn through your decks so easily. And it enables some funny games with like leveling it on 3 and just grape shotting your opponent for 5, dealing 15 damage. So I really like the card.
That's pretty cool, yeah.
My good friend Patrick is not as high on it, but maybe after today he will be.
Okay, did you come up with it yourself, or your friends helped you?
No, it is. So I'm playing Ruby Storm. I have over 1,200 matches on record with it now.
Oh, okay.
So I'm one of those guys, one of you guys, right? I'm one of those modern grinders on MTGO, just grinding away.
I see now.
Favorite deck, and yeah, there are so many great Storm players out there. Just like, and these last little changes, they make all the difference, because this deck is like so engine based, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, huge congrats.
Thank you so much.
I've seen you with your friends. Now, is there a chance to give them shout out, or?
Of course. Yeah. Hello. Thank you everyone for helping me prepare. Also shout out to Hugo Freitas, who might be watching this from Brazil.
Awesome.
Maybe not the best Storm player in the world. Maybe I can dethrone him after today. Everyone who drove me here, stays with me, is there when I'm not doing great. And especially also, I think that is not often said enough, to the judges here. They could use more support from everyone. They're doing a great job. They keep our lives safe and our tournament fun, and obviously to you and the casting team as well.
Thank you so much. Very good point. Well, congrats, massive congrats, and the best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Back to the casters.
Great stuff from Pierre, and great attitude, and that's exactly what we talked about. He said he played more than 1,200 games or matches with the deck, and that's exactly what we said. It's so much better to play a deck that you've known forever. You have so much experience with it, and that really shows. And Pierre is, as you said, is a master of the deck. He played really well, great sequencing. So congratulations to him. Moves to 7-0. But that's not it for this round. We still have one more feature match. It's going to be the backup feature match. We're going to jump straight into game number 3, and it was table number 1 between Simic Neoform and Izzet Prowess.
Yeah, so we've said at the beginning that Modern is a format that rewards specialists, and that today we will have a lot of people that you maybe have never heard, whose name you've never heard, because they've been playing 1,200 matches of Ruby Storm instead of grinding standard RCQs. So, whenever the right tournament arrives, they are ready. And Modern is definitely a format like that. If the tournament is standard, you will have so many known names. And that's also what happened at the Pro Tour, Edge of Eternities. A lot of the top 8, which was Modern, was, not saying that the players are bad, but just lesser known, because Modern really, really rewards players that know the format in and out over just overall strong
Yeah,
players.
you might not know their name just yet, but this might be the weekend when, you know, the experience is going to show off. So here we have Pietro Maria Oltolina playing Is It Prowess. Anything, you know, interesting about this deck, or is this just a regular Prowess version?
Yeah, I'd say the Prowess decks have all looked the same ever since Corey Steelcutter entered the format. We've seen per layer that got first in the Swiss. A Pro Tour Edge of Eternities really just streamlined the deck list, and this is like it, honestly. You have the Mutagenic Growth, Violent Urge combo, and this deck is very strong, and this deck is definitely one of the most powerful aggro deck in the format.
Okay, so a very standard, straightforward list. What about Simic Neoform? That's a deck that, you know, we talked about it actually before the tournament started. We're like, yeah, Simic Neoform is kind of an all-in deck. You know, it's like a turn 2, you win or you lose. What about this list?
Yeah, I mean, Simic Neoform is a deck that was very popular at the Pro Tour, actually. Lots of my teammates play it. One of them, Noah from Canada, actually top-8'd with Simic Neoform.
Okay.
This deck is a very good matchup against Boros Energy, which I expect to be the most popular deck at the tournament. Against decks like Jeskai, you're also favorable. There's not that many counter spells in those decks, and you can just threaten lethal on turn 2, going off with that powerful Alazar Rider, followed by Neoform, picking up Galta and Xenagos. You have Pact of Summoner's Pact helping you get to the turn 2 combo and just attack for lethal.
Yeah, and Pact of Negation, that's a great way to force your combo through on turn number 2. So yeah, let's see if he's going to be able to go off here on turn 2, or if Is It Prowess deck. I mean, that deck is really fast as well, right?
Yeah, so the players, I don't think have their... No, they do. Never mind. Okay, so we have another match between an Italian player and a French player. French player on the play. He won game 1, lost game 2. Pretty normal thing for a deck like Neoform, I think.
We have seen a lot of Italian players at the top tables. Is Modern just like an Italian thing? Do you have a lot of these specialists, a lot of experienced players? Is Modern... Do you have a lot of big tournaments in Modern?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely do. Modern and Pauper, I think, are the format that define Italy.
Italians,
you know, it was always harder to get, you know, whenever there's a Modern and Pauper tournament, those numbers really go up. I'd say, though, Spain is still, if I had to think about a country known for Modern, I'd still think of Spain. I remember the days of like GPs, team GPs, there were like 3 Spanish teams in the top 4. So I'd say, but yeah, Italy probably a close second.
But the game is underway. It looks like Alexis started with
look at
tapped land.
Thoughtseize.
And there's a Thoughtseize. Yeah, with Veil that is not active just yet.
No, but like the deck is Is It Prowess, and we're casting a Thoughtseize.
True.
You know, this is a card that came out of the sideboard alongside that Blood Crypt. This is definitely a change that may make Pietro win the matchup. Because, you know, if he was playing Spell Pierce in that slot, maybe it wouldn't have been as efficient. So, yeah, this is you get rewarded for your deck build. It's not common. Like, Thoughtseize in Prowess is not common. I said the deck list was straightforward. The main deck. We haven't seen the sideboard. And
I like that for Prowess, it's a card you can use proactively, right? Spell Pierce doesn't add into your storm count, your Prowess count, and you can't really use it on your own turn to push more damage. So it does make sense here, and it really showcases the power and flexibility of the Modern mana bases. It's so easy to just add a Black Swords with all these fetch lands into your deck.
Yeah, so also with Core Steelcutter, you want to be proactive. You want to go Core Steelcutter Thoughtseize.
Exactly.
Core Steelcutter Bubble, the next turn, spell Thoughtseize. Instead of holding up land. You know, sometimes that can be awkward in a format like Legacy, for example, when you have like Daze and Force of Will. It can be a little bit awkward because you want to play 2 spells in your turn. Thoughtseize helps you in that way. So Alexis there just cycles his second land, and but Pietro just has the nuts of the deck. Turn 1 Thoughtseize, turn 2 Core Bubble.
Yeah, and the sequencing here is going to be super good. So exactly as he said, he didn't play those baubles because he can now play Core Steelcutter, bauble, instantly make a token and an attack.
Pietro may have lethal on turn 3. He has such an explosive hand. He has Core Bubble now. Next turn he's going to go Slickshot Show Off, Bubble, Violent Urge. That's for sure 20 damage. The question is, will he have a turn 3?
Yes, yeah.
This is a totally different Modern.
Oh, wow, he goes for Slickshot actually instead of the Steelcutter. So this might just be a faster line. I'm sure he's done the math. Takes a look at the top card, Bubble. So second trigger from the show off, attack for 5.
Okay, let's see. Again, he's doing his stuff. It's very powerful, but Alexis is the one that has a... But again, if there was no Thoughtseizes, the game would have been over. There's a Rider, there's a Neoform. Draw step, Eldritch Evolution.
Wow, and he has to pass the turn.
Eldritch Evolution pass.
Well, he might not see another turn. Let's see if Pietro has what it takes. Wow, another Thoughtseize. So, although there is Veil of Summer, so that's not as good.
Oh, I guess it wasn't Violent Urge, it was Lava Dart, but that still, I think, would have been lethal with turn 2 core instead of Slick Shot. I don't know, maybe not.
Yeah, let's see here if he still has that.
Actually, let's count. Core Bubble, 2 damage. The next turn, yeah.
Let's count this turn. How about can he win now? You know,
right.
Slick Shot, Lava Dart is 2 spells. He can also play the Steel Cutter first. So
yeah, Lava Dart is 2 spell and 2 damage.
So we have 3 power.
Yeah, that dice is just counting how many spells are played. The Slick Shot power is currently 3. He's thinking about Thoughtseize, but there's a Veil of Summer.
Yeah, he knows about the Veil, right?
Don't cast Thoughtseize. Okay, well played. He was casting Thoughtseize, but then he realized and paused.
Wait. Does Veil give you hexproof and you draw a card if it was black, or can you still lose the damage from Dart?
Yes. Veil of Summer says you can't be targeted by blue or black cards, and the next spell can't be countered. So you can counter something like...
No. You and your permanents gain hexproof from blue and black.
Yeah, exactly. So
you can still be targeted. Okay, so it does nothing. Okay. So there's a Lava Dart that puts Alexis down 1 life. In the meantime, there's a token. We have 5 power on the Slick Shot. We can sacrifice a mountain that would put Slick Shot to 7. The prowess trigger on the Monk would resolve as well, so there'd be 3 power. That's 10. 1 damage from Lava Dart is 11. Is that enough? No blocks, no effects. Okay, so Alexis is going to have another turn.
Yeah, could have had 1 more Monk. But anyway, that draw is a Galta. I mean, if he passed the turn last turn, he must pass the turn this turn. And yeah, you gotta definitely rooting for Pietro, not only because he's Italian. You gotta root against Neoform. That's the rule when you play Modern. Even if you play Neoform, you probably root against Neoform. Because you don't want the deck on the map, so that people don't have the subtlety and vexing bubble against you. So that's a 3-3, no text. Pietro untaps, draws. More Thoughtseize, this is not good. He made Thoughtseize himself.
Yeah, just to play a spell, right? Even if you target your opponent, it's still a spell that triggers Slick Shot.
Yeah, I guess. Well, he doesn't need to. He has a Lava Dart in the graveyard to trigger. He may actually... Let's see if it's lethal. 2 spell... Lava Dart puts... Yeah, it is. It is.
I mean, it's gotta be, right? He's got...
Yeah, he's doing... No, he has to take a top land, I think. Because he may put the Chorus the Cutter on the Slick Shot to have a exactly lethal flyer. He's gonna put 1 damage. Yeah, I mean, he has lethal in many ways.
Wait, does Allosaurus Rider have like a hidden reach, or does it have
it's just a 3/3
or something?
It's just a 3/3, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He just plays the Dragon's Channeler. I mean, he's going through the motion, of course, because this is the most important play of the turn, play of the game. So he doesn't make sure he's not messing up here. He's thinking, does my opponent have any interaction? He says no. He only has Pact of Negation, but Pact of Negation does nothing, because it just delays the death from attack phase to upkeep. All right, so
there's no Angel's Grace or anything like that.
Well, there's Consign to Memory. You can stifle your death trigger, but it's not in Alex's hand. All right, choose to go for the Survey Land to just get more chances at finding a Lava Dart.
Another Lava Dart, okay. Finds a Slick Shot, puts that in the graveyard. There is a Channeler.
Yeah, you can move the the Chorus Cutter to the Channeler.
There is a Lava Dart. He also needs to be mindful of making sure he still has Delirium, but there's a land, creature, sorcery, and artifact, so that still works.
Yeah, I think we have this multiple ways. Once again, you can just attack or just move the Quarry Steel Cutter. Again, I think this could have been a turn 3 kill, but thankfully he didn't get punished, and this is going to be a turn 4 kill instead. But again, I don't know. I didn't do the math properly.
All right, Twitch chat. I'm sure you were paying attention. Was there a way this could have been a turn 3 kill?
Yes.
Let us know. Thoughtseize targeting someone. I guess it doesn't really matter who you target. You're just kind of playing the Thougeize to trigger prowess.
Well, it may matter now if you can draw Consign and, I don't know, somehow live.
It's another Veil, okay. Yeah, I mean, that draws you another card, might as well. Alexis draws a land. I don't think that's going to be good enough. Pietro, congratulations, 7-0 with Is It Prowess with a sweet sideboard containing Thoughtseize. Look at him. He's pointing at the heart rate monitor. Yeah. Oh my God, my heart was pumping.
Earlier we heard a big crowd screaming, and I think it was the crowd screaming at Pietro, at Pietro's win, because you can see him looking at his friends over there, showing that I won the game because of my Theros Thoughtseize.
Wow, good stuff. Yeah, I mean. Yeah. We have Is It Prowess at 7-0, and with that is going to be the end of round 3. But before we go to a commercial break, I'm going to tell you what the undefeated decks are, because there's only 9 undefeated. There's only 9 7-0 players.
Okay,
there's one player 6-0-1. So we have Domain Zoo, we have Is It Affinity, Ruby Storm, Amulet Titan, Is It Metalcraft, Aspergorius, Is It Prowess, Simic Ritual, that's, if you're keeping count, that's 8 different archetypes, and then another Amulet Titan. So we have 2 Titans.
Amulet Titan piloted by Piotr Gogowski, the most accomplished player in the room, Twitch streamer, very, very strong player. Definitely, probably, you're going to watch it next turn.
Yeah, I think, a little small spoiler for next round. We're going to have Canister in the feature match area. So we're going to take a very, very quick break. We're going to get Filipa and Simon back in the booth, and they're going to bring you the undefeated players in round number 8. So don't go anywhere.
The world's first sustainable deck box made a bold impact. For us, it's more than only a simple box that holds your cards. We are proud to see how the series has established itself in the community worldwide. We know you've been waiting for this a long time, but all good things need time to grow. Finally, it's time to give your commander decks the space they deserve. In the biggest ever of our sustainable Boulder deck boxes.
They did what? Oh hi, I didn't see you there. The new Avatar The Last Airbender collection by Squareos is right around the corner, and you, the community, want to know more about it. But worry not, today I'm here to break the ice and answer all of your burning questions. So let's waste no time and jump right into the action, shall we? Which characters will be released as Squareos? Well, you can expect all of your favorite Avatar The Last Airbender characters like Aang, Momo, and even Uncle Iroh over here. But hey, never forget my favorite, the Cabbage Merchant. Isn't he the best? Will there be any special deck boxes for different factions or elements like fire, water, earth, and air? Well, we already have all of our favorite benders over here. We even have fire. But the next factions, well, that is something that will happen in the future, so keep your eyes peeled for that. Malone, how big are the Squareos compared to other cards and figures, and how many cards can you fit in a deck box? Well, these are Return to Earth boulders by Ultimate Guard, so they're the same size as those, and they all fit your typical 100 cards double sleeve commander decks if you need to. So yeah, put them all in there, they're safe, you can shake them around, nothing to worry about, safe and protected, as Ultimate Guard always guarantees. Will there be any pre-order promotion or special bundles? Well, once all of these beautiful deck boxes hit the market, you'll be able to collect them all, even in this very beautiful upper collector's box where you can fit them all. Does the deck box also fit in other trading card carrying cases or backpacks? Well, as we already said, these are made by Ultimate Guard, so you can be certain that you can put your Ultimate Guard deck boxes into your Ultimate Guard cases. So if you already have one, just put them in there, bring them to your next Friday Night Magic, and get ready to beat your opponents in style. Are the Squirrels made of the same materials as Ultimate Guard boulders? Yes. These are Return to Earth boulders. They're almost completely made out of renewable material in Germany. So yeah, I like them a lot, and I must say these are one of my favorite products that I will always keep on using. And now having my favorite characters on them just makes them way freaking better. All right, we have time for one last question. Can you use your Squirrels for something other than trading cards? Of course you can. You can put your dice in here. Of course you can put your tea in there. But there's so many different uses, like, who put cabbage in my Squirrel? Well, my friends, sadly, that is all the time we've got for today. But I want to thank this amazing community for all of your cool questions. And if you do have some more, please feel free to ask them in the comment section. We of course hope that you will enjoy these very cool Avatar The Last Airbender Squirrels just as much as I did. And if you need any more information, check out the link down below. And you want to know even more? Check out these cool videos.
Hello everyone, welcome back to round 8 of the Ultimate Guard Regional Championship in Antwerp. I'm Filipa, joined by the one and only Simon Nielsen, and we are ready for the last round of the day. Such a long day, players really wanting that 6-2 or better to advance into day 2. That's something that our feature match doesn't have to worry about, because they are undefeated and already going to make day 2, and we are going to see more of them. Now, I know that a lot of people at home were asking, like, please show more of Canister, please show more of Canister. Sorry guys, we have to just show the undefeated players. That's just how it works. Yeah. We cannot just do all the demands of Twitch chat, right? Who is undefeated, Simon?
Let's see here what we got. So we actually have 10 people who are undefeated. But let's see here. One of them is a Polish guy, Piotr Gogowski.
Oh, the Amulet Titan player, right?
Oh, yeah. So we do have Canister at undefeated at 7-0, of course, playing his favorite deck to his favorite record.
I was just joking with you all, and playing against Izzet Affinity. So a very interesting deck choice. We're going to have the Amulet Titan versus Izzet Phoenix, and not Phoenix, Affinity.
Oh, you wish.
I was stuck in another era.
Even unbanned looting in Phoenix is still not playable.
That's true. That's sad, but players getting ready here. And Simon, what do you think of this matchup?
I think this is a matchup that is like heavily favored for Amulet Titan. But there are some like tricky things that the Affinity can do to like interact with it. And we'll have to see like how exactly the sideboards are set up. This is the Amulet deck from Piotr. Main combo here is trying to get a permanent in play that lets your lands be untapped, like Spelunking or Amulet of Vigor. That means Primeval Titan fetches untapped lands, Scapeshift fetches untapped land, your bounce lands like Simic Growth Chamber generate you extra mana when you play them, and the deck can explosively go off on 10-3, including an infinite combo kill. This is a deck that Piotr, also known as Canister, has been playing for more than 10 years. We talked about how he made the finals of Grand Prix Milan back in 2014, and that's quite a long time ago. He was playing Amulet of Vigor and Primeval Titan in that deck too. He talked about how that was kind of like a Ship of Theseus type of thing, where like the deck has changed so much, but it was still Amulet, Titan, and Simic Growth Chamber and Gruul Turf. Those cards were in that deck back then, and they're still in here now. Summoner's Pact as well, still showing up. The Teleria West, part of the original deck, all the way back then. So, you know, obviously a bit of a different strategy these days, but I do love to see this deck. This is also the modern deck that I own and have been trying to learn for ages.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, a deck that is stuck with time in the modern era, and love to see it here piloted by Piotr, which has a lot of experience with this deck, playing it for 11 years, which is absolutely wild. And we have here on the other side, this Izzet Affinity deck by Sajan, and Kappa Cannoneer, a card from Modern Horizons 3, really making good things for Affinity.
Oh, yes, indeed. This is the like main card for this deck. This is the one that is most threatening, and whenever people play against Affinity, they just hope that this card is not hitting the board on turn 1 or 2. And that's how these decks are built now, and a lot of these Affinity decks are built this way. But this is an interesting list from Cherokot. Not just playing the 2 copies of Veterans Manufacturing we've seen before, but all full 4 copies of that card, alongside a 1 copy of Arcbound Ravager to sacrifice all of those munitions tokens. There's even the Claws of Gix that we also saw Shuhei Nakamura play at the Pro Tour. That you can fetch with the Ursa Saga as a way to turn those munitions tokens into actual damage. And I do wonder if that's actually going to make the deck faster. It is going to mean that you have more opportunities for explosive turns where you develop a bunch of artifacts on the board on the same turn, potentially playing a Cannoneer on that same turn. But it also might be like too slow for the Amulet matchup, so we'll see exactly how that plays out. Important pieces here are actually like kind of like hard for this deck to do. You can Pithing Needle the Teleria West, which makes it much, or like Shifting Woodland or Aftermath Analyst. There's a bunch of things you can name with Pithing Needle that makes it so that the Amulet deck can't go off through that, and so that's going to be an important thing to see. Maybe we see a turn 1 Saga producing some Construct tokens, or the Affinity deck itself trying to win before the Amulet deck does by having stuff like turn 1 Saga with a Mox Opal.
I really like when like there's new sets that make an impact in Modern, especially when they are like not the Modern Horizons deck that they are intended to do that. And we see here Edge of Eternity is bringing a lot of cards to this deck as well. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's kind of nice. But, like, at first, people thought it was just a Pinnacle Emissary that was for this deck, but turns out Weapons Manufacturing just as scary. I mean, maybe not just as scary, but also another scary element to add to this deck.
Excited to see how this game is going to play out as our players are making decisions here. They are undefeated. As a reminder, this is the last round of day 1, and a lot of prizes at stake here this weekend. Starting there with a land. Now, I have to say that Piotr Golgari, Canister on Twitch, is streaming almost every day, I think. So people can obviously go there every week and learn more, because I'm sure that he's playing a lot of Amulet there as well. So if anyone is interested in just being able to dominate the Amulet deck, which is not an easy one to play, that's a way to do so.
Yes, absolutely, and it's a source of great knowledge, and we actually see here both players with a turn 1 Ursa Saga starting out the game fast, and I even see a Mox Opal in Sajan's hand. Is there another 0-cost artifact and a land to go alongside that? Because if you can make a construct on turn 2, and make a construct on turn 3 and fetch up the boots that give haste, the Lava Spur boots, you can actually attack with lethal with those 2 constructs already on turn 3. And that's one of the nice draws that Affinity can make. We see here Mox Opal, Somewhat Script. Okay, but is there also a land? I don't think there is. So instead, Sajan is going to have to play this Thoughtcast here and draw 2 cards. Still, the Ursa Saga will be able to fetch up the Pithing Needle I mentioned earlier and make sure to interact that way. These are some beautiful foils as well in Sajan's deck. Yeah.
Wow, that's like a very nice effect here.
And you do really need to have that fast start here, or the fast ability to interact from the Affinity side, because Canister start Saga into Amulet is like basically the most scary thing you can face, because it represents turn 3, you'll have your second Amulet, and once you have 2 Amulets in play, the first one just makes your lands essentially come into play untapped. The second one means that you get 2 untapped triggers, and your lands start generating a ton of mana.
A lot of things played here by Sajan on this turn 2 already, full board. Let's see what Canister on the other side is able to do with an Urza Saga and Amulet of Vigor, which is a very important piece of the puzzle in this deck.
So whereas from Sajan's side, the Saga is important for making constructs, and like the ability to activate it to do that would have been very important. Canister's not interested in that at all. He's just playing the turn 1 Saga just to let it go away without making any constructs that is a part of the game plan, just to get the Amulet out as fast as possible. The interesting thing will be here if Canister has a copy of Boseiju to interact with whatever card is fetched up of that, off of this Ursa Saga from Sajan.
You see that Kappa Cannoneer in end.
I believe it's actually Cherokot is the first name for.
Oh, Cherokot Sajan.
Yes, exactly. Now thinking about this Ursa Saga, do you make a construct here tapping you out, or do you just float the mana? And there's a Kappa Cannoneer in hand. So the question is, do you go for the extra like pressure or damage of having the Ursa Saga, like the construct, just to have more things? Or just getting the Cannoneer down right now, which is potentially going to be more pressure?
I'm deciding to not make the construct.
Just make the mana there, that's what we see floating, and now?
Yeah, and getting
yeah.
the artifact.
And now Sashan is going to have to figure out not just what to get, but if deciding to get the needle, what exactly to name. It's not the easiest thing against this amulet deck. There's a few things that could matter a lot. The issue is that if you, for instance, try and name something to stop the infinite loop, you might die to Titans. But if you try and name something like Handwear, Battlements, or Mirror Pool, well, then they might just get you with the infinite combo. So it's a tricky spot to be in. But I do think you gain the extra awkward thing about this is that you know that you're going to be facing against 2 amulets unless there is a unless there is an engineered explosives for 1. So this way, actually, instead getting the vexing bauble is not, it's not super relevant all the time, but it does still mean that the classic escape shift loop can't happen, because that involves Tolaria's fetching Summoner's Pact. So the only thing that Vexing Bubble stops is actually just Summoner's Pact. But it also means that if Canister just has a natural Pact in hand and was planning to go Pact for Titan as his kill on this next turn here, well, it's also no longer able to do that. As now we see here, all of these artifacts being tapped. Yeah, improvising here. Sachin has turned up to improv class and learned how to play as a Kappa Cannoneer, coming in as a big turtle with a cannon on its back. I used to have a pet like that, but it blew me away.
Kappa Cannoneer now in play, and let's see what Piotr can do here this turn. This deck we just saw like do things out of nowhere.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's something that both of these decks can absolutely do. And now we get to see the second amulet being fetched up here by that Ursa Saga.
What's better than 1 amulet? 2 amulets.
Yes, absolutely. And what's better than 2 is 3. They really stack up their damage over time.
You start DJing with your lens. Tapping and tapping, tapping and tapping.
That's the noise they make when you untap a Simic Growth Chamber.
That sounds about right.
Which is different from the noise that a Kappa Cannoneer make, which is...
You are great at making these kind of sounds.
That's the sound that he makes.
Okay, so we do have a lot of mana now floating.
I am wondering what that Emery was doing, actually, because it could have brought back a Moctopole, generating extra mana. I guess that's not too relevant. I wonder if like Sashan has like other plans with that Emery, just sitting there on tap right now. As now is Spelunking coming in. Okay, that is not. That was actually the. We saw the Gruul Turf there generating 4 mana, which actually brought Canister up to 6, which would have been enough to play the Titan, but now has to go for a Spelunking, which is draw a card, put extra land into play, and it costs 3 and generates 4 through that Gruul Turf. So it essentially gave him 1 extra mana, which is what he needs to play this Green Sun Zenith to go get a Titan.
2 amulets, 1 Titan, 1 Dream to stay undefeated. Titan going to grab some more lands, you know. And this is where things start getting very wild very fast.
Yes, so what you can do with this combination is that you can end up with, I believe, 3 Titans attacking on this turn here, which will end up forcing that Kappa Cannoneer to jump block. So the first step you do is you get Mirror Pool and Lotus Field. So these will, you'll be able to untap them, float the mana, and then before the Lotus Field asks you to sacrifice lands, you use the Mirror Pool, which can make a copy of the Titan. The copy now can do the same thing again. You can get another Lotus Field, and you can get Echoing Deeps, which copies the Mirror Pool in your graveyard. So that's the way you get 3 Titans into play. And from there on, you can get Handwear, Battlements, and You can get Henry Battlements and Ursa's Cave, which can then, the Cave can fetch the Vesuva to copy the Battlements. That's how you get enough untapped triggers to copy all the Titans. This line I just described is a way to give haste to 3 Titans. The issue is that because of the rules interaction with Amulet and Spelunking, Spelunking says your lands come into play untapped. Amulet only triggers untapped lands. On any land that has the words, this enters tapped. That's the replacement effect, the same as Spelunking. They both try to affect the same thing. That means you become the king of this decision and you can choose which one to apply. That's what Canister just did with that Gruul Turf and this Lotus Field. They all have the words, this enters the battlefield tapped, and Canister chose to say, I won't use my Spelunking on these, I'll just use their own ability. So he was able to put them in tapped and trigger both amulets. Hanweir Garrison does not have, or Battlements. Hanweir Battlements does not have that text. And you can't go for that line as a result. They will enter untapped when you fetch them with Titan, which means he actually won't, even when you copy it with Vesuva, he actually won't be able to untap it like multiple times, and he'll only be able to haste up 2 Titans. Maybe that's still enough. Like that, we can actually see him go for a very similar line here, just with Crumbling Vestige. But the fact that he can't go for the full line, that gives him like attacking for 18 here, he's just going for a line where instead of getting the second Lotus Field, he gets the Crumbling Vestige, because that builds up his mana for the future. Now this Lotus Field that still needs to sacrifice 2 lands has 2 like regular lands to sacrifice, and it won't cost him that much. So Canister is not trying to win this turn, he's just trying to attack with potentially 2 Titans, maybe even just 1 Titan, and get a Boseiju to be able to kill that Kappa Cannoneer and have enough mana to pay for the ward.
So playing the long game here and checking what lands to get, we see that Battlements that can give haste until the end of the turn.
Yeah, so just, and as you see him here, he actually put the Battlements into play untapped, and the Crumbling Vestige into play tapped. That is the exact rules interaction I talked about.
That you were just saying.
Yes.
Exactly.
So you don't get to, normally you'd get to like untap the Battlement twice and give like haste to 2 things, because you can respond to the untap trigger by using it, but didn't get to do it this way, and just, yeah, got the Crumbling Vestige so he can sacrifice them to the Lotus Field trigger. Remember, by the way, all of this happened with that trigger on the stack, because that's just how cool this deck is. Now attacking with a copy of Titan, and can potentially get, yeah, he can get Boseiju and Semi-Growth Chamber, and that will be able to generate 6 mana because of the 2 amulets. No, actually it won't, because the Boseiju comes into play untapped.
Yeah.
So I wonder if Canister was supposed to sacrifice the Shifting Woodland and not the untapped Crumbling Vestige. Because then you could have paid for it. So yeah, I think he's just gonna have to like go for a slightly different line now. But you know,
deck
he
is so difficult to play. There's so many different lines. Even with the lands, you have so much decision on what land to grab, and then all these interactions with Spelunking as well, and the amulets.
He is the master of this deck, so I definitely trust that whichever decision he comes to is probably a good one, and he might, you know, still have some tricks up his sleeve to show us in terms of what to do here. So grabbing the Crumbling Vestige once again, just favoring going for these solid and consistent land drops rather than, you know, anything that is more explosive. He actually had the Boseiju in hand already.
Amazing.
So note that he decided not to use that on turn 2. Not to kill the Vexing Bubble, knowing that the Vexing Bubble isn't, like, wouldn't stop him from doing this. Instead, he could get to keep the Boseiju to clear off that Kappa Cannoneer on this turn here. And so that whole line, everything that's happened here, that started mapping out at the end of Sajan's turn, when Canister was thinking on whether or not to use the Boseiju, realized that no, you can use it, do it in this way instead, end up with a Titan attacking for 6, which is the 6 damage that Sajan has now taken, as well as 2 more Titans attacking for a full 18 next turn and doing even more damage, potentially fetching up more Boseijus as well.
How many games of Amulet Titan do you think Piotr has under his sleeve or under his belt?
That's a good question. I'm trying to figure out if it's like realistic for a human being to get to 1 million. It probably isn't, right? What, like 100,000, is that realistic? It could be more than 10,000 is basically what I'm trying to say.
Thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands. And this is game here, Piotr taking a game 1 against, is it Affinity? And now we are going to have a game number 2. But while we have sideboard, there's actually some good news for people watching at home, Simon.
Ooh, yeah!
You know that we are streaming on both Twitch of Fanfinity and Twitch of Ultimate Guard, and we are actually going to do a giveaway.
Giveaway!
Hey, I love giveaways. So this is the time to start with the giveaway. You can enter either Ultimate Guard or Fanfinity Twitch channel and use hashtag Ultimate Guard to enter, and then you will get some cool prizes from Ultimate Guard. Someone from the team will contact you if you win to make sure that you get some cool prizes. And get ready, go on twitch.tv Fanfinity or twitch.tv Ultimate Guard Live and make sure you use hashtag Ultimate Guard to try to get some goodies. Always nice to give back while we have here our sideboarding taking place. What product from Ultimate Guard, Simon, would you choose if you won this giveaway?
Oh, actually, I've been meaning to say this, but when you've seen the shots of Canister, you see this beautiful deck box he has with the like very colorful leaves. That's an Ultimate Guard product. That's actually one I already have at home, and I'll certainly not mind more of these. I also really like the tall boxes they have that can contain dice in the top compartment. They, if you use the standard white bone white dice. Exactly 16 of them fit in the top compartment, and I find that very satisfying.
Let's see here what the players are sideboarding now for this game number 2, and enter the giveaway. You already know Simon choices, so get some inspiration.
What would you choose?
Oh, I don't know. There are so many nice things these days that Ultimate Guard is putting. Honestly, since Ultimate Guard got the licensing with Magic the Gathering, there are just so many nice products. For example, I'm looking here at the Ultimate Guard Regional Championship playmat that it gave away to the players, and it's just so cool. I love it.
Nice. Yeah, that one looks really nice. As we take a look at the sideboard here from Jerokat, who's packing a bunch of hate here. 2 copies of Damping Sphere as well as 2 Blood Moons. Might even bring in some consigns, which is another way you can interact with the Amulet deck. So the pre-board games are not that great for Affinity. Post-board, they get a lot of different tools to potentially act as this disruptive aggro deck. Is the game plan here. The issue is, of course, the Amulet deck also gets to bring in 2 copies of Force of Vigor, which is a complete blowout of a card. I also love this one Reckless Airstrike in Jerakat's sideboard there. 3 damage to a flyer or destroy target artifact. And I wonder what that's exactly for. I'm thinking about Clarion Conqueror as one thing that is a flyer with 3 toughness that is kind of problematic for this Affinity deck. And doubling as a hate piece in the mirror.
Yeah, the artifact part, destroy target artifact, might be very useful in a lot of matchups, I think, these days.
Mm-hmm. You could even board against Prowess, actually, because it's a 1-mana answer to the Cutter, as well as killing a Slick Shot or a Dragon Rage Channeler. So, I don't know. That's kind of neat. I'm going to have to think a little bit about how to apply that, but do love the deck-building inventions here from our 7-0 player.
Doing amazing, and being undefeated at this stage is not easy. The regional championship level of play is very high. Players needed to qualify to be here, and they are competing for over $100,000 in prize pool, as well as invitations for the Pro Tour. The first and second place get an invitation to the World Championship, the biggest Magic event of the year. So a lot of things in stake here at this regional championship. And players are getting ready to start here game 2 of this round 8. And we have here Jerokat Sejan on the play with Izen Affinity 1 game down.
And that's a mulligan to 6 for Jerokat and mulligan to 5 for the Amulet deck. But that is pretty common with that deck. Certainly when you learn to play it, you got to learn how to mulligan. I recommend anyone who learns a new deck, just go in a League on Magic Online or play some games on Arena where you force yourself to mulligan to 5 every single game. Because then you'll get familiar with what a mull to 5 looks like, and you won't be so scared of it. As we see here, turn to Urza Saga.
That Urza Saga is so pretty, by the way. Very textless.
It is so textless, which is like great for a card that is as complex as Urza Saga.
It looks like a plains almost.
Yes, no, it looks. It looks like to me, it just looks like someone like took a rubber and just like, you know, kind of like edited out all the text on the Urza Saga. Just.
Mishra's Bubble on the other side. There's another Urza Saga. So Urza Saga on both sides of the battlefield, and we will see here what Sherukad can do. Tapping.
So now we see the Pinnacle Emissary here. I believe that was drawn for turn, and notice that Sherukad was holding on to Tomat Crypt and Mem Knight in hand. That's generally how you want to play this Affinity deck. You don't want to just play out your artifacts. It was very interesting, by the way, to see that the Mistress Bubble was still played out, not used last turn.
I love these Pinnacle Emissary here, just going to start making a bunch of 1/1s every time that you're going to play one of your little artifacts. You get a 1/1 flyer that cannot block. A land, tap. Oh, improvising. What can it be? Let's improvise. It can only be the one, the only, the Kappa Cannoneer.
Yeah, it's a very nice one to get down here. We do notice that Sajan is leaving up the Tomat Crypt here. Again, very important for dealing with the Aftermath Analyst loop that is hard to do through a Tomat Crypt. So there's actually a lot of ways in this Affinity deck to stop the Infinite combo, but it is much, much weaker to the Titan side of the Amulet Titan deck.
Okay, bubbling the top of your opponent's. I couldn't see what it was.
Force of Vigor.
But it looked like something from Outlaws of Thunder Junction, one of these.
Yeah, no, I think it is. Yeah, I think it is that version of Force of Vigor, which is interesting because it doesn't actually deal with the Kappa Cannoneer. You're not going to be able to pay 4 ward on that one. As we now see Canister have to make a decision on what to get with this Urza Saga.
And let's see. Man is floating, and we are going to grab an artifact with 1 or less cost.
Oh, it's got to be the Amulet. Not much to get in this scenario here. Vexing Bubble can be incredible against the Affinity deck, but you want to get it down like on turn 1 before they get to do their Pinnacle Emissary thing. Now might be able to do something here. Remember, there's a mana floating from that Urza Saga. Simic Growth Chamber comes in, bounces itself, bringing Canister up to 4 mana. And now here's an Explorer using 2 of the mana. So there's a blue floating in pool right now. Drawing can play an extra land drop this turn. There was a Lotus Field being picked up. Ooh. So can actually, with the Abora Gracer in hand, I believe Canister can get up to 6 mana now. He can play the Simic Growth Chamber for this, and then use a mana from that to play the Abora Gracer, put in the Lotus Field. The issue is that he'll have 6 mana and potentially can play a Titan, but he will have no lands in play, because the Lotus Field will eat the 2 lands that are in play already. Mm-hmm. So the question is that actually worth doing? And it very well might be, especially if you get to follow that up with a Force of Vigor on that Urza Saga to prevent any construct from being made. You might actually want to wait for the Urza Saga to be activated to make a construct. Remember again that the Force of Vigor can only be used on your opponent's turn. So we see this line actually here. This is the Lotus Field coming in, making 3 mana. One of those is spent on the Gracer. Gracer will put in that Simic Growth Chamber. This is basically the line I mentioned, just in the other order, but we gotta follow Canister, because this play is clearly optimal, as he now plays that Primeval Titan here. No lands in play, but can go and get Haste land, haste this one up, maybe get up a Seiju, and a Simic Growth Chamber off of that ability, or maybe get something else good.
Choosing here what lands to get, not an easy choice. There are so many different ones in this deck. Again, Buseiju can also be really good, but the Ace lands really help out here.
Yeah, and you can survive at least one hit from this Kappa, like even if there's a few more artifacts in Sajan's hand here, even if you can't play the Pinnacle Emissary. So you might be fine to take one hit from it, and then your Titan next turn will be able to fetch up a Boseiju with enough mana to actually pay the ward here. So yeah, once again, Canister having the Titan half of his deck from this Mulligan Survive, and it is working out beautifully. Had to get a little lucky off that Explore and draw exactly the Lotus Field, which allowed him to go off this way. But you know,
sometimes you gotta be lucky, you know, like lucky protects the wise. There's like some expression like this in Portuguese.
Oh, I see. That's very neat. Yeah, I would hope to be so. Oh, actually, I love that. That's a great one. You could have also drawn stuff like a Grazer, or there's like, you know, a few different combinations of things you could have drawn that would have let him get the same way. Yeah. Don't come after me, Chad. Put down that pitchfork. As now we don't get the Boseiju, we get Mirror Pool instead, so that next turn we're going to be able to make another Titan and haste up, like have two hasty Titans coming at you.
Worse than one Titan is two Titans. Worse than two Titans is three Titans.
Oh, wait, no. What he's going to do, he's going to use the Mirror Pool to copy the Force of Vigor.
Oh.
And completely blow up the board from Sajan.
Oh.
So he's going to, this is beautiful.
He's
going to target the Ursa Saga in the upkeep, and then it's going to be activated, make a construct, and that's the moment you spring the trap and copy the Force of Negation.
Force of Vigor.
Force of Vigor, yes. Wow, that is beautiful.
Oh wow, that's going to be so unfortunate for Sherukad Shajani here. I mean, Sherukad already made it into day 2 with 7 wins, but still, look at that. We have that Force of Vigor exploding the Cannoneer.
Oh, wait, okay. He could also just pay the ward. But, okay, so the cool play I mentioned, not actually gonna happen. Just paying the ward, killing the Cannoneer. But this does let Sajan make a construct token.
Ward 4 is wild.
Yes, that's a lot of ward. I like the card from the newest set that has ward Waterbend for. So it's like very similar.
Yeah, you have to tap for creatures or pay for.
Or artifacts. Or like a mix between them, right? So it's like you can kind of like convoke out that ward cost and it becomes a little bit more stomachable.
From all the bends, which one is your favorite? Waterbend, Earthbend?
I think I like Waterbending a lot. It's very fun to play in Limited.
Let us know in the chat what is your favorite type of bend. I really like Earthbending and Badger Mole Cup, so. Okay, we do have another crypt here.
Yeah, so the crypt not actually adding much to the situation, just a bit of a protection, double protection against a potential combo here, but can only attack for 3 and is now quite reliant on that construct token we see. Of course, the crypt also will make that construct bigger. It's now a 7/7. That's a important size for being able to block a Titan. The issue is the Titan can just go and get a Boseiju or a Nazavara and get rid of that construct token.
Oh.
And there's just not that much pressure on the side of Sherukad.
I like the construct token. So cute. It's a little robot.
Yeah, that's a very nice picture. I wonder what it's holding in the artwork. You can see it's holding something.
Yes. A magnifying glass. No, I don't know.
I think it's a glass of wine.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, well, of course that makes sense. It's a robot. Why wouldn't it have a glass of wine?
I have to admit, I've become from the past years an Amulet Titan fan. I could never play it just because there's so many different lines.
Oh, you could play it, for sure.
Yeah, I could play and lose with it, but it's like when I went to start singing and my singing professor, everyone can sing, and then he heard me sing and he changed his mind. Like, you can play, everyone can play anything, and then you see me play like 3 turns and you're like, okay, Filipa, like pick a burn or something.
Oh no.
Attacking here with the Titan, let's grab 2 lands.
Let's see if that is getting the Boseiju here, or maybe some other plan here for the canister. You could also grab the land so that you're able to use Mirror Pool to copy the Titan, and then that copy will fetch up the Boseiju. I think that makes a lot of sense actually to do it that way. Or you can maybe even get through. It would be better if you could do it with Otavera, because then you don't donate a land to Seshan. And I believe, yeah, by getting the Crumbling Vestige and Gruul Turf, yeah, you can actually do it this way. So this is the attack is happening here, fetching some untapped land, generating the mana. Now the Tormod crit is being popped just so Canister can't get Echoing Deeps. That's a very heads-up play from Seshan. Of course, not too relevant here because it is still just Growth Chamber and Otavera that's going to be grabbed here.
I'm a big fan of Echoing Deeps.
Oh, it's even better. It's so smart. He doesn't even need to grab the bounce land because he does this with the bounce trigger from Gruul Turf on the stack. So you can grab an Ursa Saga just as a value land. Wow. Okay, that's cool. I have not seen that before.
I think you watching someone like Canister playing a deck that he mastered for so long is really fun to watch, because you're really like truly enjoying learning more about this deck, or like seeing different plays that maybe at first.
Yeah, I would also love to one day get good at this deck. It was, one of my big regrets is that I didn't. Actually, there are two decks I really wish I had played at the last Modern Pro Tour. One was Amulet Titan and the other one was Affinity. So we were just seeing, you know, my alternate past realities play out on stage here. As both of these players are 7-0, crushing with their decks. Could have been me. As Seshan now draws, that's a really good card to draw here. It may be too late for it to be relevant, but that is Blood Moon. But the issue is he's facing down two 6/6 Titans and cannot deal with the trample. Gives it up to Piotr Golgari. Canister 8-0 with the Amulet Titan deck. The deck that he's been playing was so long that we see a little bit of emote from Canister. You know, the winner of Mythic Championship 7, 3 Grand Prix Top 8s. Actually, at the regional Pro Tour, when that happened, there were one in Brussels, not too far away from here. That was in 2020, where Canister got 2nd place as well. So a bunch of performances under his belt. Also has another PT Top 8 to his name. Canister is someone who just. He's just a very impressive player with a bunch of different decks, but then he also knows the Amulet deck super, super well. And I think, you know, that's just nice to see. And I also love to see the handshake jacket being represented here. Moxfield Handshake, our team, and I'm hoping that Canister gets the invite and can join us again. Maybe we get to hear from him right now. Do you have an interview?
Yes, that's great. I know that people are wanting to hear more about Piotr and the journey to getting here. So let's take an interview with Maria and Piotr.
So this is the end of round 8, and here with me again, Piotr Golgari with Amulet Titan, going undefeated day 1. Massive congrats to you. Could you tell us about how you feel?
Thank you. Well, it feels great, of course. Like, that's the best start you could have. This is the same thing I said the last time I was in this seat, so I guess I'm just repeating myself, but so far I keep winning, and that does feel great.
Yeah, only winning, no losing so far, so very good. So Amulet Titan, huh? Actually, during our casters' predictions, which deck would win, I named Amulet Titan. Hint, hint. So
that's a solid choice.
So what do you think, which tier Amulet Titan is?
Well, some argue it's the best deck in Modern, some argue otherwise. It's just really good. I think it's, well, certainly it's a deck I'm best at, so that's a huge part of the reason why I keep playing it, but it's just very strong. Amulet has remained tier 0 or 1 throughout the metas with KCI, Hogak, all of those things, right? We all know that.
Yeah, tier 0. All right. So I guess this is it. Do you have anything else you want to share with people?
Well, I'm excited to try to repeat my success tomorrow and try to qualify for the PT and win this entire thing, of course. Like, that's would be nice. Like, I do love Modern, I do love Amulet, I do find it very satisfying when you get to succeed doing things you love. So
this is the most rewarding thing.
What I'm looking at right now.
Amazing, amazing. Well, again, congratulations and the best luck for you tomorrow. Back to the casters.
Thank you and congratulations to Piotr for being undefeated on day one, and not an easy thing to do, and I'm sure that we'll see more of him on day two. Now, before we close out the show, Simon, why don't you walk us through the top players? What are they playing, who they are, some more information on the undefeated players of today.
Yeah, so we did have like 10 people coming in undefeated into this round. That means we're actually going to have 5 people overnight not having lost a match yet. So we're going to be, you know, almost halfway into day 2 before we have our final undefeated player in this tournament. And of course, we just saw Piotr Golgari win this round on Amulet Titan. We also have another Amulet Titan win. Another teammate of mine, Guglielmo Lupi, also known as Zompa. He's the most recent Magic Online Championship winner, also playing Amulet Titan. Does have a draw, but is the only one at 7-0-1. We also have a couple other decks than Amulet. We have Pierre Lipsch, who we saw in round 7 on Ruby Storm. 8-0 for Pierre, as well as Alejandro Stefanino Garo on Esper Gorios. 8-0 to Esper Gorios there. And the last one is It Prowess, piloted by Pietro Maria Oitolina. So those are our 5-0 players, 2 Amulets, Prowess, Gorios, and Ruby Storm.
Very interesting. I just want to say before we go that I think Frank was running some numbers, and from 24 different decks or matches that we had, 19 were different decks. So just showcasing such a big diversity in Modern right now. And it was really not that difficult, I guess, to have variety when picking matchups, just because there isn't like one deck that everyone is playing, everyone is trying to counter. There's just so many different decks.
Did we even see any Jeskai Blink decks today? Like, there's certainly none in the 8-0 bracket, and also no Boros Energy at the top. There's no Ragavans at all to be seen at the top. There is a Prowess deck at least.
Domain Zoo.
We did see Domain Zoo, yes, that's true, that's true. We did see Domain Zoo being played, so Ragavan does show up in there.
I love Domain Zoo. But that is going to be it for us today. But closing the show, you will have Maria. So for us in the caster booth, that's going to be it for today. We hope we enjoyed it. We'll have way more magic tomorrow. So let's hear from Maria now, and we will see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Filipa. Thank you, Simon. So this is it. This is the end of day 2 here in Antwerp Regional Championship. So 8 rounds of Swiss are behind us. Wow, crazy. Congratulations to all the players who made it to day 2. We'll see you tomorrow. By the way, we're going to start at 9 a.m. Central European time, so please join Fanfinity channels both on YouTube and Twitch. And as Filipa said, we've seen a huge variety of decks. So, which means that Modern is a good state.
Yeah,
Andrea.
#1 fan of Modern. Has been this for many years now. It was such a pleasure today to commentate all the archetypes that I've been playing on my stream daily. So finally, you know, all that variety knowledge came to help. You know, the viewers at home. I hope you had a great time watching. Some of really, really good games, and I'm glad to hear, you know, the 8-0 names. Of course, Piotr Golgari winning this last match, you know, definitely showing that you need a lot of reps to do well with Amulet Titan, and he definitely has.
Exactly, exactly. So, thanks again to Ultimate Guard European Magic Series. Without you, it wouldn't be possible. And we'll see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye. It's a wrap.